Man, that was a Friday already. Where'd the week go? I feel like I've only streamed twice. This is awful, man. I gotta stream all weekend. Holy shit. Good to see you guys. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Good morning, my friends. I hope you had a productive morning. I hope you did the thing this week so that you can relax on the weekend. Whatever that is. I don't know, man. I don't know what you guys gotta do. Whether it's playing D&D or clearing that Baldur's Gate campaign or actual work. I don't know, man. But happy Friday. Good to see you guys. Good morning. What's up, Garthan? Good to see you, Sleepy. What's up, Conk? Good to see you, Danny. Even Fox is here. Holy goddamn, man. Good to see you, Brooklyn. Maggie. What's up, Senix? Good to see all of y'all. Ashy was literally first today. Holy, man. I'm impressed. Ashy's always first, but today actually first, though. You know? Kind of crazy. I did not play D&D last night, unfortunately. I don't have any D&D stories. Nope. It's usually Friday is usually D&D story day, but I did not play D&D last night. I unfortunately had to miss it because my toxic DM wanted to play Elden Ring instead. Can you believe it? At least that's what I'm going to say on my TikTok. No, I did miss D&D. I had to go do some important shit. So, man, didn't even play D&D on a Thursday. It's like I'm not even a critter anymore. Was I ever a critter? I don't know. How intense do you have to be as a Critical Role fan to be considered a critter? Because I feel like it's a status symbol, you know. Like I'm not gonna accuse Critical Role fans of being gatekeepy, but I have seen it. I've seen people say like I'm a critter, and someone says you haven't even seen every episode of every season, no matter what. So screw you, dog. You don't get to be a critter. And I don't know how the majority of the community feels that about that. If it's like a thing you have to earn, you know, or if it's like a thing that you just sort of like aspire to be. So, no, I don't even play D&D on Thursdays anymore. Come on, man. I am looking forward to getting to a better schedule where I can actually play D&D a couple times a week, because I got a lot of stuff to do, man. We got a lot of Eldara based testing and design and whatnot to do, and I need to find and recruit players of all sorts and people willing to tolerate my nonsense in D&D. So it's going to be a busy summer for Dungeons and or Dragons, I think, so long as I can find the warm bodies to throw on the fire. I mean the playtest. Yeah. There's no sacrificial altar. Come on, man. I'm not. You know me better than that. But I have been thinking about actually the next campaign that I want to run, that I want to write, and I think that I think I want to go somewhere different. Yep. I'm reconsidering the Grand Eldara adventure, to be honest. I'm reconsidering it for the first time ever. She's like, gorgeous already. Thanks, Danny. I appreciate that. I've been contemplating it, because I'm wondering if doing another couple of small little setup adventures is a better idea before I do the grand campaign. If the grand campaign is something you have after the campaign guide comes out, I don't know. It's still going to happen. It's just in what order do I do a couple more Horizon type adventures and then the grand campaign after the Kickstarter for the campaign guide, or if it's something more along the lines of, you know, just start with the grand campaign and it grows as it goes, man, and we see. But I don't know. I've been meandering around that thought for quite a little while, and I mean, well, I got Horizon to get through, I suppose, first before anything else. So I can't really be thinking too far ahead in the future. And the time is running out. The clock is ticking, because I wanted to have all this ready by GameCon Canada, actually ArdCon Canada, which ArdCon is next weekend. So next Saturday is going to be ArdCon. That'll be the first time that I'll be out in the wild as an artist, as a person, as a human being that people can go talk to, officially at a convention, because I've been at conventions obviously for the last couple of years with Ella, and that sort of is like me by extension, because I'm there and whatnot, but this is the first time I'm like on the list, you know, that I have the table and then I have the whatever since Edmonton Expo, which doesn't really count because it was like a, you know, whatever. So yeah, man, I'm excited. I've got a lot of stuff in the works for that, but I really wanted to have the campaign done, playable, whatever, in time for the conventions. But I don't think it'll be that. I think it'll need to do the beta release. I think that's what I'll have ready for it. Hopefully, if I can bust my ass this week. But ArdCon's like kind of a small little convention, not really a big deal. The big one is GameCon in 2 weeks from now, which I'll be in Edmonton for, if you can believe. I actually have to travel to Edmonton. Imagine leaving the safety of your own home and driving across Alberta to Edmonton. What a terrible fate for anybody that lives in the Canadian prairies or mountains, right? Is the Graham campaign more like the main story game? Yeah, so you could think about it kind of like the MSQ of Eldara, right? So a very large storyline that will take you through the main events that happen, that will lead to the opening of the realms of Eldara and the expansion of the world, basically, to the various different other realms and areas and worlds and whatnot. And I'm a little torn, because part of me wants to get that going, you know, and have people sort of like on the main quest, but part of me is also very willing to sit in Teleria for a little while longer and just, I don't know, make some smaller adventures to get people on board with it first, because I don't know, I kind of feel like a grand campaign is like kind of maybe something that people who already, like, maybe you need a little more hype around it, a little more pageantry before you release like the big thing. You know what I mean? EBA has to leave. He must not be electrical. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but I agree. I agree, whatever it is. What if the main quest was playing Night Rain with me? Because I don't have Elden Ring. I don't actually have it. I don't own it. I don't own Elden Ring. I never bought it. Nope. Never played it. I'm not a Dark Souls player. Come on, man. You think I'm gonna buy Elden Ring? Holy, come on, bro. That shit is that's expensive, bro. It's like a $120 game USD. That's like $400 Canadian. Are you kidding? Oh man. Right? Last time I bought a game was I don't know, Cyberpunk? No, I wanted to try it. Actually, weirdly, Ella said she wanted to try Night Rain. I don't know where that came from, but she was like watching somebody play it or whatever on stream or something. She's like, I want to try this. And I was like, what? Really? Okay, maybe. So why not 50-50? Like divide, like do the adventure, like divide it between the grand campaign and then also the other stuff. The main reason is because of time. Like, the problem is that the anything Eldar related doesn't really pay the bills. And that's okay. Obviously, it's a long-term investment project that I want to make, and it is my main thing. But at the end of the day, I do have to divide my time up in a week between commissions and streaming and stuff like that, and then also, you know, working on this like large project. Now, hopefully, I'm working towards a large project that will become the thing that I basically only do ever. And as I grow in support on Twitch and Patreon, things like that for the campaign, for, you know, as my print store does better, and more of my income comes from that as opposed to bespoke projects for individual clients, then I can put more time into it. But right now, I'm really only hovering around 20 hours a week-ish on what I can really throw into the adventure. And that's just kind of, it's like, man, Horizon's taken a long time. Like, since I announced Horizon to actually where it's beta playable to like where it'll actually be, it'll have been like a year and a half, to be honest. And that's not okay. And that's partially, though, last year was a really kind of a bit of a write-off year for me. Last year really just didn't hit. Oh god, this is not even talking about last year. But even then, once I've been really like able to actually work and push through stuff and like make sure I'm like working at a good pace this year, it still took a long time. And I was like, damn, bro. So it's more or less, I guess, though, to be fair, if I kickstart the next one, then I guess that's good, right? If I can proof of concept that I can write an adventure that people want to play, and I can do that with Horizon, and I release it for free, and everybody's like, man, this is cool, Evan, you're so good at adventure writing. I can't believe I never played an Evan Blair Art adventure. Oh my god, it's my favorite thing ever. It's like Star Wars, but better. I don't know, man. Let's just say it goes really well. Then I can kickstart the next smaller adventure or larger adventure, and it could basically be something that looks like the Kickstarter would allow me to devote my entire focus and attention towards Eldara for a couple months. And at that point in time, if I had 3 months of dedicated, focused, intentional, not doing anything else, not a single commission request, not a coffee sketch, not a big project, and no fan art, and I had 3 months, I could start to finish an adventure the size of Horizon, I think. Probably a little bit bigger, to be honest. But the problem does come with that. It's like, well, does the Kickstarter do well? I don't know. Is it too early for somebody to do a Kickstarter? Or someone like me to do a Kickstarter? Exciting. Hello, Say. What's up? Good morning. How you doing? What's up, bro? What's up? I was chilling with you for a bit, doing my warm-up. I didn't say hi in chat because I was just really focused, but I was chilling with you, say. So thanks for the company this morning, but good to see you. Hope the rest of your stream went well. If you guys aren't following Say, please go over there and do so. Say is a phenomenal artist with a burning passion to be the best. So I don't know. Even if you're just eager to watch amazing artists do amazing things, Say is one of the inspirations. So go give Say a follow. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Elden Ring and Night Rain is its own separate game away from Elden Ring. So I have to buy it again, is what you're saying? So not only do I have to buy Elden Ring, but now I have to buy Elden Ring again? Well, that's even less likely that I'm going to buy it now. God damn it. She's watching someone play it. I didn't see her in my chat last night. Oh, were you playing it last night? I was memeing. I didn't think that you were going to be streaming it, actually. I thought I was just memeing entirely last night. No, she was watching before we left, actually. So, yeah, I don't know. We got home a little bit later than we thought we would. Anyway, and I was messed up, man. I was not. I don't even remember last night all that well. So, you played till like midnight. You're just bratting them. Oh, okay. I actually, dude, I would have shit. I would have hung out with you if I realized you were streaming. Not bad. No, we got home a lot later than we thought we would. From. Oh my god. Oh, it was a whole thing. It's a whole story. I'll bitch about it next time we hang out, Ash. It'll be good. But yeah, so I mean the adventure is it is what I really want to do. It's the focus that I want to have, but obviously I just have to balance it with other projects and other things, you know. So but you know, honestly, things have been going really well this year, and I kind of hate to say it, but the better things go for Eldar, the less likely I'm going to be available for commissions. So I kind of don't want to like talk about it or brag about it too much. But you know, when people are like, "Oh man, I hope your project's going really well and whatnot. Also, when are your commissions open?" I'm like, well, if I have my way, probably not for a very long time. No, I mean, I'll still take commissions throughout even when I'm working on Eldara stuff specifically. Like even if I did a Kickstarter, I'd still take commissions. I would just take probably a lot less than what I have been. It's one of the reasons why I decided to open my waitlist, and then I decided to close my waitlist again, because I realized that people I don't want to promise myself like or promise my time in like 6 months, because what if I release my Kickstarter in like October, you know, and now it's January or now it's December, and someone's like, "Hey man, is it time for my commission slot?" I'm like, no, I got too much shit to do, you know what I mean? So there is that I got to think about, but I think it'll be okay. I'll probably do a bunch of small little commission projects through the summer and through the winter, and not really do any big ones unless they're big commercial ones, or whatever. Played Phasma with Zhaogrim last night, and Marco raided me with 120 people. Damn, bro, that's awesome. Congratulations. Is that your biggest raid ever? Really? That's pretty good, dude. I'm impressed. I'm proud of you, Say. That's awesome. Glad you like the look of it. Yeah, I mean, Ella thought it was cool, and I was totally taken back by her saying that she wanted to play it. So we'll see, I guess. Maybe Ella Blackwood is going to be the next great Elden Ring streamer. Who knows? But Night Rain looks interesting. I don't know, man. I like, how do I get into a Souls-like game? How do I force myself into it? Because every single time I enter into the Souls sphere, I just hate it there. But I love the community and the game and the companies and the fact that it exists so much. I like watching it. I like chilling in it. What's good, Bylong? And I like everything about it, basically, except for actually playing Souls-like games. They're just the worst, most grindy, obnoxious, fucking stupid games I've ever played in my entire life. But I want to love them. I want to love them so bad. And I want to play them, and I want to like experience them, and I want to see what everybody's, because everyone has gone to the Souls-like genre from the fantasy scene. You know, if you're a fantasy game enjoyer, you're either playing one of two games. You're playing gotcha bullshit, or you're playing like Souls-like games. There's no like that's where everyone went. So you think about, okay, so when World of Warcraft came out and people were 20 years old in 2004, where did they go? They went to World of Warcraft. And where did they go when they were 20 years old in 2014? They went to World of Warcraft. Great. Okay, cool. MMOs, these kind of games, these like RPGs, whatever, they were all the whole thing. But now where do you go if you're like a general kind of fantasy nerd and you're 20 years old in 2025? You go play Genshin or some fucking anime trash bullshit fucking gotcha game. All right? have to pay $300 to get your rank 5 step on me mommy fucking skin. No judgment, by the way. I just like shitting on it for memes. But that, or you play Souls-like games, and it's like, where do I go? Because I don't like gacha games, you know, and I'm not a fan of the Souls gameplay. So, oh man, it's a tragedy. I'm sitting here playing World of Warcraft still. World, thank you for the follow. That's that dude. I appreciate that. World Alchemy, honored to have you, my friend. Plays neither. Well, that's not good, you know, because I need something to do. I need something to feel like I'm connected to, right? A game or something like that. So I don't know. I feel like Souls are kind of like where at least the Souls-like genre has the passion that I love and respect. The gacha game community is so strange to me because I kind of in some ways can't believe how much they tolerate their developers and publishers like doing to them, right? You know what I mean? Like I kind of can't believe it if you ask me. And so I just don't think I can do. I don't think I can do the gacha thing. I don't think I can do the gacha thing. You know, and even that's where a lot of the fantasy nerds are, and like the art scene and whatnot. But maybe I can figure out how to like a Souls-like game, and try and figure out how to. I was hoping Monster Hunter would be bigger. I was really hoping Monster Hunter would be, you know, a lot bigger, and people would actually be playing it still. So I don't know. Maybe they'll release a content pack and people come back to it or whatever. Baldur's Gate 3. Well, Baldur's Gate 3 is a great game. Was a great game. That's the thing. Is Baldur's Gate 3 is a single experience, in my opinion, that you play and you have a lovely time with, and then you leave. It's like a great vacation. It's a great resort that you go stay at. And I cherish my time in Baldur's Gate 3. I actually really, really love Baldur's Gate 3 as far as like RPGs go. I am considering naming Baldur's Gate 3 maybe one of my top 3 all-time favorite RPGs. That's tough. That's tough though, because that's a really stacked list. There are games like World of Warcraft, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, you know, the Pokemon franchise, that's still an RPG we have to consider. Knights of the Old Republic. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can take, maybe we can transcend Pokemon and World of Warcraft above the tier list. That they transcend above. They're not counted in there anymore. And so maybe if that's true, then we're talking about single player, single run through games. So like Diablo 2 also doesn't really qualify because it's, you know, doesn't really count because it's replayable. So within the single player like RPGs, it's like Mass Effect 2, maybe 3, Mass Effect 2, like Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. Dude, what's up, Azura? What's going on? How you been? Holy shit! Welcome back, my friend. Good to see ya. Thank you for the 16 months. Good God, dude. Good to see you, Azura. How you been? What's up? Thanks for this resub. Yeah, like Mass Effect, Persona 4 or 5. Like there's just like a couple of really monster titles in there. For a lot of people it's Witcher, and I wasn't a big Witcher fan, but I think Baldur's Gate 3 might be in there for me in that top 3, you know. Looking for an MMO, 14 is pretty good. I play Final Fantasy 14. I can't play it right now, unfortunately. I have maintained a sub for 8 months without playing the fucking game at all because I'm not losing my house or Ella's house. We are neighbors. My wife and I have houses in Mist right across the street from each other. I am never giving that up, okay? Screw that shit. But we haven't been able to play because Final Fantasy 14 has been giving my wife migraines when she plays. She's been dealing with chronic migraines for the last couple of years, and 14 started really aggravating her. So we haven't been able to play together. And I've been kind of wanting to maybe go through on my own. Maybe I'm thinking of maybe starting a new character again and then going through the whole MSQ on my own to get to there, because I really wish that we could. I really want to finish Shadowbringers. I hear Shadowbringers is one of the best single player RPG experiences ever made, even though it's an MMO. And I don't know yet because I'm not able to get into it. So I love 14. But it's also like no one's really playing 14. The game's fucking dead right now, which sucks. And I want to play a game that people are playing, you know, like Elden Ring or something, where I can talk about it in stream. But yeah, man, Baldur's Gate 3, it's one of those like I crave it. I really wish that I could keep playing Baldur's Gate 3. If there was a new Baldur's Gate 3 content patch, dude, if they even added an extra, oh my god, sirens. If they even added an extra, like, I don't know, like 2 hours of content in Act 3, that would be enough to justify me playing through the entire game again, right? That would absolutely justify that. And I would, you wouldn't have to try very hard to convince me. But no, man, I don't know. I don't think that I can justify playing through that entire game again when I've already sunk 100 and I think my playthrough is 150 hours, I think, or whatever. And I did everything, right? You know. Started drawing 5-person piece, and then 2 people in the file got corrupted. Wait, how? What? How does that work? Fuck. You can play Final Fantasy 14 using the upcoming MTG set. No, I can't actually, because the upcoming Magic the Gathering set. Let's see. Let's just contemplate this. So, let's see if I can play the new Magic the Gathering set with the thing. So if we go. Let's just see. Okay, so let's go buy some Magic the Gathering cards. Okay, let's go buy the new set. All right, the new Final Fantasy 14 set. Let's just buy. You know what, Garthen? Let's just buy a quick little box of it and just maybe play it. So we're gonna go to sealed product. We're gonna go to booster boxes. There, cool. Okay, so we're gonna buy a collector's box for. Oh. Well, this is a bit awkward. I don't. Okay. You know what? It's okay. What we'll do is the collector's box. I don't need the big serialized fancy chocobo. I don't need any of that stuff. I don't need the crazy foils. I just want some of the cards. I'll buy an easy $120 booster box of just the regular cards. So what is this? This is the Japanese collector's box, the regular, and then where's the regular play box? Oh, it's right here. Okay, right here, the play box. Okay, so that is. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I guess I guess I'm not playing any Final Fantasy 14 Magic the Gathering cards. Shit. Well, maybe I can buy some singles. Like maybe I can buy like you know what, my favorite Final Fantasy character of all time. We're gonna buy Yuna, the Lady High Summoner. Let's buy one cool Yuna, like the cool alternate art Yuna, and we'll just get her. So that's the. Oh. Okay. Are any of them in out of stock? Okay. Oh, there's 9 in stock here. Yuna Grand Summoner. Let's buy the. Okay, never mind. All right. Well, guys, I don't think I'm playing Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Edition. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think I'm playing Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy 14 card collection game. Overpriced cardboard. Speaking of overpriced cardboard, my trading cards are gonna be much more affordable. Now, can you play a game with them? Does anybody want them? No, but I'm gonna have fun with them. So, the set isn't released yet, Evan. Yeah, I know. It said pre-order, but they're still out of stock on pre-orders. Card stores, Nick, still get to open their stock ahead of time for pre-orders. So, whatever their stock is whatever their stock is going to be for their pre-orders. So. I need someone to buy my OG Pokemon collection. Damn, bro. The OG? Just sell that shit on eBay, dog. You know? So I use cockatrice to play. Ain't no way I'm buying these cards. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like playing with the physical cards. Ella and I actually just bought at the game store, because I went for supplies for my trading card bullshit. I went to the game store and I bought 2 decks of the Star Wars card game, because Thorkin had recommended it, and I saw they had fancy decks there, and so we bought a little deck, each of us, a little Boba Fett and a Han Solo deck. So we're gonna learn how to play this weekend. We're gonna have a little date day on Saturday. We're gonna go to the zoo and walk around, and then come home and play some Star Wars trading cards before we have to burn to work to get the last, couple of things done before the conventions. So, yeah, man, it's gonna be good. At least maybe I'll have fun playing Star Wars. But I really miss Magic. I really miss playing Magic, and I miss collecting Magic. I miss buying Magic, dude. I Magic the Gathering is a game that I am so unfortunately familiar with Magic. I have held and wielded and like cardboard bent millions of dollars of Magic the Gathering. All right, I have bought and sold and traded for and maintained collections that you wouldn't believe. I have held cards that you wouldn't even have thought existed in my time in the game store when I maintained a personal collection. And then I left the game store and I sold all of my cards to pay for a wedding in the future for Ellen and I, which was a great idea, by the way. The only card I regret selling was my Black Lotus. That's the only card I wish I didn't sell. And so it's hard for me to like get into like low end Magic now, where we're just kind of like, I don't know, man. You know, it's just God, yeah. It's like, well, I can't play casual EDH anymore. Or whatever, but I do miss the game, and I really wish that I could like get back into it in some way. And I kind of have, actually. Recently I started collecting complete sets, so I started buying a card here or there, you know, for my invasion block sets. And because one of the things Elle bought me for my birthday was she bought me an entire common set for invasion, plane shift, and apocalypse, because I like collecting complete sets because I'm that nerd. So the FF sets have outsold every other set in the last 2 years or so. Yep, yeah, it's tough because I don't personally, I'm not confident that the play boxes will maintain their value. Collector's boxes obviously are even at $1,100 Canadian, a collector's box is a steal. That's the unfortunate reality of it, is that it's still worth that $1,100 for a collector's box. That box will be $2,000 Canadian in no time because it's serialized cards, right? And it's an IP that people love. However, there isn't a limit on play boxes and commander decks, so likely we'll see what we saw with Lord of the Rings, where we'll see commander decks and play boxes from Final Fantasy in places like Costco and Amazon dumps in the future, probably. So maybe I'll buy the commander decks. I really want the commander decks for the new Magic set, but I'm not going to pay the $300 for them or whatever they are now. So in my school, the two main games are Magic and poker for some reason. Well, I remember when all the young guys I knew went through their poker phase, where they all thought they were super cool, you know, by playing a lot of poker. And then they all realized they wanted to play Magic the Gathering instead. So it's like they played the kid game, the Yu-Gi-Oh! We all played Pokemon, and then we grew up to Yu-Gi-Oh! And then we matured to Magic the Gathering. And then we all thought we were super cool, and we all started playing poker. And then we all started using poker terminology in Magic the Gathering. Be like, oh shit, this hand's the nut, bro. It's like, stop it. You're not in Vegas, piece of shit. And then we went back to Magic the Gathering because we realized it was a better game than poker. So yeah, that whole arc of like from 12 to 22 was like kind of a weird dip, I guess, where we just we all thought so highly of ourselves for being, you know, I guess a lot cooler than we were. But I don't know. That's yeah, poker's fun, I guess. I only collect Pokemon cards because all of my friends did. Right. I mean, I loved Pokemon when it first came out. I collected the shit out of it. I loved cardboard, man. I fucking love cardboard. It's why for my own cards, like this, it's the entire reason I'm developing the Eldar trading cards. As a stupid project that nobody wants, but I'm gonna enjoy it because I don't care. I'm having fun. But check this shit out. Ooh, let me show you this shit. Check this out. So I have my first print sheet ready. Look at it. You want to see the whole common sheet? Brace Fit Series 1 Set Alpha. There we go. So this is the full sheet of commons. And it all fits on a 13 by 19 sheet for me. So I can print basically a full sheet of commons on one large page. So I'm very excited about making my first Realms of Eldara test prints. Now, is this a good idea? No. But I am still going to have fun with this shit. And they look cool together, though, hey? Please do a Grung Paladin. Silvio, no one's asked me to draw a Grung Paladin, unfortunately. I keep getting asked to draw attractive tiefling bards and mysterious Viking queens of the north and attractive bog witches. So, until somebody asks me to draw a Grung Paladin, I guess we'll be grungless and both of us will just be sad. So, unfortunately. Don't be wrong, I like little cardboard. I just know how much money you sink into them. Yeah, I mean, I see it a bit differently because I always saw cardboard as an investment. That's changed now because the cardboard market is different. Cardboard was an investment when I was in my early 20s and like the early 2010s. Now it's kind of a weird scalpy situation. I don't know if it's still as investable as it used to be. It is still. It's a different game, I guess. I did the last time I saw you. No, I mean, Sylvia, no one's like commissioned me. Like people, Sylvia, people ask me to draw their characters all the time. If you look at my TikTok and whatever comments on YouTube, there's just like just people ask me to do free art for them all the time. But I mean, like when I actually open my commissions or do my coffee requests, people never show up to those ones, like the places where I actually take requests from people. You know, for whatever there. No one there ever asked me to draw anything grung like, unfortunately. So that's why we're grungless still, is because unfortunately I wish I had all the time in the world to make free art for people, but I don't. So I have to prioritize commissions over people just asking me for a character or whatever. I wish I had time for that stuff. What's your favorite commander? Mine are Giada, Zimon, and Dinah Sithis. I don't know. I haven't played EDH in probably since 2014. And I think my most powerful deck was like a $12,000 Riku deck that was basically just money turned sideways, pay to win bullshit. I don't know. I haven't really played any real edition in it, because like once you have every card at your fingertips and you have unlimited resources, going back to like pauper bullshit like budget friendly EDH just fucking sucks. So Elle and I own a couple commander decks from like set releases. Like we own the Lord of the Rings ones and they're balanced against each other. We can play them, but it's not real commander, you know, it's not real EDH. So I love watching you work, and I'm a digital artist myself. Oh, thank you, dude. I'm trying to get better at shading. Crosshatch shading seems like the hardest for me. Am I a dum-dum? Not at all. Not at all. No. Crosshatching is a specific skill that you build, and that you develop for your various drawing style, but it is not the end game, right? It's not, obviously if you're drawing, cross-hatching is an important part of texturing and it's a skill to learn. But if you're more of a painter and you like blocking things, then don't limit yourself like that by thinking you need to do some sort of, you know, advanced drawing techniques. Your drawing is only in service of your painting. So no, you're not dumb. It's just it's a skill you have to develop and get better with. It's also a digital Mediumancer. One of the problems with digital is that trying to find the right tools is very important. Like I can show you the difference between tools. So this is actually a bit of a deviation. I'm going to prove a point against what I usually say and do. So what do I always say? I always say some shit along the lines of, it doesn't matter what your tool is, what your program is, it's about the skills. Well, that's not actually always true. So let me show you an example. So this is a blank white square, and this is a hard round brush that will have a pressure sensitivity depending on how hard I press. This is a very standard brush. So if you try and sketch and crosshatch with a brush like this, you're gonna have a bad time. So you might be able to do, I don't know, let's go a little bigger actually. You might be able to do a little, little hook, whatever, claw, dragon hand thing, and you want to maybe give it some texture, and then you want to like try and define some shadows on it. Okay, well, maybe let's zoom in a little bit and try and get our cross hatching good. Ooh, it doesn't really work out, right? It's kind of, it's so blocky, it's so sharp, it's like, ew, maybe we go, let's go a little smaller. Maybe this will fix it. It's a little bit better, but still kind of not really, right? Like it's just kind of gross. It's just not, it doesn't look good. It looks more vectory, looks too blocky, looks too bubbly. Like this is not good, man. When you are sketching and you want to get the cross-hatching sort of like aesthetic, which comes from a tool specifically designed for cross-hatching, one of the important things for cross-hatching is that the tool blends into itself. One line blends into the other. And as you hatch and create a pattern, you're doing it either based on an ink hatching method or a pencil hatching method. And these are very different. So if you're doing ink hatching, then you have to have a brush that performs like an ink pen and has a lot of pressure sensitivity, that you can do these like large brush strokes without getting these weird little like, hairy line things at the end here. So you want to find a brush that has some sort of texture. You know, a pen brush. Ooh, wait, hold on. Is this a good pen brush? This might be a terrible example. Ooh, look at that, man. Look at that pen brush. Look at that texture. Look at those nice, aggressive line finishing segments. So that's more of the ink style. But what I do is more of the pencil style cross hatching. And for that, you want two things from your brush. You want, one, texture on the background, and two, texture on the brush. And that will help you to create more of a blending with your hatching. So when you use a different brush and you try and draw the same dragon tooth claw thing, whatever, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna draw the knuckle and whatever. And I know this is a bit smaller too, but still, you'll see that because the edge of it is slightly fuzzier, it's slightly low res and has some tooth and texture to it, you're gonna be able to more easily create a sense of intentional texturing in your tool as opposed to just this weird like smooth line shit. And if you pair that with something like a parchment or textured background, you get this really nice marriage of color and tone and whatever that kind of blends into itself. And because you're using a on the color sort of like picker, if you have like black down here and whites up here and your full saturations down here and like black against down here, you know what I'm talking about, right? When the background is a little bit closer to not being white and the brush color is a little bit closer to not being black, then you move these things into the center here. And because they're closer, they create more harmony, right? This is how we paint. This is how colors work. You know, you and everyone knows better than to ever paint with the periphery colors here. You never paint full saturation. You never paint full brightness unless you're using white or black for very, very specific, very balanced reasons. So a lot of this is the tool, and it's the right selection of the tool. Now there's some things you can do to not have these aggressive kind of like hard edges. You could use a soft brush if you want to. Use like a soft round brush and the airbrush, and you'll get a little bit of that in there, but you know, it's just kind of not, you don't have any of the tooth in there. So I would create a texture brush for yourself, a brush that makes your drawing a little bit less, like a little bit lower resolution, something with noise in it, something with a lot of tooth to the edge while still keeping it high res. And then you want to figure out what pixel count that brush like works best on. For this one, this brush works anywhere between 4 and 10 pixels really well. Above 10 pixels, you see the texture too much, and below 4 pixels, it's basically just a straight line with a little bit of grit to it, which doesn't really work either. So it can be your tool, 100%. Often it's not your tool. Often it's you. You're the problem. You're the bad artist. You're the terrible, horrible, miserable person that decided to pick up art and is failing horribly, and you should feel bad about yourself. Oh wait, that's what I tell myself every day. No. Usually we're the problem, but often it is sometimes a tool. And knowing when that is the case is really dangerous, because if you start blaming the tool too often, then you start thinking that a tool will save you, and that's not the case at all. So no, I mean, if you're having problems with hatching and you're trying to do something similar to what I do, I definitely recommend you don't work on white background. You don't use so no white backgrounds. No black brushes. Lower your contrast of your brush and work with texture, and you should be fine. That's how I do it. Took me like 3 years to figure out how to do that. Anyway, oh geez, we have a character to do for Necromancer Dark today, so we got a bit of a bog witch to draw for my man over here, so I think we'll get into it and just have a good day. Well, does it cost? What cost? The grung or the characters or what? What's up, Selesian? Good to see you, dude. It does make sense. I was using some of the default Photoshop brushes. That's what likely working against me. Yes. Can I ask what dropping channel you're using? Yeah, I'm using a Cintiq Pro 24-inch. Yeah. I'm using a pretty big one for a lot of artist standards, but I really do want to upgrade to a 27-inch at some point in time, because tablet size does matter if you're painting. It doesn't matter if you're drawing, it matters when you're painting. but you also don't need to use a fancy tablet like this, obviously. I don't have experience with lower end tablets, with like budget entry level tablets like Hui and XP Pen, whatever. I don't have a particularly high opinion of iPads as a tablet. I think definitely my recommendation for tablet is, rather than going down the road, like if you have $500 to spend, if that's your budget, I would much rather buy an Intuos tablet over a Hui on screen, because I think that the higher end tablet, even if it's not a display tablet, is better than, you know. Does it really matter for most artists? No. Buy whatever you want. You probably won't know this difference, so so don't worry about, like, if I'm using the super premium version or whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean that you need anything along those lines or whatever. So the Intuos is magical and I love it. Yeah, I mean, it's a great piece of tech, man. It's the Wacom's on the top of the industry for a reason. I don't have a lot of experience with the lower end stuff, with the budget entry level stuff. I think it's pretty good for what you're getting out of it for the cost and whatnot, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not worried about it. Like, I used to get sort of stun locked by people who, one of my like least favorite things is when somebody has an opinion formed that's negative about something that's a mainstream concept within art or digital art, that's based off of them being upset about it. It's not about logic, but it's about emotion. And so we see this with a couple things. We see it with art style. We see it with, is the question of, is art school worth it, or a good idea, or necessary? So we see it with art style, art school. We see it with our tools and our software. Those are the four main things that I see people who have a lot of emotions about. They get in their feelings about them, and it's you see when somebody's not willing to have an honest conversation, right? When I'll bring up that I'm like using Photoshop, and someone will be like, "Oh God, what a waste of money." It's like, not really. Is it a better software than Clip? Yeah, it's better in a lot of ways. Is Clip worth it? Absolutely. Is Photoshop worth it? Probably not, you know? And so it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, is the Cintiq tablet for $2,000 that's 16-inch worth 4 times as much as the Huion tablet for $500 at 16-inch or whatever? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Buy both of them. Find out. The Cintiq will be better. It will be. Is it going to be that much better that it matters? Likely not, you know? Made a huge difference for me personally when I switched to something where I could draw directly on screen, but I never tried a more expensive detached tablet. I always had the 200 Bamboo ones. Yeah, so the Bamboo I don't consider to be an art tablet. I don't think that that's like if your experience was with Bamboo, I don't think that you had an experience with digital art. So that's a fair point. I think you probably would have had. There is those solutions. There is definitely sometimes when people do connect more seeing it on screen. It is like trying to build a new skill of like typing differently or whatever. The eye-hand coordination from using the tablet, you can do it. It's just sometimes it's a bit of a barrier for people that's not worth jumping over the hurdle for their own brain, the way they work. I don't think that it's necessary, the tablet. I know lots of accomplished artists that prefer to use a drawing tablet over a display tablet. So that's one thing that is totally preferential. Not a lot of people really need one or the other. It's really preference. It's not like one is just gonna like always be better than the other or anything like that. So you want my tablet is 4.5 by 6.5. I have an Intuos 4 from 2009 and it works beautifully. Okay. I'd recommend you buy a slightly bigger tablet, say, just because of your mechanical wrist movements. You're limiting yourself by what you can actually do with your brush strokes when you're doing that. If you're painting, if you're drawing and you're doing like very fine little detail work and you're just doing all this little tiny boxes and shit, and you're just doing little, you know, landscape vignettes that are really far away and whatever, and your entire life lives like this, then that's fine. But once you want to make a painting, if you want to actually take like painting seriously, you need to be able to make big sweeping motions with your from the elbow. You must be able to draw from the elbow and paint from the elbow. More important to paint from the elbow, drawing from the elbow is still important too. But look, man, these are also expensive, and I don't want to, you know, try and make it seem like you have to invest in something, especially if it's working for you. I don't want, you know, hey, whatever works, bro. Could I ask something? Yeah, for sure, dude. What's up? I use it more for just art, to be honest, and it's been amazing for both art and handwriting, precision work, etc. Yeah, have you ever tried playing a FPS on your tablet? That's a wild ride. I had this like dumb idea with some friends where we were gonna see how high rank we could get in Overwatch playing on our drawing tablets. And I think I placed like as a tank. I think playing a main tank Winston Ryan, Orisa. I think I got like low diamond or whatever with a tablet, which was funny. So you know, you can do it. I guess you can do it. What's up, Crab? That's weird. Good to see you, bro. I don't know. Is it the same size as my monitor? A 16-inch? You only have a 16-inch monitor? What the fuck? What kind of monitor you rocking from 2004? Holy shit! Is it 4x5? Good God, 16-inch monitor? How do you even play World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14 on a 16-inch monitor? Oh my God. Holy, you don't play on an ultra-wide 40-inch monitor? What the fuck? What kind of gamers are we in this modern day? I can't believe it, man. Good to see you, Tattoo. I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling. We're just getting some stuff done today. Some little character. Oh, I should be recording. Ooh. There we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. Got in there. But yeah, this request was put in by Necromancer Dark. One of 2 requests, and only one of them that was actually a real request. The other, I'm pretty sure, is a fucking troll. I'm still gonna do it because he paid for it. But, I'm certainly not fucking doing it on stream, so... This is Dark's only streamed project. I hope he enjoys it. And Fort Main 2, Battle Mercy with an intro, so I got this. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I don't know. Tablets and tech. I think that I've like, in some ways I'm kind of like retiring from the conversation just because there's so many bad faith, emotional people on the internet about it that I don't want to ever give advice now anymore, like hard advice on what to do about your software hardware. I think I'm just going to tell people what I do. And if people want to go for that, whatever, if they want to, you know, get the budget version or whatever, or use different software, like I'll tell you that I think Photoshop is better software than Clip. And I'll tell you that I think Photoshop is worth it if you're a professional. You know, and all these things. But I'm not going to try and convince anybody anymore. And if somebody challenges me and is annoying, I'm just going to ban them. That's my like new sort of like mantra for this year. If somebody's causing me any grief in my stream, I'm just going to ban them. That's how I treat my YouTube comments now. Is I'll just, the second I get a comment that's even a little bit negative or whatever, I'll just fucking block them from my channel forever. And I had to do that recently because I had a couple of videos be a little bit what's the word? People were opinionated about things, so I did not realize I was aggroing the raid boss, I guess, on YouTube. So yeah, I don't care. People can use whatever they want. Your tablets are fine. Use an iPad, paint on a fucking phone. I don't care, man. If you're a good enough artist, you'll find a way. And if you're not, I don't know. I can't save you, I guess. When I was in college, one of my professors was like, not seriously, but I kind of wish I could cut off your hands and tape a pencil stumps so you're forced to draw from the shoulder. That's terrifying. There are way better ways to word that. That guy needs some fucking help. Holy shit, man. Like, there's better ways to word that as an educator. Good God. That guy's not okay, man. Holy shit. All right, well... college profs, I guess. Wife turned 31 today. Got her a necklace she's talking about. That's awesome, dude. Good job. Hope she enjoyed it. Happy birthday to your wife. The big 31, right? People are so scared of turning 30. I tell my little baby, you know, 20 somethings that 30s are the best, dude. They're the best. You dude. If I was in my 20s, I would not wait to get to my fucking 30s. Oh my God. You have all the freedom that you do in your 20s, except you actually have some income. You know, you've made your mistakes and you're actually starting to figure shit out. Your friends get less dumb every single year. Comes with challenges too, but that's awesome. That's good shit right there. Controversial. Is that negative enough? Wait, what is? Oh, the minus sign? I see. always wearing out the elbows of my shirts because despite the small tablet, I still draw from the elbow. Really? Spent 10 years drawing on only paper and then try to Wacom Intuos tablet, and the lack of eye-hand coordination hurt. Now I use Procreate and I'm much happier. On an iPad. Sure, yeah. I do remember that it was a adjustment, but I think that there was not a single person in my art school, like first year, that didn't adjust within about 3 months to their tablet entirely. So I do think that you can still do it. You know, I think most people, I'm not saying, obviously, Magda, I'm not saying that this is that you didn't give it a chance, but most people I hear say things about like, oh, I can never get used to the eye-hand coordination. I'm like, how long did you try? Like, how many hours did you try? Like, really try? And people are like, well, I tried it for a couple of weeks. Okay, well, is that 6 hours a day or like once every other day? You know, oh, I tried it for a year. Okay, well, was that you drawing every day for 3 hours, or was that you drawing once a week for 3 hours? You know what I mean? So I think I've never met somebody who couldn't get used to it, I guess, is what I'm saying. So if you just prefer to use the on-screen thing, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But I don't want to like encourage or give a lot of air to the idea that you can't get used to it, because then you have a little baby artist that comes into the scene and hears, oh my God, artists can't get used to the Intuos, so I have to buy an iPad, I have to buy a whatever, I have to buy this or that. You know, and so I'm always like trying to just make sure that that's like that's awesome. People prefer to use the tablet or that or a display or whatever. That's totally fine. But you definitely, everyone can get used to an Intuos if you're willing to give it a shot. It's not something that's like locked and guarded behind some arcane skill that you just weren't born with. It's not necessary to go buy a $2,000 iPad and go into debt over a fucking $1,400 Huion or a $4,000 Cintiq. You can buy a $500 iPad or iPad Intuos and be just fine. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Turn 40 in July. Let's go, dude. That's a big one. That's good shit right there. I'm supposed to get freedom right now. Wait, what freedom? I'm confused. I think I'm missing context between you and Conk. Actually, same, bro. Like when I have weird ass people coming into my shop, I just stopped I just stopped discussing and asked them to leave. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's not worth it, right? This is not worth it, you know? Yeah, I feel that. Peace of mind and tranquility of soul is like worth more than, you know, any one person's like engagement or view. The only, now I do have one caveat there, is I will let people shit talk if they have a big enough bid badge. Sure, man. Shit talking in this stream is pay to win. You want to talk your shit? Man, I best have sent you some crumbs. Holy shit, dude. Right? Okay, chill, dude. Chill, man. Holy God. You can't take a joke. God damn, bro. And being unironically truthful right now. Actually, though, right? Actually. It's a meme up until the point that Dark's allowed to say some shit to me or Guapo's allowed to say some shit to me, but then Conk gets banned for saying the same thing. Yep. I ain't say it's fair, man. I'm just saying it's what it is. I know I can draw on a tablet because I used to draw with a mouse in middle school. I think it's just the tool I like best, which is totally fair. Yeah. And you know, if you like it, like I don't have a particularly high regard or opinion for the iPad. I don't think it's an artist's tool, a professional tool. I think it's a fun thing to sketch with and whatnot. I do not think the iPad is a real artist. It's like a real professional tool. But there's a lot of people who have professional careers with iPads. You know, how do I explain that? I think they'd be a lot better off if they had a real tablet. But at the end of the day, one of the most important things is how you enjoy the tools. And so I say this on the high end of things, and I'll say it on the low end of things too. If you like the romance and dignity of painting on massive canvases and using the finest artist grade whatever paints, and you spend $4,000 on oil paint to make a painting that you sell for $6,000, go for it, right? If it makes you happy and it makes you make good art. But if you like the elegance and simplicity of an iPad and you can put that shit on your lap and you like doing it, and that's what's going to get you your furthest in your career, there's nothing wrong with that either. You know, if you were my student, somebody that I like personally was invested in your career, I would get you on a real tablet. you know? But at the end of the day, everyone's on their own journey, and the results speak for themselves. And if you're doing amazing art, then like, you know, obviously the tool works then for you. But with that, if you want to use sort of like tools that aren't considered to be like mainstream, or like programs and software because you like using, I don't know, fucking Linux or some shit, like, dude, then if that makes you feel better and like feel like you're doing something cool and you feel good about yourself when you're making your art or doing whatever, then you're gonna make better art. So even if I don't like the iPad, people have a great time using it and make amazing art, then I defend that as an artist tool, then sort of by definition, kind of contradicting what I'm saying, which is like funny, but you know, it's a complicated topic. I did it hacking did after 1 year. I finally hit the rank I set out as a goal. Rank in what, Alf? Congratulations, I think. What are we congratulating for? What rank are you? What the fuck are you talking about, Alf? That's the most out of context thing anyone's posted in my chat today. So what you got? Bro, I'm excited. You gotta tell me what we're excited for. What rank are we excited about? What is this shit? What are we doing? Sorry, smell smoky here. Wildfire smoke is here early, it seems. Yeah, we have our smoke out here too. I think California is on fire. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure, but I'm not. Wait, is it BC on fire? One of the two places are on fire. I don't remember which one. Love my 20s, didn't go out partying and drinking or anything. Matter of fact, I had never had a drop of alcohol. I want to keep it that way. I just had fun riding motorcycles, skydiving, and craving adrenaline. Became a dad at 21. Now I'm 30, a dad of 4 kids. That's lovely, dude. That's lovely. I can't wait to be a parent. I cannot wait to be a dad, man. That's fucking awesome. I'm proud of you. You did it right. Start that family early. Get married young. Have some kids. Brings meaning to your life, right? I wonder if if my career would have been further along if I had that extra meaning of like, gotta do it for the kids type thing, you know, as opposed to just like, gotta do it for me and the legacy. I think that happens with a lot of people when they become parents. You know, that they're worried that their career is gonna like tank because of it, but they actually go supercharged. I don't know. I'm very excited for you. That's awesome. What is this? There you go for context. All right, what are we excited about? Let's go. Oh, Tekken. Oh shit. Started playing fighting games in Tekken 8. Took me over a year, but now I have the goal. Wait, what rank did you get to? Promoted to Fujin. Oh shit, dude. Is that the highest rank? Dude, that's awesome. I played competitive fucking Tekken for years, around Tekken 6, 7-ish. Around there, I think. Maybe. Somewhere around there. And I tried to rank up. I don't remember what rank I was or what rank that they had back then, but that's fucking awesome, dude. That's an achievement and a half, Alf. I'm impressed, bro. Let's go, man. The master. I appreciate so much. I'm gonna even publicly like the tweet. That's right, dude. I never publicly like anything on Twitter. Holy man. That's fucking awesome, Alf. Let's go. I'm proud of you, dog. You worked really hard for that, man. That's awesome. Good job. Good job. That's an achievement and a half, man. It's a competitive game to play and get good at, so hell yeah, bro. The master himself. I was getting tablet for drawing, iPad or Android when I thought I was going to be bedbound from surgery, but I ended up not needing it. That's fair. That's fair. My work was always better on paper, and I couldn't figure out why for a while. Yeah. I mean, like that's the thing. Part of that too is like if your work's better on paper, stay on paper, dude. Like I think that sometimes the digital art world seems more glamorous than it actually is. You know what I mean? Like, why do people think digital art is the end game? Where did this culture come from? Because I don't think it is. I think the best artists actually are all traditional. And there's no reason why anyone needs to go to digital. Except for production artists. And that's actually about it. I think. You know? If you're doing really good traditionally, there's nothing wrong with staying with traditional. actually you probably have a better career if you can paint traditionally and you can stay traditional as long as possible. You probably actually have a way better career. I know personally, a lot of big IP companies like Wizards, comic book companies, whatever, they are seeking out traditional artists more so. It is a better idea in today's day and age. And also, oh my God, if you want to avoid the whole AI and Fiverr artist fiasco, paint traditionally. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Do you know how much more I could charge for my commissions if I sent people a physical copy of a painting? It would be unreal. Infinite money glitch. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, dude. The digital is not as glamorous as people think it is. I think it's just because it's a culture. All the cool kids are doing it, so people think that they have to, Both of me got married when we were 19, basically married the neighbor's kid. That's cute, dude. That's awesome, man. I married my high school girlfriend as well. So, I mean, not that you guys are necessarily dating in high school, but yeah, definitely a big fan of that tattoo. That's awesome, dude. You can show one modern song to a medieval peasant. Which song would it be? It'd be something by Skrillex. I tell them that I am the bringer of disease, the bearer of destruction, and the ender of worlds. Maybe that's a bad answer. The ability to share digital work and the ability to do color without buying more supplies. Well, I don't know, because I think that if you get really good traditionally and you don't really need to do that necessarily for color. The shared digital work, though, like, you just scan your shit. You just photograph it, man. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I think that why is digital art the industry standard? Digital art is the industry standard because when your art director comes to you at your morning meeting and says, "Hey guys, we need some painted concepts, and I need them by 2 p.m. So I need 6 concepts of this field with a knight in it by 2 p.m. from each of you." You're not going to bust the paints out and mix your colors and gesso your canvas and then wait for it to dry and hand it to your art director. And then what do you do with all that extra work that just like doesn't matter? So like digital artwork really has a use case. And for illustrators and freelancers, I think that the LARPing like you're an industry artist is unnecessary for a lot of people. Obviously, if you like digital art and you enjoy it, there's nothing wrong with it. But I think the problem is a lot of people feel forced into it, or like it is the thing you have to get to. Oh man, I can't wait till I can finally get a tablet. I'm gonna finally start making digital art. And I'm like, why? Oh, because then I'll be able to start making actual real art. It's like, dog, go buy some like acrylics or some shit. Like you can make much more accomplished art that'll matter a whole lot more in 100 years than on your tablet. So it's a starting point for competitive. That's what my FG friend said. That's awesome, Alf. I'm very impressed. Okay, I'm very impressed. What character did you use to do the climb? Because I don't remember entirely past like Tekken 7 or whatever. I don't know what people are playing right now and if there's any new characters. But I am curious because I did play Tekken quite competitively for a number of years. I feel more comfortable on paper, even as black and gray realism specialist. Like my clients ask me, "Where's your iPad, bro?" Just take a ballpoint pen and draw on your body. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of artists out there that are unreal with the shittiest pens in the box. So, good to see you, Vale. What's going on, bro? What's up? Wish I hadn't ended my relationship because I didn't feel like I deserved him. Biggest regret of my life. Had never dated since. Damn, bro. Damn, dude. Holy shit, bro. Well, I don't know, Say. I think you got a lot to offer, man. You got to get that confidence up in you. Showing the heaviest white girl music ever, like straight up blasting Teenage Dream from a JBL at max volume. Not Skrillex, really? Damn. Was that an unpopular take then to say Skrillex? Shit. I didn't realize I was the villain here. All right, well, fair enough, I guess. All right, we need little bog twigs and flowers and shit for our girl Lily here. Maybe we'll do a lily for Lily's hair, or maybe we'll do something non-lily like for Lily's hair, like a big scary grungly flower. Something kind of fantasy looking. With like teeth and shit. I love making up dumb like plants and animals and stuff, like little flowers and strange bushes and shrubberies and trees that feel like they could exist. You know, it's a great example of like great like flora fauna concept design is actually Avatar, I think. Avatar. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a new character named Reina. She's a new Mishima, the assumed daughter of Heihachi. Real. Hi, Jackie. Hello. What's up, Jackie? Good. The fuck? Thanks for the 10 subs, Jackie. I appreciate it. Holy shit, man. The legend herself. Happy Friday, dude. Jackie, good to see you. How you been? Dude, for those of you who don't know, Jackie Felling, one of my dearest friends, D&D player, amazing human being who I aspire to I guess follow in the footsteps of and be a person of agency, right? At some point in time, just like Jackie Felling. Thanks, Jackie. Thanks for the 10 gifts subs. I appreciate that. But you definitely don't have to do that, all right? I'm just honored to see you. What's up, bro? Good to see you, man. How you been? Jackie, I've been doing tons and tons of stuff recently that's very exciting. I can't wait to brag about it to you and Dashto and everybody in a couple of months. I'm looking forward to it. Love the hair wrap. Thanks, dude. We're giving her a little bog witch vibes. So she's gonna have some vines and thorns and flowers and things in there for this little request sketch that somebody put in on Kofi. So, gotta do a good job, all right? We need to make a good video out of this. We gotta make a substantial character design that I can meme on hard for an entire video's worth of time. It was pretty late. Cow, this is for Dark. This is Dark's character, Lily. So she is like, what was she on the witch scale? I think on the witch scale, what was it? I think she was like a +4, I think, or a 4-3 or something like that. I'm pretty sure on the witch scale. I don't remember. Whatever. God damn it, Jackie. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. You definitely don't have to do that, all right? That's a lot of subs, bro. I don't deserve that shit. I'm just happy you stopped by, man. You're kidding when you said extremely hot now included. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of just like embracing the meme at this point in time. If people are gonna meme on dunk on me, I got some comment yesterday from a YouTube comment. I just banned the guy because he's just dumb. But the guy was just like, I don't believe you. I don't think anyone has told you that your characters are too attractive. Nope, get the bag, man. I support that. But like, if you're gonna, like, only people without a brain would believe that this is a real story. And I'm just sitting there like, do I tell him? Do I tell him? Does he not know? Should he go look through my previous videos and comments? Oh my god. Do I tell him? But my policy is, even if somebody can be educated and can be like, you know, and I can say to them like, hey man, no, here's like 5 comments of people saying that literally in the last video, you dipshit. Like that, you could do that, but my policy on YouTube, Instagram, everywhere is if I see a negative comment, a critical comment, anything in that regard, immediate block, right? That's what you have to do. Oh shit, thank you for the raid, Pumpkin Unicorn. What's up, dude? Good to see you, friends. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What's up? What's up? What are y'all doing today? Tell me your tales, man. How was stream? Yo, welcome in, everybody. We're doing some D&D character commission requests today from Kofi. So you caught us at the beginning of drawing Lily the Bog Witch. While I meme with my chat that apparently I don't know how to draw normal characters anymore. But good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Tell me of your tales. What are y'all doing on stream today? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yo, and go drop a follow there and show some love, yo. Go smash that follow button over there if you're from my chat. Did some Weaver birds today. Ooh, like studies or illustrative stuff. Wait, that's really cool. Oh shit. That's actually rad. I love that. That's like real artist shit right there. God damn. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Pumpkin. God damn. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta go check your stream up then. Yeah, hold up. I like lore pages. That's fucking rad. Hold on, I actually want to see if you don't mind. If you don't mind, I'm gonna snoop. I'm gonna snoop. I like seeing what my artist peers are working on. Hey, what the fuck was? Okay, hold on. If you don't mind me just sliding in and just like seeing the VOD. Started lots of 2 days ago. Oh, the VOD isn't up yet. Damn it. Shit. Okay. Well, I won't be able to snoop the VOD, but maybe I'll catch you when you're live next. That's dope, dude. I appreciate the raid, Pumpkin. I'm honored. Seriously. Thank you very much. Guys, go drop a follow for Pumpkin. Dude, your work's phenomenal. Oh, I love this shit. Wait, hold up. Where's your Instagram? Yeah, hold on. Let me just guys, let me take a brief interlude here. A brief little Twitch artist stalking interlude. What do we got? Oh shit, dude. Like, this is so lovely, man. Wait, you're so cool. Holy shit. I love your work. I'm a fan. Follow. Dude. There she is. Shadow Honey. Fucking get after it. I did a piece of Shadowheart, and one of my comments was, why does she have white hair? And I was like, oh no. Oh no, who's gonna tell him? Oh, nobody tell him. That's awesome. Here, I'll drop Pumpkin's Insta as well. But yeah, the spoilers, right? I was like, no, nobody tell him, nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. Wait, conventions? What conventions are you doing? Comic Fiesta. That's cool. That's rad, dude. Dude, I wanted to do a piece of Isabella and Aelin, or Isabel and Aelin, so bad because I do like ASMR Paladins all the time. That's awesome. You're so fucking cool, Pumpkin. I'm a fan now. Holy shit, dude. Absolutely rad. All right. I'm inspired. I got supercharged today. Your presence has given me an aura of inspiration, so I'm ready. We're actually gonna do some real art today. Like that, Shadow Honey? Yeah, for real, right? Actual legend. What the hell, man? You lost your paintbrushes, Conk? Oh man. What are you doing, dog? What are you losing your paintbrushes? All right, what else did you do before we get onto our line work here? Because I feel like I'm spending more time on the like sketch like portion, like under sketch, and I'm kind of more comfortable this way. Like the last piece, like Brooklyn's last character, which I need to actually go over. The sketches feel like they're taking more and more like time to do. Right? Oh shit! This is no wait. I'm recording this. Damn it! I have to delete that part. Shit. Fuck.
Damn, I'm still here.
What's up, Mel?
God,
hello. Wait, why? Wait, why? I'm so confused. What's up, Mel? What's going on? Thanks for the 29 months. Holy shit, bro. Good to see you, Mel. Welcome back. Good to have you around. I assume the land of meetings has been productive. You know? All things good to go on project and whatnot. Thanks, dude. Appreciate the sub. There's somewhere. Where the somewhere is, I don't know. That's fair. Yeah. All right. Don't lose your paintbrushes. You know when you stop losing your paintbrushes? The day you stop losing your paintbrushes is the day you spend more than $100 on a paintbrush. I bought my very first like good watercolor brushes when I was like 22 or 23 and just out of art school, and they were like well over $100 each. And I bought a set of 5 or 6 of them, and I never ever mistreated my brushes after that. It fixed me, man. It fixed me. Now, I never used them really all that much because who the fuck wants to paint in watercolor when you can paint dragons in oil? Personal preference, I guess. But I still am glad I have those, because if I ever do want to reignite a watercolor / gouache career, at least I have them, you know? So.
Had my Kobold press meeting introduction on Wednesday and got to
excellent.
meet some of the other creators that won, and it was amazing.
Let's go, dude.
I can't wait to get my gremlin hands on the book to do the plotting.
Let's go, dude. That's awesome. I'm thrilled for you, Mel. That's really exciting. Could possibly show you a page I worked on today. I'm a big watercolor fan. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I think I do. Wait. I don't have links. If it's on your Instagram or it's a story or something, links are disabled in my stream, unfortunately. But if you post it in Discord or if you have it on your Insta or whatever, and you can tell me where to go look at it, I would love to see what you're working on today. I like gouache. I only started with it recently. Why do you like gouache? Why? Because gouache is very... Listen, gouache has... it has strengths and weaknesses, and I'm always curious when somebody says they like gouache, what it is they like about it. Because it's a very contentious issue, I guess. Got like 50 of them. It's fine. I Can't find them because I've used them. Haven't used them in months. Oh, okay. Well, time to get after your painting then. Conk. Time to make it a daily routine. How are you ever going to get accepted into the finest French art schools if you aren't painting daily? Right? How are you ever going to create your career of making a NSFW Patreon for... Oh, wait, that's the Sakimi-chan arc. Never mind. How are you going to make a career of drawing goblins for Paizo? How are you going to make a career of... Yeah, wait, hold on. What else is there? What do we do as artists?
I can't wait to talk to you more about the project if you are up to dealing with me again, Evan.
Yeah, this weekend I'll probably be around. I'll probably be around this weekend. I don't know. Yeah, for sure, dude. Thanks for 100 bits. Appreciate it, Mel. Okay, Twitch DMs. Wait, I never use my Twitch DMs. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. There we are. Oh, that's so good. I love this, dude. What a designer too. Actually using like Lorem Ipsum block text. That's some designer shit right there. I love this. This is phenomenal. Yeah, like different classes or archetypes or whatever for them. The Weaver's Arcane. I love this, dude. I love the texture and everything. This is gonna be rad when it's finished. I'm impressed. All right. You already won me over. Come on, bro. What are you doing? Now you're just inspiring me even more, so that's really cool. I'm a fan. Lawrence is my best friend, dude. That's like some designer shit though, right? Like I never meet artists that know how to do layout, that have any graphic design like layout training. That's actually kind of rad. Everyone's around this weekend for you, right? Right? I know. I'm not sure if I'll have room for the project, but I will try and do my best to help you out with it. I know that this is an important thing for you. I'll make you look good in front of Cobalt Press if I can. If timing works out and everything. And budget and all those things. But we'll make something work, I guess. We'll make something work. Okay. All right. I need to be done with the undersketch. I think we need to actually start drawing today. Line work. Ooh, that's how you spell line work. Undersketch. Delete sketch. Lily. See, I named my layers today. Before I even draw. Line work, whatever. Delete sketch. Delete sketch. Okay. I think I've been recording this whole time, right? Yeah. I think so. Yeah. All right, we get into it. Okay. God fucking damn it. Okay. What's up, Aduria? Thanks for the 100 bits. Let's see. Okay, last distraction.
It's a wonderful skill. Also, do you have any tips on wrist stuff?
On wrist stuff?
To stretch and relax my wrist since I used to draw very tense and it feels weird.
Yes. Okay, first of all, Aduria, 9.5, great dog. 9.5, great dog. Second, wrist stuff. There's one stretch that I want you to do, Aduria. One stretch. Okay? Well, there's two things I want you to do. So, I can tell you what to do that'll fix your wrists as an artist. Whether you're willing to do it and trust me on it, entirely out of my hands, but I'll give you the correct information. So there's two main things that you can do besides not holding your pen / pencil / brush or tool like an absolute idiot. And I can't control that. You know if you're holding your pen pencil like an absolute idiot, and after that, if you can't, fix that, then there's nothing that anyone can do to help. But there's two stretches. There's two things. One stretch and one exercise. The first stretch for your wrist and forearm, okay, is you're going to take one finger at a time, and you're going to roll that finger up really tight into your fist. You can do two if you want, if it's more comfortable. And then you're going to roll your entire fist and arm up. Roll the entire contraption up as tight as you can and keep pressure on your hand. Keep your hand, ball, and finger and everything all in a ball, and then stretch the arm out. So you roll it and stretch the arm out. Okay? This is extremely good for the like muscle right here for your tendons and shit in your elbow. The whole contraption gets stretched out. Do one finger at a time. Then you do your ring finger. You hold it for a couple minutes there. And then you do your pinky finger. And then you do that. And then you do one finger at a time. And you should feel a stretch in a muscle right here in between these two larger muscles. There's a muscle that runs along here that you can feel move up and down if you move your wrist like this. That is a big contributing factor to wrist pain, is this muscle getting tense, because we are not designed to have our wrists like this for basically any amount of time. Okay, so this muscle gets like pinched and doesn't like it, and so it starts putting tension on the wrist. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I want you to go to the gym and deadlift. I'm not kidding. I want you to deadlift. There's something that happens when you exert grip. We're supposed to grip things. That's how the muscle is supposed to work. Our hands, our wrist, our forearm, the whole contraption is supposed to grab onto shit. Okay? And so deadlifting, what it lets you do is it lets you hold the most amount of weight and train your grip with the highest amount of weight that you can grab. It's also really good for your back and posture as an artist, and core, which will let you keep better posture. But for your wrist specifically, the deadlifting, holding a very hard to lift amount of weight and building grip strength in there, will strengthen everything around your wrist and make it feel a whole lot better. And if I'm not working out and I'm not deadlifting for a couple of weeks, guys, it's like when I had COVID or whatever, I noticed it. Pain started coming back into it. I was told about this by a physio and I couldn't believe it worked. So any kind of machine row or whatever, anytime you're holding onto weight and pulling, that's better than pushing, obviously, because you're training your grip. The reason I say deadlift is because it's the most amount of weight that you can lift, right? So it's the most intense grip training. If you want to do dead hangs as well, depending on how athletic you are, you can also do that. But anything that can strength train your grip, and I don't mean strength training like you don't want to train your grip for like as a pump. So you don't want to grab those like little grip trainer things where you have to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze. That's not what you're looking for. That's like building forearm muscle. You want to grab onto something and hold it as long as you can. That's very heavy. And also deadlift is really good because it also pulls and stretches your entire like shoulders, everything out. Right? And if you're deadlifting properly, you're going to feel it in your back, you're going to feel it in your shoulders, you're going to feel it a little bit in your arms, you're going to feel it in your lower back, and depending on how you deadlift your legs as well. Really game changing for artists. And you're like, deadlifting for my wrist? Yes, deadlifting for your wrist. Yep. I mean it. People think I'm crazy until they try it.
Pilates stream when? Not joking.
I mean,
thing immediately lol.
That one's crazy, isn't it?
I'm doing physical therapy now, working my way back up to full workouts since my body hates me.
That's it. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. That's what I like to hear.
Good body Van Blahart if you can't. You are Mr. Popular, so it's understandable. Smile. I just wanted to extend the invitation to you first before anyone else. Using this chance with Kobold Press to put peeps that deserve to be seen by the company as well. I don't want to be alone when I know so many other creative geniuses and make a platform for it. Red heart emoji.
Well, I appreciate
also,
that, Mel.
Get swell, bro.
Yeah,
cool
right?
Face emoji.
Right? Actually, for real, though. Yeah, we should do the art workout stream. Thanks a lot of bits. I appreciate it. I missed your response to gouache. Oh, okay, hold up. Opacity has like watercolor and the silkiness of oil and the vibrancy of acrylic with the chalky flat finish. That's actually a great reason. You know what? That actually checks out, though, say. I hear a lot of people say a lot of stupid shit about why they like gouache that's just pretentious. That all checks out. Okay, fair enough. That's some artist shit right there. Yeah, what the hell, man? All right. Never doubt say, apparently. Good God, man. That was an artist answer as hell, so I'm impressed. You have a very specific reason, and it's nice. It is, though, right? Yeah, for real. No, there's a lot of physical stuff that like is very important for your longevity as an artist, and there's a reason why most artists that are like accomplished industry artists are just side effect jacked. It's like a meme, right? The concept art team are always just like lifting at lunch or whatever. That with the brogrammers, the senior artists and the brogrammers go lifting at lunch at like Blizzard and whatnot, and it actually kind of checks out, man. There's very important physical training things that you can do that'll increase your longevity and health as an artist by a good margin. So, yeah, actually, though, right? Okay, I remember to start with the eyes. I remember that we talked about the other day. I'm always going to try and start these pieces with the eyes, if we can. Now, is that a good idea? I don't know, but it should make for a better process video, I'm hoping. I was a painter before a stroke? Oh, so you got that in your DNA then. I never had anybody creative in my family. Not a single ounce drop of creativity in my family. No artists, no anything like that. They're like, bro, everybody in my family was like business or blue collar. Like, where the fuck did you come from, Evan? What happened to you, man? How did you get this? I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. Dad's a business person. Mom's a business person. Brother's an engineer. Then I'm like finger painting with ketchup or whatever, some shit. And they're like, oh, God. Oh, geez. Well, at least we have one son that's gonna, you know, do something with his life. At least the oldest one might actually get somewhere. And they were right about that. They at least had one son get somewhere. I'm still finger painting with ketchup, man. I'm just making videos of it now. To be fair, they're supportive. It's just kind of a meme, though, right? You know, music makes me happy. It makes me happy too. Jackie, Dashto said that he has another album that he's like working on or whatever for Eldara. I don't know. I haven't seen that kid in. So like I accept that Dashto and I like that he just goes into the tank and I don't even talk to him for fucking years at a time. And I always miss the hell out of him, but I understand this is like part of his process. But last I talked to him a couple of months ago, he said that he was working on another album or something like that, or some shit or whatever, and like for Eldara after his Baroque thing. And I'm so curious as to what he's like cooking with it, or if he even still is cooking it. I don't know what's going on with that kid, man. He's got that artist's process, you know. Retires to seclusion for months at a time and then emerges with some sort of project or whatever. So he just like creates a thing and then shows it off to the world, and you're like, okay, cool, see you in another 4 years. I love it. I can't wait to hire him as my composer full time. I'm gonna put him in some French apartment or whatever, and just like knock on the door in 6 months and ask him if he has any music yet. And that'll be the entirety of his process. I gave you a lot of super kind advice the other day to help me move forward. He is a treasure? Wow. Well. Honestly, say nobody asks for like actual advice on how to improve. Like nobody actually unironically asks for advice on how to like get like improve at stuff or like build things and whatnot. And like, you know, a lot of artists spend a lot of time complaining about shit, but don't actually like want to change, you know, and want to grow. And it's such a hack when you realize that you can just ask people how to do shit and they'll like tell you. I did that a lot when I was like starting out with commissions and stuff. I'd be asking other artists like, yo, how do you price this thing? Or how do you figure this out? Or how do you find these clients? And they're like, bro, nobody asked me about this shit.
Fitness challenge and also a life thing. My family
yes.
and me are moving to Madrid, so I'ma be walking a lot.
Ah, that's
Viva
cool.
España. Mexico is better.
Wait, so you're moving to Madrid? Where? Like from where? From NA? I don't remember where you live. I'm sorry, Ezra. That's really cool though. That's a big fucking move. Holy shit. Holy shit, dog. That's cool. Well, yeah. I mean, I'd assume then that you're gonna kind of crush it on the walking challenge if you have like one of the most beautiful cities in the world, theoretically, to walk around, I guess. What's up, Ernesto? Good to see you, man. Hello. What's up?
Also am offended I do use your advice, Frown and Yem from New Jersey.
Wait, what do you mean use my advice? I'm talking about like deep artist shit, like how to get clients and how to grow and things like that. Not just like general sort of like art tips and stuff like that. I'm talking about the tough side of it, the like industry shit. You know? That's what I'm talking about. That's a big change though. Going from New Jersey to Madrid. I hope you have the best time. That sounds like a phenomenal adventure. And thanks so many bits though. I appreciate it, Zero.
And Blair Art, not me over here crying again cause of you.
What did I do? The fuck? What do you mean?
Oh, got it.
Hi, Azalea.
And the almighty Zura bit spam is back tongue L underscore.
I actually have new crumbs, Zura. I could send you a new golden crumb if you wanted. One of the new ones. Do they respect your choice to do art? Salesian, my parents have always respected my choice to do art. They have never told me to do anything different. They've never tried to push me into any other field. They have gotten scared and told me to, like, you know, what's the right way of doing it or saying it?
Patreon rewards today. They are beautiful.
Let's go, dude. Fucking get it, man. I'm glad you like it, Azalea. Thanks for the support on Patreon. I appreciate it. This month should be pretty rad. I'm very excited about this month's Patreon. So, yeah, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, Salesian, my parents have never told me not to do art. They have had the conversation where they're like, ooh, you know, maybe this thing isn't working out so much. Maybe you want to try and, like, you know, play it safe and go down the route of maybe, like, you know what I mean? Of like, they've had the very reasonable conversation with me of like, look, kid, it's good to chase your dreams, but you want to be reasonable. I don't think that you can ask a parent to, well, people who truly love you will let you burn yourself to the ground if what you're doing is important enough. And it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch somebody failing, struggling, you know, if you care about them. And this is why I say Ella has such a burden to bear, because she has to watch me destroy myself for my dreams. But she loves me enough to do that. Now, to say, does a parent not love you enough to do that? Or do they love you too much to be able to whatever? I don't think it's about a love with a parent. I think parents don't have the capacity of being able to watch their children go off and, like, maybe destroy themselves in pursuit of a goal. Their parents will always have the overprotective, whoa, let's be responsible here, maybe you need to get a different job, maybe this is whatever. So they've done that, but they've always been supportive. They never told me not to have an art career or whatever. So they've been more supportive than I think a lot of people and can say that their parents have been for their art careers. So no, they've been good and lovely, and they, you know, they knew I was gonna be an artist the entire time. So yeah, they're as far as I know, they're very proud of me. You know, they're very impressed with my like growth stats. You know, like my dad would be like, "Oh, you know, son, I saw you got another like 100 Twitch followers since we last saw you," or whatever. You know, this is very, very sweet stuff like that. They're very both my parents and their spouses are very impressed with like my like growth recently, my like Instagram growth or whatever. So when I hit 10,000 like followers on Instagram this year, that's when like one of my parents was just like, "Wow, so you're like a celebrity now." I'm like, So they're very excited about things like that you know are kind of like funny for me to remember. That's like, oh yeah, that is pretty cool or whatever. So no, they're great. They're great.
I remember I was subbed to the Patreon for like 5 months.
Yeah, dude.
Where's my wallet? Rummages around in my memory vault.
Yeah, okay, man. Okay, dude. Well, I paused my Patreon for a very long time, and it's actually up and running again. So I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited about sending stuff out again to people. Yeah, dude, that was fun, man. This month's rewards are going to be the rune sketch for Horizon. So a very important lore one. A little bit of a different type of sketch, but an important one. I think, anyway. I think it's important. Maybe. I've raised the bits though. Thank you guys. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you. Parents will always have that backup plan mentality. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
You can't blame them for
funny.
it.
I was subbed for like 5 months with no rewards because vibes.
What? I sent out your stuff because you didn't get your stuff monthly. Then I confirmed your address and I said, did you still? The fuck? Because there was you and one other person that basically weren't getting their rewards. And so I sent a fucking tracked like giga package with like another set of stuff.
No, the universe hates me.
Okay. Well, that's fucking upsetting. Now I'm gonna. Okay, all right. Is there what? Were you on the sketch card tier? Or were you on the print tier? Because I'm gonna find every fucking print or make a new goddamn sketch card, and I'm gonna send it fucking courier to you. All right? I'm gonna confirm a. Okay, hold on. Are you kidding me? Fucking USPS, man. 5 months rewards. Mail. Is there? I'm gonna make this a priority this weekend, okay?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, I'll figure it out. I'll look it up, okay? I will DM you Azura on Sunday. Okay? And we will figure this out. Because that's not okay. That's not acceptable for me. Whenever the post is being stupid, I lose my fucking shit over it, but that's still not okay. Makeup rewards. Okay. I'm gonna send you a big awesome thing in the mail then for your rewards and something extra, okay? It may impact deliveries. Wait, what? Peace and Patreon, there's a potential can of post striking. Oh, we're not gonna worry about that for Azura stuff, okay?
Oh,
why the rare alert?
Paladin, it's the lip scar.
The fuck?
Oh.
That's like a 1%. I really appreciate you care so much. I'm now embarrassed. You don't need to be embarrassed, Azura. I'm mad because I'm mad because I spent so much time trying to make up for all the mail issues, and I thought I was done with it. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the American Post system. Because I've been absolutely fucking rolled recently by the American Post system. And I thought I was done with that. I thought I was good. I thought I was caught up. I thought everyone who was missing things had their things except for the Papegas. That's a whole extra other thing. But I thought everything was good. And now I find that USPS is being USPS. So, all right. Worry not, Azura. I will make this up to you. Okay. I will make this up. Let me fix this. Fucking USPS. Holy shit. The lip scar. Yes, the lip scar alert. Exactly. That's the rare one. Should it be rare? I don't know.
They just started defunding USPS again. So like America is hell.
It's been difficult to send things to the US, I'll admit. It's been more difficult to send things to the US recently. And we're not gonna get into it, but it's been a challenge. Okay? It's been a challenge. That's what I can say. Sending mail to the United States of America has been less good than it has in previous years, we'll just say. It's been more difficult, okay? I may have hit mine. I still don't have April 3rd tier thing yet. Still? Damn, you live pretty close though, Nick. I mean, I'd say double check the address that you sent me, but I mean, I don't have it anymore. So. Like, I'd assume it'd be there by now. So, yeah.
Are there only 2 tiers now?
Yes, there are only 2 tiers now. I simplified a lot of it because the bigger ones and the sketch tiers and stuff, I just wrapped it all into one of 2 tiers to make it easier on shipping and less confusing. People were like saying that they didn't understand like what the tiers got you or whatever, the difference between them, and it was just a bit weird. And so when I relaunched it, I just tried to simplify it and make it a little bit easier for people to know like what one is a physical tier, one is a digital tier, right? So there's not like multiple physical tiers, because the problem is like, you know, you have like the sketch card, right? So you had like the sketch card tier, and then you had the print tier, and then you had the sketch card plus print tier, and then you had the sketch card plus print plus ink sketch tier. And it's like, what if I want the sketch card and the print, but I don't want the whatever? People were like rightfully confused as to what the fuck my Patreon even was. So I have a physical tier and a digital tier now. So that's the simplification, I guess, for the EBA Patreon now. But Azure, I will fucking courier this shit out, so you should have it literally within the week. Okay? Okay. That's what we're gonna do. I have to add my full name to it. I'll have to give you my name in that case. I mean, the orb's gone. What the names shouldn't matter unless somebody at your house is like, "What the fuck is this?" and threw it out. That shouldn't matter. I put weird names on stuff all the time for people. I'll put Twitch names on it, man. The name doesn't matter.
Okay, I got 2 of these messages left.
Okay.
First, I gotta say, Evan,
Yes.
streams are really fun and parasocially you're a bunch. And 2.
Thanks, Azura. I appreciate that. And 2, all right.
L underscore.
God damn it.
L underscore.
God
L
damn it.
underscore.
Why did I think this? Why did I expect anything better?
L underscore.
Oh my
L
god.
underscore.
Why would I ever accept anything better? Okay. God fucking. Thank you for the 200 bits, Azura. I appreciate that. That is very, very kind of you. I'm honored. Thank you, dude. Seriously. I disappoint myself. Why did I think? Okay. Yep. Shit. Incentivize pigeon if they can't defund the birds. That's true. Well, it's just so getting anything through customs into the US right now is a lot tougher. Especially from Canada, because there's been issues with like people getting drop shipped stuff from China through Canada. So now, you know, fine, but American border is like looking at Canadian stuff very carefully. So everything in Canada has to have a made in Canada sticker on it now. So if you guys are getting prints from me or anything, it's going to have a made in Canada sticker on it. Why? Because if customs opens it and says, what the fuck is this? There has to be, so I have to include a letter in packages saying that I made this, and it has to have a made in Canada sticker. So when people are getting their packages, they're opening it. It's like, wow, it's a big formal letter, basically to a customs agent that opens up the goddamn box and not to me. All right, throw that shit out. And then there's the letter to whomever or whatever. So it is annoying. But you know what? I don't live there. And if I want to do business with the great United States of America, then I have to play on y'all's terms. And fair enough. So if American border and customs and shit wants me to fucking put letters in and stickers on everything, so be it. I will happily play along, because if I want to do business in the US market, then I got to play by y'all's rules. Unlike the European market, where I say I'm not sending shit over there. Fuck you guys. It's too complicated. Not worth my time. I can send letters to Europe though. Letters are fine. Letters don't, you know, that's not an issue. It's just it's just parcels and stuff that are the real pain in the ass and the problem. So we do our best though, right? We do our best. That's all we can do. And then we complain about it on Twitter after, but that's like an important part of the process for me, at least. I just thought I was done with everything from last year with all the US like postal bullshit problems. I thought I was done, man. It's also just especially shitty because I'm pretty sure it's individual like cards, and prints going missing are annoying. Sketch cards and one of one like original art going missing is just so unbelievably grating on my artist's soul. Knowing there's an art card or whatever that just didn't get to somebody, that didn't get sent back either. Because if something gets sent back, I don't have a problem with that. Right? It's like something didn't work with the address or whatever. Hey, no problem, no sweat. Hey, I messaged the person, like, just so you know, I just got this back in the mail. You know, your address didn't check out for whatever reason. Can I double check with you? And then I just resend it. Not an issue, right? But the problem is if it's like just gone, person's like, I don't know, I didn't get it. It's like, I didn't get it back. So it's somewhere, you know. It's just gone forever, right? That's the really grating thing. What's up, Ein? Good to see you. Not my rules or terms. I'm daydreaming Canada will adopt Washington State one day. You know what, man? I had this fucking joke for years about how I wanted America to annex Canada so we'd get American Amazon Prime and shipping, and now I can't make that joke anymore. It's on cooldown for a couple of months, maybe. Fuck, dude. Shit, man. Every time you have a good one, a good joke, and then it gets ruined. It's very tragic. It's the worst part of my day, anyway. I don't know, man. I'm just trolled. I'm just trolled by the mail. That's it. I'm trolled by our mail too. Like, listen, I'm not gonna shit on the American post system here and not equally and rightfully shit on the Canadian post system. The Canadian post system has been an absolute abomination. Y'alls don't get to monopolize having dog shit post, all right? Okay. How are you? I'm good. I'm chilling, dude. I just got a really fun character to do today, so I'm in a good mood. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're chilling. Yeah, right, Sleege? It's just so upsetting when you have a good joke and then it gets ruined. You know? Oh, well. I'll find another one. I'll find another one of these days. Just shouldn't joke around, Evan. Canada should take over the US and make a true democracy so we can have all their stuff with free healthcare. No. No, because I want the American Amazon Prime. You think I want Canadian Amazon Prime all through America? No. I want American Amazon Prime. You guys can Prime anything, bro. I was at my friend fucking Byron's house. I primed some dental floss. It was there in 2 hours, dude. Like a drone with a Jeff Bezos fucking mask over it. Just like fucking flew away. I was like, damn, bro. In Canada, you have to like use like a moose horn to like fucking call the herd over to like bring you your packages. No. The joke can't go the other way. Has to be American Amazon Prime. Has to be American Netflix. Has to be American shipping. You know how expensive it is to buy shit in Canada, bro, from the US? I bought Ella a necklace from a store last Christmas, and the customs brokerage fee was $80 on a $100 necklace. Oh my god. I almost lost my shit at the poor FedEx guy at the door. And I was like, this is bullshit, right? And he's like, yeah. I was like, all right. I was going to give him a hard time because he's just like some fucking FedEx delivery guy or whatever. He doesn't control any of that shit. It's not like he could do anything for me. But I was like, I just want to make sure that like I'm not crazy. This is some bullshit, right? He's like, yeah, totally is. Okay, cool. As long as we're all caught up, right? Love your art style. It's so cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you. Damn, dude. That made my day a little bit better. See, I gotta focus on the positivity, alright? After my negativity bias makes me unable to let go of bad YouTube comments, I need to focus on the positive, man. That or just dunk on negative YouTube comments on stream once a day to get out of my system. that could also work, but that I feel is a toxic spiral I don't want to go down. Then you're still giving it air and oxygen. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, man. Even if it's funny. I don't know why I've gotten so much negativity, though, on YouTube in the last, like, couple of days, though. It's been really weird. I've never had to delete so many comments or, like, purge so much shit or whatever. Like, ever. It's been very strange. You want negative comments to dunk on right now? Nah. Nah, because the people aren't gonna know it's a meme, right? On YouTube. They're gonna think it's, like, super surreal? Serious? I try to say through two things at the same time. Einlegger, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you in the guild. Thanks, dude. Welcome. Yeah. That or hidden TikTok comments. The one thing that I wonder if I should, like, screenshot them so that when I make a video talking about, like, getting hate for drawing, like, attractive characters, I can actually just, like, post some, like, comments or whatever. You know, and not get skepticked like I did yesterday. Just scrolling Twitch and your art style popped out, and now I'm here. Oh, really? From just Twitch discovery, dude. Wow. Almost nobody ever finds my channel just by, like, going through the art category or whatever. That's really cool. I'm honored you stopped by then. Thank you. Most of the work I do is for D&D or other fantasy RPGs and stuff like that for people. If that's your jam, you're in the right place, my friend. Okay. I am glad that we remembered to start with the eyes this time, because the eyes were... this was an important thing that I didn't want to forget this time. We start with eyes for the recording process videos. That's what we do now. From now on, always, okay? Polarization of everything expanding out. America is like 10, like level 10 sickening radiance. Oh, yeah? I don't know, man. I don't watch the fucking news or let any of that shit get to me, so... I omit myself from all of the issues of the day. Just focus on my art and just chill. And it frustrates the hell out of people, right? Like, people in my family are like, don't you want to talk about how mad we are about things? I'm like, not really. Aren't you mad about these things? Nah. But these are serious issues, Evan. I'm like, so is my World of Warcraft fucking item level. Like, dude, I gotta do a delve, man. I'm like, holy shit. I am more ruined crests. That'll look interesting, and I need motivation to draw. You need motivation to draw? Come on, you can do it. You have a whole world in that imagination of yours. You owe it to society to gift your ideas to the world. You have momentum, skill, and willpower. All you have but to do is step aside and allow your greatness to shine as an artist. So get that fucking pencil out and let's go, dude. Let me see what you got. Most of the art section is just literally anime, so your stream stands out. Well, you know what? Honestly, I thought I couldn't stream in the art section because of that. For the first, like, 4 years of my stream on Twitch, I didn't stream in the art category. I streamed in the D&D category because I talk about D&D a lot, and all this stuff is, like, for the most part for my D&D adventure or something along those lines. So, yeah, I really liked it being in the D&D category because a lot of people would come in. The art category was, like, hit or miss as far as, like, the kind of people that would show up. Draxia, thanks for the 8 months, dude. Appreciate it. Thanks for the resub. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back to the guild for another month. Honored to have you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Goes a long way. Seriously, thank you, Drexia. And I would stream in the art category, like, here or there at the beginning of my Twitch, my time on Twitch, and I would get told by people like, "Bro, you gotta draw anime. You gotta draw anime. Nobody wants, like, whatever you're doing. Just draw anime. Come on, man. Can't you draw anime? That's cool, man. Like, your art's cool, but can you draw anime?" And it got really old really fast. And so I just didn't stream in the art category for years because I had a couple bad experiences. And it wasn't until recently that I decided, you know what, screw it. I want to be in the art category. I want to make art friends. I want to, like, you know, talk about art more. So I'm doing it. And I'm really glad I did, because I'm really happy here. Paint on bicep. Wait, what? Look at my pinky finger, and now it's hard to draw. That's fair. Yeah. If you can't hold your pencil or brush or whatever properly, that does make it extra difficult. I will admit that. That's fair and reasonable. Balanced, true. This piece is going to take me forever, isn't it? I'm just realizing now. These portraits, the scope in which I like originally thought about them on Kofi expanded so much. And so I increased the price of them to try and reflect that for the next round that I have. But I'm worried that I'm spending too much time on them even with that. But I really want them to be really good, you know? I don't want to like compromise on... I'd rather do fewer sketches for people than do like lesser sketches. Even if those are the... Even though these are supposed to be like kind of like easier, quicker. I'm realizing that no matter what, man, I don't work very fast. I take my time on shit, and that's just the way it is for my art at this point. And I think I'm starting to accept that. Hopefully it's like not a pain point for the next round of Kofi sketches that I open up in June. For me, because I'll have a lot of work to do. I guess I'm learning right now, right? Figuring out my footing for it. Seeing how long it takes me to do shit. Typical anime community has to make it sucky for everyone. Well, I mean, I think that there's just a lot of people that they like what they like, and there's an expectation on Twitch to sort of fit into a mold or a niche of stylization. And you know, it's people like what they like, I guess. Can't blame them for that. And I do like anime. It's just anime is not an art style that serves what I want to do very well. Anime is a very trendy art style. If you want like to look trendy, with you wear trendy clothes, right? And you look like a well-adjusted, trendy person that is, you know, fits in with the sort of the current age. But if you want your fashion, let's just say, to go further and be more classical and timeless, then you know, you don't sort of like wear the trends, you wear the classics. The same thing is true with art. You know, if you want your art to have like long legs on it and be like useful to your project for a lot of years, you should probably pick something that's more classical in style as opposed to like trendy in style. So anime, cartoony kind of stuff like that. It looks out of date within 10 years. So how is it going to look as a style in 30, 40, 50 years? And so I love anime. There's nothing wrong with anime. I adore the art style. I've always enjoyed it. But for my own work, it's just not productive for what I want in my career. That's why I never really like do it then, because of that. And yeah, sometimes the community, then they only want what they want. They want the anime and that's it. You know, I do occasionally this like VTuber art series that I do, that I think I'm gonna like maybe not do it anymore, because I would like do these like VTuber friends or people that I know or that I watch in my style, and some of their, not them, they're all very sweet, but some of their like community got like a little weird about it. I get comments like, "Bro, why wouldn't you do so and so in her style? I don't get it. I don't get this. Why make this?" So someone commented on a Twitter post, I think it was, where they just said, "Why would you make this?" No question mark. Just why would you make this? In response to somebody saying that about the style, I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll, you know, I guess the anime community wants the anime community wants. So, you know, wrote a 500-word essay for my scholarship and sent it through AI detectors in case I write like AI, and it said 55% AI because I was too coherent. Ooh, one of my paintings, I think, the Realms of Eldar tile painting, one of the websites when we did this one day as a joke, Sleepy said that painting was like 90 something percent AI, and I'm like, I recorded myself painting it. What the fuck? So sometimes you can't win, Sleepy. Sometimes you can't win. But unfortunately, we live in a new world, so good on you for like checking that shit, right? Because someone's gonna check it at some point in time, and you have to figure out how to like pass the tests as well, or not get like bitten by the tests. Things back to your VTubing friend saying she hates it. To Minnie, yeah, right. Right? God, man, these VTuber friends of mine are so toxic. I mean, some of my VTuber friends really, really love it, but I realize that if I'm doing VTubers that I know and I'm not friends with, like Miwa Bell and I are not friends. I wouldn't ever presume that. Miwa's a great streamer, and I'm familiar with her, and we're in the same circle. We have mutual friends, but I would never like call us friends. I would never like try and assume that familiarity. That'd be very rude. And I think that like if I'm gonna do VTuber art of somebody like in my style, it has to be someone that I know very well, whose community knows me. That then isn't gonna be like, why is this weirdo trying to like farm clout off my VTuber by not even drawing her in her style? Like, yes. Right. That is the way it works, isn't it? That is the way it works in the modern era. Okay, well, I guess I know better now, you know? That or I'll just enter my Critical Role fan art arc. I enjoyed my brief stint in Baldur's Gate 3 fan art. That was fun. I really enjoyed that. I don't know. Fan art's great. Like, I don't want to use fan art to grow, and a lot of artists treat it like it's only for growth. I like doing fan art for studying, like, ideas and designs and stuff like that. You see how other artists construct things, and when you're forced to replicate it, you're forced to study it, in a way. So it's actually very useful, I think, as a tool. Yeah, I haven't seen Miniful in ages, man. Ever since she finished her subathon. The best cartoonists are classically composed anyway, Disney too. Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday for a little while, Drexia. But basically, yeah, you have to be able to, like, if you actually want to be good at a heavy stylization, you have to be able to paint and draw realistically. Your fundamentals, you can't hide from them with style. But that's a big problem within the kind of the modern YouTube teaching, self-taught kind of community, is that there's this like assumption that you can just learn how to draw a style and you don't have to learn fundamentals. Because, you know, you kind of don't, I guess. You can be passable and hireable and like never learn your fundamentals and just like draw anime and shit all day and like, you know, get commissions and whatnot and build a career off of it. You'll never be great that way, but a lot of people like don't care about that. They care about paying the bills and drawing hot anime booba and like, you know, getting follows on Twitter. And it's like, sure, man, can you really deny somebody that and say that they're doing it wrong if they're like making money and finding success off of it? Well, maybe the artist's soul inside of them is like crying out a little bit, but if they don't have that artist soul, and it's just like a profession of convenience, then like, okay, whatever, I guess, you know, you just let them chill. Trying to judge, don't get in anybody's way, and you know, don't start fights. And people are going to do what they're going to do. I like this character, dude. I've actually kind of like really been enjoying the characters I've been doing recently. Like it's been a high success rate of them. I'm doing these under sketches. I'm one-shotting them. I'm almost confident enough to do this shit on stream before like pre-stream stuff, you know, on stream, just like in our intro, because I'm like one-shotting it. Mr. Miyagi, thank you for the Prime for 2 months. I appreciate it, dude. How you doing? What's up? How you been? Thanks for coming back for another month, and thank you for considering me your Prime option this month once again. I appreciate that. That's good. More pretty women from Evan. Hashtag for the orb. Okay. My inspiration for art is Ava's Demon. Beautiful webcomic, genuinely gorgeous. I'm not familiar. Is it very stylized, or is it, well, if it's a webcomic, I'm guessing it is. That's cool. But if every art stream on Twitch is anime, it kind of kills the variety, makes people like you refreshing. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad there's something in there that is like different or whatever. Yeah, and you know, I'm meeting more and more artists that are kind of like in the TTRPG and traditional sphere, and it's really been cool to like, you know, to meet other kind of like-minded artists in the same area. My social artist group base, though, that I want to be accepted by are the concept artists. That's who I want to be accepted by, man. If I can be accepted by the concept artists, that's who I want to be, you know. The anime artists are sweet, but they're not my people. I'm happy to share a table and break bread with them, but they're not my people. At the end of the day, I want to be accepted and loved by the concept artists, by the real painters, you know. So I've had a chance to meet more of them by streaming kind of the art that I want to do and the art that I feel closer to. But I'm also not a realistic, I'm not a realistic artist or anything. My art's still very stylized. It's not as heavily stylized as like anime or whatever, cartoon or whatever. It's closer to like, I think, American comic book maybe than anything else as far as stylization goes. So not like I'm painting realistically or drawing realistically at all. But if I could be accepted by the painters, by the concept artists, that's who I want. that's where my artist insecurity wants me to, you know. Like Instagram, I didn't know they did this, but Instagram has a thing basically. If somebody relevant follows you on Instagram, it has this thing on your thing that says priority. And every once in a while, I'll see like somebody like bigger follow me on Instagram. And for the first time, I started seeing like big artists that I follow, that I like look up to, like noticing me senpai on Instagram. And it's like person with like 300,000 followers that does like a completely different art style follows me. I'm like, oh, cool, man. Person with like 5,000 followers that I consider to be a master of like our style. I'm like, starstruck, you know. Not that any of that matters. It's just a meme, but still. I want to be an exceptional painter one day. I really do. I want to be in the Jamie Jones category, the Peter Lee, the John Park, the Dave Greco kind of. He's still a very stylized painter, but still. Reminds me, I think once you said that sculpting skills could be applied to drawing, I started looking at shading a drawing like a canvas, like a carving out of a shape, and actually helped. Made some headway. That's awesome. I mean, Salesian, have you ever tried the like drawing the Asaro head? Have you ever tried that? It's a brilliant exercise. It is the best. If people don't understand what I mean when I say you should learn sculpting to get better at drawing or painting, the Asaro head is the way you do it. That's the technical like skill. That's the exercise, you know? I feel really uncomfortable. See y'all later. Nothing to do with y'all. That's weird. Well, okay. All right. Kong, be good, I guess. Okay. Take care of yourself, bud. Except for the new Karate Kid movie. Is there a new Karate Kid, really? Is that a thing? Asaro, you mean the more detailed construction? This is the Asaro head. Sometimes known as the planar head. But basically, it is a construction of the head that allows you to think about it within three-dimensional shapes and planes, that then you can sort of like find the deviations and the differences amongst, you know, people, the face differences that make someone unique are based off these planar measurements. And building, constructing, and lighting an Asaro head is, I think, the best way to learn how to draw human faces. The Loomis method is something that I think you're supposed to do once to measure out once you've developed the skills that you build in Asaro. So, Scarlet Void, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Honored to have you, my friend. Welcome in. Damn, dude. Appreciate it. Painters, I really like Marcel Mosky. Let's see. Who's that? I'm very bad with names of painters. Yeah, I mean, definitely amazing work. Not who I'm like talking about when I'm qualifying painters. Now, it's tough because when you're obviously doing like painting and stuff within a very heavy stylization, when I use the word painter, it's like the way we use the word artist. When you say artist, you have people saying things like, oh, like a musician. You're like, no, I mean like a visual artist. When I say painter, I'm more talking about classical painters. So when I'm talking about painters, I'm talking about I'm talking about like Jamie Jones or something, like classically trained painters that do sort of the old ways. That's what I mean when I say painters. So not people that like put, because I would personally, and I mean no shade or disrespect when I say this, I wouldn't call this artist a painter. I would call him an illustrator. Now, obviously, literally, the art of Marcel Mosky watercolors, that's literally painting. But it's just the terminology is I would call them an illustrator that uses paint, like watercolor, rather than a painter. You know what I mean? So that's the terminology that I'm using when I'm referring to like the painters that I want to be accepted by them, and like a good painter. That's who I'm talking about is the like classical painters. But it's just expedient to say the word painter. Just like when you say artist, it could mean a person that like crochets, but we're talking about a visual artist or something. You know, so. My average stream on Twitch is anime, so kind of kills the variety, makes people like you refreshing. Where was I? Painters. Where was I in chat? Oh, there we go. New movie is both Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan. I'm not sure who the first name is, but Jackie Chan would be pretty cool for a Karate Kid movie. Pretty Art just got back. Welcome back, Say. Good to have you. I've seen something like that with line. With line, like done in line work. Well, you started like you can draw that in line work or paint it. You don't have to do it with like, you know, gouache or whatever. You can do that kind of like a sorrow construction with hatching. It's actually a very good method to learn your drawing skills. Like if you want to see some, like if you want to see the nth level of a sorrow sort of like construction, if you look at Bridgman's studies for the human head, Bridgman is the link to the ancient past. So if you want to look at the artists who are best at this shit, like constructing anatomy and things like that, you look at artists like Michelangelo. And if you want to see the lineage of Michelangelo to modern day painters, Bridgman is the missing link. He's an American artist from like the 1920s or 30s that studied and provided expansion on how to sort of do this and translate it to drawing, and how to kind of create these planes and Heads, Features, and Faces, Jesus, is one of the best books for learning how to draw the human like form, and it's not even close. It's not even close, man. That tiny little book for $10 on Amazon from 100 years ago is probably one of the best, most comprehensive ways to learn how to draw a human face and just build them out of nowhere. Dave, need a screen break. Have a good one. I appreciate you. Good luck with whatever you're doing this day. Have a great rest of your day if I don't see you again, and a phenomenal weekend. There you go, dude. Appreciate you hanging out. You know, Mom has that book. Yeah, I mean, well, Bridgman books are very good. Like, I definitely recommend the Bridgman books. All of them. All of them. They're all amazing. You will get so much out of them as an artist if you, like, spend time intentionally studying them. Don't know what's called, but I've been trying to apply better planar construction, 100%. So helpful. Gonna have to get that book. It's definitely worth it. It's not too much. Like it's not like it's one of those like hidden books that's like $400 or whatever. It's literally $10 on Amazon. So I mean, I have like all of them down there, and I've had multiple copies. I've given away copies of my Bridgman books before because they're just so good and high value that I've just like been like, here's my copy. Here's my personal copy of all my Bridgman books. Like another artist, and then when I want them again, I'll just go buy them again on Amazon for like $60 for the entire set or whatever, like a year later or whatever. So they're worthwhile, man. The classical methods are still good. Surprisingly, painters 150 years ago kind of knew what they were doing. Been kind of figuring it out for a long time. Mooney Raven, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Good to have you. Good to have you, my friend. But I'm always an advocate for the classical training method. I think that a lot of the dangers with the modern scene is the tools of expediency and trend create problems for artists, I think, that we don't give credit to. Like, I try and be a bit overly dramatic and grim when I tell people about the dangers of drawing digitally, because I'd rather be overly dramatic and grim than continue to watch artists destroy their careers because they wanted to go be the trendy kid with the digital tool. And I just hate to watch artists with amazing careers just not, you know? But like I say, man, if you switch to a digital tool too early in your career, that tool will destroy your career and rob you of everything you ever wanted in life. And if you don't look at it with that level of respect and danger, then you're not approaching with enough healthy caution. It's kind of like, you know, the old saying we had in marketing when I was like, everyone knows the saying now, but this is like kind of a meme from years ago. But the people who say that they're not susceptible to advertising are the most susceptible to advertising, right? And the psychology for a lot of it is that they're not guarding for it properly. They have too much faith in themselves. They have too much confidence. It's the kind of idea of like the person who says, "Am I crazy?" Well, if you're asking the question if you're crazy, you're probably not crazy, right? It's basically an idea of human self-awareness. So if you are very self-aware of how dangerous it is to take shortcuts, then you'll be fine. But if you think that shortcuts aren't dangerous, then you're fucked. Then you're done. You're toast, man. Like, career over, life gone in a different direction. I don't know. Go back to school for a real degree. Like you're just not going to make it as an artist if you don't value like the actual sort of patient work of building skills, and you think that the you know. But to be fair, some people do take the shortcuts and do win. And then people point at them and say, "Well, this person does it," and you're like, "Yeah, they got lucky." Do you want to base your entire odds of success in your career on luck, or do you want to guarantee it? You only got one life, man. You only got one opportunity to enter the market in your career, like really enter the market in your career. You can take multiple stabs at it, obviously, but like, you only get to be a beginner at art at once. And there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And I wouldn't bet on luck. I'd bet on yourself and skill, because you'll always figure it out if you give yourself the opportunity to figure it out. You will always figure it out. No one is beyond the skill of being an artist. No one's beyond redemption. No one's everyone has it in them. Every last person I've ever met could be a great artist if they wanted to. It's a choice. Those who are talented, you admire and you go, wow. Anyway, you know, and you move on past that. Commercial jingles are too powerful. They are, right? I am very susceptible to advertising, and so are each and every one of you. whether you want to admit it or not, man, it's a dangerous world out there. Companies and brands, corporations, they all have a very... You are outgunned, basically, when it comes to your attention. And the only way to protect and preserve it, I think, is to know that that's true. And choose when to engage and when not to engage. But that's like the marketing side of things. The shortcuts is also like the issue, more I think, relevant to the art conversation. The temptation to take the shortcut. Ooh, man. You think, not me. I never take any shortcuts. And then you're sitting there, man. It's late. You got a due date. And you're like, I could do this the right way, or I could take the shortcut. You'll slip once, and then you're off the course, man. I hold the secret kingdom or secret knowledge granted to me by my guru. Oh. Okay, well, you're omitted then from this entire conversation. Yeah, no, we were talking about everybody that doesn't have secret knowledge from the guru. You mean the guru, right? Not just like a guru, like not like, yeah, you're talking about like, okay, yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Taco, you're good then. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you can tune this all out. It's fine. It's very true. I used to work at a marketing firm, right? Right? I didn't do direct marketing. I did branding, which is like in bed with the marketing side of things. But you learn a lot from marketing, man. You learn just how easily and just how outgunned we are when it comes to this shit. Understanding the fragility of your psychology is the only way, I think, to like bolster yourself against the dangers of the onslaught of the modern day when it comes to attention or whatever else. You know, cognitive bias, you can recognize advertising tricks from a mile away. You can, but the problem is, does that give you confidence? And if you ever become confident in that skill, I think then that's the problem. So you definitely should try to, but never be confident that you're doing it well enough, I guess, is the point, you know? definitely understand how it works and try and like see the patterns and stuff like that and try and avoid them, but never ever think that you're doing it well enough to avoid them entirely, that you're beating it. Never think you're winning. Always think that you're trying to, you know. Post some Michael Fuss stuff in stream topics thing. He was demon artist. Okay, all right. We'll check this out in a minute. Okay, I'm curious what this webtoon is that you're enchanted by. I was either marketing and now working in UX. Ooh, that's a damn. That's like a villain arc right there. That's like holy shit. You get the power. You get the power over the people. I'm kidding. That's cool though, right? It's a cool field. It's neat. You do see a lot of devious ass shit, you know, when you work in marketing long enough. I hear things like that from UX too, but I don't know if it's as bad. I don't have any experience in really like professional UX stuff, so I don't know. FOMO gets me so hard, it's so true, right? Yep, FOMO will hit me too, man. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I'm very susceptible to marketing. If I let myself be. Only way I can guard is to not play. Try and preserve my sanity. Love Ava's Demon. I'd stay up to read it when I was in 4th grade. Oh, is it an older thing? Wow. UX is a team called Dark Patterns, very popular in gambling. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of one of the, like, that's an interesting thing to think about. I wasn't sure if it was, like, really relevant, but now you bring it up, that's like, good to think about. So, like, I had this explained to me by a psychologist once, and I heard it reiterated by a guy named Dr. K on Healthy Gamer, if you're familiar with his Twitch channel, like, in the last couple of years. But basically, the way that this person said it is he said that some people go to medical school for psychology to learn how the human mind works to help heal people. Other people take that knowledge and they go work in the private industry. Things like gambling. Dark Patterns is like a really good example, where they will try and figure out, they will use their massive medical knowledge and their like powers over the human, you know, whatever machine as a doctor to figure out how to make something irresistible and remove your agency from it. So like casinos, packaging, branding, a lot of this comes into it. So the kind of graphic design that I did was never packaging stuff like that, but a lot of packaging people do have to go into this. Even the idea of like supermarkets, they put colorful characters. Like there's some place in South America, Argentina or something like that, where they banned the use of cartoon characters on sugary cereals. Because I'm very cynical about the world, so I don't engage in a lot of things. That's why I don't engage in politics and social media and whatever, because, you know, the banks want to keep you poor as long as you're paying them interest. Snack companies want to keep you fat and unhealthy as long as you're buying their product. Political parties want to keep you scared as long as you're voting for them. News wants to keep you anxious as long as you're watching them. Like, you know what I mean? Like nobody cares about the human, right? And so when you understand the powers behind that, when it comes to marketing and shit like that, that you're outgunned. And this is what Dr. K said on his stream, is he said, don't feel bad that you like, it's kind of like, you know what? I used to, when I was 300 pounds, I felt very bad about myself because I felt like I was weak and dumb. But people have like figured out how to ultra process and make extremely palatable food to like make the lizard brain inside of you just continue to like, you know, whatever. And we won't get into it because it gets like dark and whatever. And it's like annoying, but it is something to think about. And so I never think I'm smarter than the casino. I never think I'm stronger willpowered whatever wise than the snack company. I never think that I am more reasonable and rational, fuck it, than the social media app or whatever it is. And bringing up Dark Patterns and that entire thing too, it's just very interesting. It's one of those things that when you really like, I caution anyone to think that you're smarter than the advertising companies or that you're more strong-willed than the whatever, because that's when I see people starting to lose. You know, is you got to be very much on guard for that. What's up, Dark? Hello, dude. We're drawing Lily today, Dark. Hope you're enjoying it. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, so it's just very like it is very scary and shit when you realize just the extent of how good the world is at getting you to do what the world wants you to do, or think or feel the way the world wants you to think or feel. And you gotta, for me, the best way to not get God is to not engage, but that doesn't work for all the time, right? You know, it's like one of the reasons why I won't play gacha games, because I know that I'll get like sucked in or whatever, right? Cartoon characters aren't allowed to look down anymore in the US. Wait, what? I'm confused. What does that mean exactly? And Matt, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in. Because they were making eye contact with the kids below. So that's like on like cereal boxes and shit. Is that actually a thing? Really? That's rap. Wait, hold on. That's crazy. The ideologies want to keep you overwhelmed and disengaged. You can't escape it. Maybe that's fair. Every person who thinks that the exception just proves the rule. Right. Yeah. Yep. That's funny. You know, it's scary, but it is kind of funny too. Look up serial eye contact. Really? I'm gonna go deep on this. It's gonna be a rabbit hole I go on later in the day. Wait, what? Actually? That's so interesting. Okay. That's a rabbit hole I need in my life right now. I gotta figure that shit out. That's cool as hell. Fast casinos make the oxygen indoor air higher than the oxygen outdoor air, so you feel really good while you're there playing. Sure, and you know what? I love Las Vegas because I do old people Vegas. Whenever we would go there, occasionally with my mother-in-law. Like my mother-in-law got married there and stuff. So I've been to Las Vegas a bunch, and I like Las Vegas. But I know that when I walk through that casino, I'm getting got, and I gotta be very careful, you know, to not get got, right? And I know I'll get got, man. And I've gotten got a little bit before, right? I never like lost a lot of money in a casino at Las Vegas or whatever, but I've like had that moment where Ella and I are just sitting there at the end of a night, and I'm like, fuck. We set our limit at 100, and we just spent $300 on, you know, playing shit this weekend. Fuck. Damn it. Damn it. So never like got God, but like, you know, I've gotten got by it. And I know that then like, shit, I thought I was smart in the system. Nope. You dumbass monkey brain dipshit. You're not smarter. Stupid Evan. And you learn your lesson, you mature, you grow, and I don't know, you figure out how to engage the right way, hopefully. Right? It's actually a thing. Ones with the cartoon characters are lower because that's where most kids' height is, while the things the adults see are further up. Well, I know about that, but I didn't know the whole like you couldn't like have the cartoon characters looking down or whatever at anything like that. That's interesting to me. That's very interesting. All right, I'm learning things today. Dark, I think this might be one of my favorite characters I've ever drawn. I think I like everything just went very well from the beginning. I one-shot the sketch, which is rare for me. Usually I need to take a couple passes at it. I just started drawing her on the undersketch last night and just got it. And I just like sort of had like the ideas hitting me. It's been a very smooth process, so it should be very good. I'm excited to finish this for you, bro. This is gonna be a good one. I hope to be finished and caught up and delivered on all my coffee sketches by next Tuesday or Wednesday, which will be ahead of schedule by a couple of days, and that's the way I want to keep it. I always want to keep my coffee sketches ahead of schedule, and then they'll be closed again until probably GameCon, so like the middle of June. I'll probably open them up the weekend of GameCon, so people who are at GameCon can request stuff from me if they want. But it'll likely not go through or people likely won't go through with it because Canadians get mad at me when I charge in USD. They get mad, man. They'll be like, "Ugh, you wouldn't charge a Canadian in USD, would you?" I'm like, bro, I charge everybody in USD. So Canadians, they're a little surly about it, man. You know, it's likely going to be an issue if I bring it up at GameCon. So, you know, I got like moralized by some like old Canadian boomer in like an email. They sent me like a long paragraph about how this is not how to be a good Canadian by pandering to the American market by charging you USD. I'm like, bro, if you can't do the conversion in your head, I could do it for you and just charge you in Canadian. That's fine. I don't mind. But I don't need the whole letter. I don't need the whole fucking letter, man. All right, I think I do need to get some more water though, because I've been sitting drawn for a bit. Ooh, yeah, man, I gotta get up after an hour or two every day. Have you respect for the currency of your proud motherland? For shame. Yeah, right. Well, what I find is that most Canadians know how to convert to American, but Americans, if they see a price point, will get scared away. So, for instance, these coffee sketches for the next round, because they're taking me so much longer, I'm opening them up at 120 USD. 120 USD to CAD. That is $164 in Canadian. Now, the problem is if I tell somebody that I charge $164 CAD, a lot of Americans don't know that the currency exchange is so different. So a lot of Americans, if I say 165 bucks Canadian, they're not going to think, oh, it's like 120 bucks. Okay. They're going to be like, whoa, what is that? Like 150 American? Wow, that's too expensive. So, and also I'm not shaming Americans for not knowing our stupid currency. Like Canadians love to shame Americans for not knowing our geography or currency. Bro, there's like 20 of us, okay, that live in this country. They've got the entirety of Canada stuck on their like right hip called California. Left hip? I don't know. Which way are you facing? Which side is the ass and wang of America? Anyway, so I don't blame Americans for that, but I also want to work in the American market. It's why I also spell words American, because I've had American like American clients and corporate clients think I don't know how to spell words because I put the U in color. That was the last time I ever did that. Was when some C-suite like business chick told me that I should be more professional with my emails and spell check them and I'm like, well, I didn't see a spelling mistake, and she's like, there's no U in color. I'm like, there is in Canada, but like she didn't know that, so she just thought I was an idiot. And so we can like complain and be like, oh, we should spell things the Canadian way and charge in Canadian currency because we're proud Canadians. Or I can remove that entire friction, pick my battles, and just charge in USD for the vast majority of my clients. And yeah, Canadians will know how to convert from USD to Canadian. Europeans usually know how to convert from American to euros, and it's just so much easier. But it's just the one in a million, you know, that hits me with that I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta like be accommodating. And no, it's not that, let's say, my entire point that I'm trying to make is not that Americans thinking the world's all about them. I'm saying rightfully so, the Americans don't know and shouldn't have to know how to fucking convert to Canadian. We need to learn how to do that because we're stuck to this giant, massive country that we have to live and operate in. But for them, if they never step foot in Canada, it's like, you know, pretty average of experience. So I think it's totally unreasonable for Canadians to like try and shame other Canadians for not wanting to use the American standard to survive in an American market. Bro, if I had to pick between operating the Canadian market or the American market, I'm going to pick the American market 10 out of 10 times, you know, because it's just way easier. It's way bigger. Most of my clients are American. Actually, almost all of my clients are American. I think the last Canadian client I had was Mr. Pixel. I believe Mr. Pixel's Canadian. I think. Besides that, I don't think a single client that I've had, now obviously I don't know Kofi, has been Canadian in the last like 5 months or whatever, you know? A lot of them don't know that most Canadian have more British English spelling. Exactly, and they just think that you're dumb because you don't know how to spell. If you spell gray Canadian or center Canadian or color, harbor, armor, whatever, parlor, I don't know, the Canadian way, they just think you don't know how to spell. And they're like, oh, you're just an idiot. So, you know what I mean? I was rude to that email lady though. It was obnoxious. That's true. I mean but whatever. I don't know. I try and let it go. The negativity bias in me though, Salesian, just lets that kind of shit just like stay in my head for, you know, too long or whatever. But okay, give me a second. I'm gonna grab a water real quick. No revolting while I'm gone. All right, you guys will be on your best behavior. That or I'm gonna get you the bookmark. Okay, BB. right. All right. Rage, revolt. Wait, what? They will not bring Mithril Fox down? Watch me. Watch me. The Mithril Fox. More like a paper tiger. Yeah, okay, sorry. Alright, Hot Bog Lady Hair, let's go. Hot Bog Lady Hair. Oh, I was gonna check my phone, but I left it up here to see if I got any more hate comments on YouTube this morning that I have to purge. I need to get like a YouTube mod to just like go through my fucking comments and just purge the nasties. Let's see. Are people mad? People aren't mad this morning? What? There's one guy that's just getting a little weird, but whatever. All right, we're good. Welcome back. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Right about the AOS Demon thing? Oh, yeah. What is this shit? Alpha's art for the thing. Art of AOS Demon. Ooh. Wait, I feel like I've seen this before. I feel like I recognize this. Have I seen this shit before? I feel like I recognize this artist. Where do I know this person from? Interesting. All right, well, sick. Huh. Oops. Maybe it was in an art book like Spectrum or something? I don't know. Did the vid perform well? Oh, the one from yesterday? I don't know, actually. YouTube's a weird space for that, Legion. Let's see. 2 out of 10. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, let's like YouTube is more consistent than any other platform. So YouTube doesn't ever have. I've never had a video go nuts on YouTube before. So like 25,000 views with 4,500 likes or 4.1 thousand likes with 80% watch time percentage, whatever. That's pretty good actually. For me on YouTube, I think. So yeah, I think so. Like similarly on like TikTok, for instance, that video got like 5,000 views. So like TikTok overall has lower views, like more like 1,000. YouTube will be more like YouTube's closer to 10,000 views on average per video. But it doesn't go up very much. TikTok will be like 1,000 to 2,000 views for the exact same following. I have 8,500 followers on YouTube, 8,600 followers on TikTok. TikTok will be more like 1,100 or so to 3,000 ish, like 1 to 3,000 views. But then occasionally you get a video that's like 70 or 200,000 views on TikTok. So much more feast and famine. Instagram is the most interesting, I think. Instagram is the best performing one by like a long shot. Because like in the last 30 days, YouTube says I've had 170,000 views. Instagram says I've had 550,000 views. So Instagram's more consistently at that like 10-ish thousand mark, but it can also have videos go to like 200,000 views. So it's very interesting. I don't know. I watching only, it seems like only one platform seems to be doing well at a time, and it's always very weird. It's like a little game or whatever to figure out which platform likes the thing, and you know. I don't know. It's amazing stats. It probably is maybe for my, I don't know if it is for my file, my size or not, but it's definitely cool. Yeah, that's for sure. Next. So there is that. The power is back. Okay. Wait, twice in a row by the timeout. Oh, wait, you got twice in a row. You wait. What's the percentage chance you get timed out when you exclamation revolt? What did Blaze set that shit at? That's impressive, dude. I'm damn. Damn, bro. Yo, I keep getting hit with these YouTube comments of people just informing me that I have same face syndrome. I don't know what to do about it, man. I think I should take it as a compliment right now. I don't know. Probably just ignore and keep making stuff. I think it's like, and like, I don't want to just be too dismissive of like critique. I want to be very dismissive of critique. I think you should be, as an artist, very dismissive of unsolicited critique. But when it occurs like pretty often, I think that you should like take note of it. I think the thing with same face syndrome, the lot of those critiques, is that I think it's very trendy right now to address that as an issue. I've heard it a lot talked about in media. Maybe that's what it is. That, or I'm actually a bad artist. It's like there's lots of like critiques or whatever that people have that you see are like popular, that somebody make a big video on it, and then everybody's an expert on whatever that thing is for like 3 weeks. And then everybody's like, I see your color balance is weird. Yes, I see that you're not very good at color harmonies. Just because somebody made a video about it. I wonder if it's a trend right now, or if I'll still get hit with that shit in like a couple weeks or whatever. I think not having same face is hard. I don't personally think that. I think that the deviations, there are certain things within feminine beauty standards that like you'll see appear in more art of women that I draw than men, because men there's more variation that's considered within the acceptable masculine beauty standard. But operating within that, I don't think that I have, like, I think people, when they say same face syndromes, I think they don't know what they're saying when they say that necessarily. Similar features and beauty standards are one thing, and that's definitely a critique that I think that I suffer from because the style and skill that I have. But the problem is the same face thing. Yeah, it's tough to take that one seriously because I don't think people really know what they're talking about when they say that. So, and you know, they say never take advice from somebody you don't want to be in their position for, and never take criticism from somebody you wouldn't take advice from. And so it's like a random YouTube comment, I'm like, is this legitimate or not? I don't know who this person is. If they're like a decent artist, I take them seriously, but like, you don't know. You know what I mean? I'm paying attention to giving them striking features like a big nose, small chin, etc. Yeah, things like that are very obvious and punchy, you know, aren't. I don't do that because it's just not going to fit within the style, you know. I've seen artists with same face syndrome, and I do not think you are one of them. Well, I appreciate that, Brooklyn. That matters the most to me. Like what my clients think of me is obviously the most important. Well, in the hierarchy of importance, it's like how I feel about my art is like obviously the most important, and then my clients, and then everybody who like likes my stuff, and then everybody else. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I mean, I like I said, I don't think people necessarily know what they're talking about when they say same face syndrome. But it is a kind of interesting because no one would accuse you of that if your work was too stylized, right? Like no one accuses people who draw anime art when you're drawing the same fucking like chins and same fucking construction of faces and same fucking little like derp nose. No one accuses you of same face syndrome, right? Because you're not doing something that's that deviates enough to like matter. So it's kind of good in some ways that I'm getting that, because I worry that my style is too stylized or too cartoony. And I guess that it's not, which is kind of, you know what I mean? Same face is easily fixed by exaggerating your expressions. Same face isn't bad. People just notice it because they look too much at similar art. Yeah. That's interesting, actually. That's really interesting. That's a good insight. I see that your downstrokes around your line symmetry are curved inwards. They should be curved upwards. Yeah, fair, right? Objectively, they might not have the same face, but they do have similar features and dimensions. They have similar features and dimensions. Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. Exactly. Because a lot of the beauty standards are narrower. And unless you're painting something where the level of detail is present enough for you to showcase a certain level of that detail without it seeming awkward, then there are certain standards you're going to fit into with your art. You know? Yeah, it's just very bizarre that I just see that come up. I think it is part of a trend right now to sort of deliver that kind of critique or criticism or whatever, as opposed to, like I said, artists knowing what they are talking about. Because, like, calling me an asshole or whatever, that's fair. By default, I assume when somebody's commenting negatively on one of my like videos, I assume they're dog shit, because I've never met a good artist that offers unsolicited critique to somebody, and that's 100% like success ratio. I have never met a good artist who has ever offered unsolicited critique to somebody, ever, not even one. Every time it checks out 100 out of 100 instances. So obviously it could be the deviation, but it's like one of those things that's like safe to assume, I guess. Right, the eyes are very similar in each. Yes, yeah, the characters' eyes are very similar. That's the most similar feature, I think, between characters, is the way I draw their eyes and expressions. Yeah, the opposite problem. They start drawing a different face halfway through the piece. Yeah, right. Right. They accuse anime of it. I think that they do, but it's not taken seriously when they accuse anime artists of having same face syndrome, because of course you do. It's the style, you know. So everyone's just kind of like, whatever when they hear that, you know. It doesn't get taken seriously as much as it does in other art spheres. Then if you just change the hair on the anime, it's a different character. I mean, there is that like Dragon Ball Z meme we've all seen, right? Filling your faces over each other side by side and you can see what they mean. Well, like I can. I mean, I look at my art all the time, and I take like, you know. All right, let's take oh, wait, I'm recording this. Fuck. Shit. Oh, shit. No. Okay. Nope. Bad Evan. Oh, fuck. I can't do it because I'm recording the process right now. Okay, whatever. We'll do it later. But yeah, I have done it and observed my art and been like, hey, is there any credibility to this? And there's similar features, but it really doesn't check out. Like I said, I really don't think people who are making same face syndrome accusations know what they're talking about. I think there are certain things that are like similar features and stylistic ways of handling certain things, but yeah, it's just kind of weird, right? I think a lot of it's people trying, like, the problem is a lot of most of probably, I'd say somewhere in the range of 70 to 80% of unsolicited critique and feedback like that are people trying to feel good about themselves. 20 to 30% is people trying to actually legitimately help other artists. So it's very hard to take that criticism seriously. Like, if an artist I respected said that to me, I'd be like, okay, cool. Like, what do we do about it? You know? But like I said, a random comment, I can't, I can think about it and I can try and give it a little bit of credibility, and be like honest and generous to that person. But I just don't think people know what they're talking about when they say it. Unless they say something like that, like a deviation of like, oh, the eyes are, the way you handle eyes are very similar to all your characters. And it's like, yeah, oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. You know what I mean? So, the flame with the other character is distinctly different from each other. Sure, yeah. But people aren't doing that. They're just seeing one thing at a time. So, you know, as more to do with subject matter, this sort of portrait's just going to have shared qualities. Well, that is part of it too, is that I don't draw very expressive characters because I like the stoic portraiture of characters. For like what I do. There's something I like about the classic sort of like fantasy RPG style, that with that stoic portraiture in it. So same face syndrome isn't a critique most people care to fix. You're just like, yep, that's the face I draw. Right, yeah, you could pause. No, I don't want to, because when I like fuck around with my recordings when I'm streaming, sometimes it doesn't save properly. So, in theory, I should be able to pause it, yes. But I've gotten burnt on that in the past, and I don't. Once I hit record on my stream, unless I'm ending my stream and ending my session, I do not fuck with that. whatsoever. It's way too finicky. You lose 1 or 2 recordings like this and you have to go into like the VOD and shit and then whatever. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it to prove like to just prove a meme point. You know, if we were going to take this seriously, we could like actually go into it and dive into it, but if we're just like memeing, it's not worth it. Just reference, I'll take the Tiefling Bard and this one. The Tiefling Bard. Wait, what? Oh, Jesus Christ. I was like, wait, what? Tiefling Bard? Addy. Oh, yeah, Addy. Yeah, right. I was like, wait, what? Tiefling Bard? Oh, shit. Yeah, that one. Once you do some group action shots or some kind of dynamic pose sometime, no one's going to complain about same face if the pace isn't getting eaten by a ghoul or something. Yeah, the problem is people typically, like, those kind of projects take a very long time, and people just typically don't have the ability to, you know, buy that kind of a commission from me. You know, because don't forget, I'm a character designer, not an illustrator, right? So if I do illustrative character design, it's going to take me longer. So I charge a lot more for that. And people usually get scared away from that. You know, very rarely do I do a commission that's over $1,000. Very, very, very rarely. Haven't done one in a while. But if someone asks me for like a big group action shot of their other player characters just like going after it and doing stuff and like fighting things, yeah, that's like, you know, if you wanted 3 characters, let's just say half body sort of up, fighting things in color, that would probably be $1,200 USD. So I don't blame people for choosing the static character design options. I don't blame them at all. I certainly wouldn't pay that much extra to have my character like fighting a zombie or whatever. That wouldn't be worth it to me if I was hiring me. So like, I never try and sell myself as anything other than a concept artist, right? And so I'll do non-concept artisty things, but I'll always tell people it's going to take me a lot longer to do this. So it's going to be very expensive. That's how a lot of illustration works anyway, at a certain point in time. Is that illustration, to do it right, is a very long, drawn-out process of reference gathering and composition design, things like that. And people don't appreciate that when you talk to a big boy artist about like a big boy illustration for a big boy project, it's like maybe $8,000 to $10,000. Like a lot of illustrators that are like big boy painters, they do like 5 to 10 projects in their like artistic spurts here a year, and then do smaller things like intermixed with it and whatnot. So see, Tiefling Bards has got an Alfira to join my camp. So excited to use a bard in combat. Yeah, uh-oh. Monka. Alfira's not a combat character though, is she? I'd pay if I had that level of income. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't fault people for like I offer a specific kind of like niche service, and there's just certain things that I'm good at and that I like doing, that I'm willing to do, and things that are not the skill that I try and develop. And so illustration is like something that I would love to be able to do and be a better painter, but it's not what I'm focused on right now, because it's not what Eldara needs. Eldara needs me to be a concept artist. And so when I offer my services to that as for clients, it's for concept art. It's not for illustration, typically. Right? And that limitation sucks, but like, I've never said that I was a good artist. You know? I'm still a student, man. Y'all get mad at me when I say one day I'll be a real artist. And then people are like, oh, but you should be able to do this or that or whatever. Like, dog, I never say that I'm good at art. I'm atrocious, man. Are you kidding? I'm a LARPer. One day I'll be a real artist. Could not keep going in my singular Dark Urge campaign due to Alfira. Oh, really? Wait, how does that affect it? How does that affect it? I never played Dark Urge campaign.
Good at art.
Never say you're good at art? Exactly. Exactly. Moose gets it. Never say you're good at art unless you're good at art. And then you can say you're good at art. At that point, you're forgiven for saying you're good at art. If you're actually good. Yeah, it's just bizarre, man. But also, like, whether people are right or wrong, it doesn't really actually matter. You're gonna get that as you grow anyway, so it doesn't, you know.
You can say you're good at art after the orb says you're good at art.
But wait, I'm the one that owns the orb. I am the orb. So I have to choose to decide when I'm actually worthy of calling myself good at art? Oh no. Moose, I can't handle this. They're always like, no, I suck. Or I suck except Steve. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. Hey man, Steve's earned it. Steve's earned it, bro. He's earned the ability to healthily recognize and appreciate his skill. But yeah, it is part of the process. Like, I know that as I become more and more public, people will point out my flaws, and also, like, they will fairly and unfairly point out flaws. You know? And there's not much you can really do about it besides just kind of shrug. That's why, like, I just remove all those kind of comments, because it's just not productive. When people are like offering fucking unsolicited critique, it just doesn't really add anything, you know? And it just like breeds in more negativity. I learned that about streaming, and I apply it to now YouTube and stuff like that. So, you play Dark Urge is different from Tav playthrough. A lot of interesting ways, a lot of new dialogue and cutscenes that feels rewarding. Yeah, so I watched a lot of the important Dark Urge cinematics because I asked a friend who I trusted her opinion on Baldur's Gate 3, and I said, okay, I am the most busy person you've ever met. And she's like, true. I was like, I love this game. And she's like, yes. I'm like, so, is a Dark Urge playthrough different enough and worthwhile enough that you would subject me to an additional 150 hours of this game? And without even thinking, she said, absolutely not. And I was like, okay. She's like, watch the like hour or so of cutscenes that you'll miss from Dark Urge and save yourself the 150 hours. It's like, okay. So I watched some of the most like kind of the end whatever Dark Urge stuff and all the kind of like cool stuff. So I know the way it works ish. I don't know like specifics of like why Althea matters to Dark Urge when Garth was saying that, but I know like the end game stuff and the end sort of story and all that kind of stuff about it. So unfortunately, that definitely wouldn't be worth it because I've spoiled myself for everything now for the Dark Urge stuff. But God, I want like an excuse to play through that game again. Just something new in Act 3. Or I wish I had like hadn't done something or whatever. You know? Because I love that game. I fucking love that game, man. Baldur's Gate 3 was so incredible. And here I am, slinking into my desire to play through an RPG once more as the weekend creeps in. But I will admit, the more that I get closer to my own projects being like completed, the more I have a harder, like the more I have to force time away from work. I'm trying to find the balance right now. The balance between not like overloading your brain with one thing and becoming obsessive in a bad way, and also becoming more obsessive than anyone around me thinks is healthy. That's like the trick, you know? But it's nice to be able to do things like coffee commissions for a week and just like reset the brain. So I'm still doing like work and designing stuff and like growing and making cool shit. But at the same time, I'm not necessarily like throwing myself at my own project over and over and over again, just like frying my skull. I can only work on something, I think, for a certain amount of time before I need a bit of a break. It's why I didn't send, like, I really wanted to send Brooklyn, I really wanted to send her the Valerica sketch that I did last night, but I realized that when I went back to it and was sort of like blinking my eyes through it after I got home from the tests and scary medical shit and whatnot, I just didn't have it in me, and I just didn't feel like I was able to look at it properly. I was like, fuck it, I have to do it tomorrow. Because I need time away from a project. I need to look away from something for a certain amount of time before I like know that it's done or good or whatever. Like the only person in the world that didn't really like Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, what didn't you like about it? Because I don't think that's. I mean, I have friends that said they couldn't stand the combat and how slow it is and whatnot. Was it the story, the gameplay, the CRPG-ness, the combat, or did it just not hit? Because yeah, it is. That is funny because most people love that game, you know. But I've heard good critique on it. People say like, dude, I just can't stand the style of like CRPG, whatever, like fucking the small, little, quiet, cozy combat game. I want like something with action in it that feels good to play. And like, fair enough, man. You want to take your time? Well, yeah, I am sorry I didn't send it to you last night. I didn't get back until pretty late. I had to drive across the goddamn city to get some shit done. And then I just wasn't able to look at it properly and think through it. And I know there's some little fixes, adjustments I need to make.
Evan,
yes.
This
Hi.
lovely lady you are working
yes.
on, I must know, she is gorgeous. Also, I need
well,
to
thank
know.
you. Need to know what? Wait, what do you need to know? Who she is? Her name's Lily. She's Necromancer Dark's coffee request. That didn't go through Coffee because Dark said that Coffee said no. So his Coffee Discord request. Carter, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Good to have you in here, dude. Just got a meeting with my editors and team on my book. I might have more work for you if you're available / willing in the future. Quincy. I mean, yeah, dude. Yeah, it'd be fucking sick, man. Hell yeah. Dude, yes. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. I hope the meeting went well, Quincy. I'm very excited about your book. Okay, just yeah, oh, just shit. Ah, man, yeah, holy shit! What? That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. Yes, I am deeply thrilled. I'm definitely gonna tell everybody about how cool your book is when it comes out. You have no idea. Quincy, you have no idea how excited I am to tell people about how excited I am about your book. You have no idea how hard it is to do things in the quiet time of my non-stream hours that I wish I could scream from the rooftops and spend all day every day on stream doing. You have no idea how my excitement goes. What's up, Ella? Hi.
I need to ask Quincy a question.
Quincy, my beautiful wife needs to ask you a question.
I want to know his favorite.
Quincy, what is your favorite color? My dice maker wife is asking this question. And she has a very coy smile on her face as she rests her chin on the bookshelf close to me.
Stop it.
Yes. She would like to know your favorite color, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, that's all. Goodbye.
Okay.
I'm in chat. I'm just.
Oh, you're in chat as well? You just decided to ask? Alright, well, there's that. Maroon and gold or silver and deep purple? That is a big... Dude, silver and purple are... Okay.
Evan,
underrated.
Before she
yes.
leaves the room,
she's already gone.
Tell Ella, the dice I got are absolutely beautiful and I fucking love them, Tilda.
She heard that herself, Izelia, so... She heard that I'm sure she heard that. But this theoretical future work, Quincy, I'm very excited about the prospects, I guess. Oh man, you have no idea how badly I wanna do things on stream. Okay. Very regal favorite colors. Yes. Okay. No, silver and purple are underrated because Ella does a lot of requests for purple and gold dice. But when she does her like arcane, snappy kind of like silver inked purple like dice, they look incredible. Like, have you ever seen Ella's like geodes that she inks in silver? You guys ever seen that shit on her Instagram or whatever? Wait, does she have any fucking pictures of? Hold on, I think she might have. Wait, Blackwood dice. Does she have? No, shit. I thought this was okay. This shit. I thought this was the silver and purple one. She did a set like this, like a geode set, but it was like a really deep, like sort of like cool purple with silver. Okay, that's my art. This fuck. That's not what you're supposed to do. Anyway. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Silver and maroon, deep purples, things like that. Because you said you did painterly things and backgrounds, I need those skills. Oh my god, that's an old skill of mine that I've been trying to get back to, Quincy. That's an old skill. Okay. Yeah, man. I'd be honored. I'd be honored. I just gotta be careful what I can say right now because I actually don't know what I can say. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. I don't. Shit. We should have talked about this, Quincy. I gotta figure out what I'm allowed to talk about and say things. But yes, that'd be awesome. So, man, you guys are gonna love Quincy's book when it comes out. You guys are gonna fucking love it. I hear it's amazing. Follows immediately. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Say gets it. You didn't sign anything, so you can say whatever? You sure? I want to be professional here, okay? You know?
Evan,
yes, hello, hi.
I forgot.
Yes, it's me.
How much was it, and was it for the like quick art portrait thingy for the Canon Fox Girl Lizzie Sky Knight? So I can gives the monies?
It'll be on my coffee whenever I open coffee. Sketches again. So, at some point in time. I'm not sure when that'll be open, Izzy, but soon, at some point in time. Mm-hmm. Sure you don't mind? Okay. Guys, you know that big ass project that I've been spending fucking hours and hours upon doing like concept and stuff off stream? You know that big ass project that I've been talking about for the last month that I'm super excited about? That I've been burning to get ready for a June mini like fucking deadline, whatever. All I'm gonna say right now until we're a little further along is Quincy's goddamn tavern, the legend. You guys are gonna freak out when you see how good this book is, man. You guys are going to freak out. I am going to be screaming about this book when it comes out every day for months. You have no idea the excitement that I have inside of me. Is it a fantasy or a cookbook? Oh my god. What a question. Is it a fantasy or is it a cookbook? Oh boy, man, that's a big question, dude. Oh boy, man, god, how do we even start this? Oh Oh boy, right? I've read it. It's so good. The first one? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty legendary, isn't it? It's kind of, you know, is it fiction? Well, let's just say, is it fiction? Well, I mean, yeah, it's all stories and tales and legendary figures and characters and heroes, and I won't spoil anything. No, man. Quincy's amazing, and Quincy's new book is going to be an absolute shiny example as to what human creativity can can accomplish. It's really cool. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan, man. Okay. Dude, why is this taking me so long to draw her hair? She doesn't even have complex hair. The last character I did with complex hair, I was like, oh, I should book more time for these. But why is this kicking my ass then today? I swear. Dark's enjoying the process. Did you in the book thinking of dedicating a June to co-working streams for writing a month? That's cool, dude. Yeah, that'd be a great fucking... That'd be a great project for the month. Wait, did I want to separate that? How bog witchy are we making her? Ah, crap. You know what? I'm just gonna free flow it. I'm just gonna form it as I go and not overthinking. Slightly distracted by amazing book things, clearly? Yeah, I guess. Well, it is distracting, okay? I like... Yeah, you know what? Exactly. That's fair. Right. I'm giddy, man. I haven't worked so hard on a project over like a long extended period of time in a long time. It's like refreshing. I feel like I'm like LARPing as the old Evan that just like would burn hours upon hours doing revisions on concepts and stuff. So I don't know, man. I've been very energized and enthused and working hard on getting ready for a fucking tight June of designs and stuff like that. It's going to be good up until now. Need to derail it somehow. Well, there's that. There's that. Yup. That's fair. Told my audience a brief description, but it's essentially a journal. The Book of the Lost Bard is an episodic fantasy fiction following Quincy and his siblings questing to find their mother and unique tavern inns they visit along the way. With over 40 recipes and 30 poems, it is like the first-person journal of a traveling bard. And it is phenomenal, by the way. It is phenomenal. Look, man. I am now, call me simple, but I'm now kind of a big Locke fan. Like, I'll admit. I mean, I enjoy the whole group, but I'm starting to like develop a small fandom here for Locke. I don't know why. Yeah, it's really cool, dude. It's a really phenomenal project. All right. I'm back to the groove now. See how fast we're doing this shit?
Simple.
No more derailing. See? Moose gets it. It sounds like fun. It is, right? Dude. How did I get a chance to meet so many cool people that do cool shit? I'm so unworthy of like I'm just stunned to be around people doing amazing things, just taking agency and creating shit. it inspires me to want to like really take like Eldara and my Kickstarter and things like this I want to do in the future really seriously when I just see people just like deciding to make things out of nothing and just spawn something into the world that's really cool. Encourages me, you know? Like I could do it too one day with Eldara. I can do that Kickstarter I want to do. I can build the adventure. This year's been incredible, man. Just the cool people I've met. The new friends I've made. Projects I get to do and work on. The clients I've had. You guys have been kind of kicking my ass like that emotionally. Been doing that with the art? Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, bro. So I said you're working you. The deadline has been pushed back later this year, so no pressure on getting it done immediate.
To Sione. They have given 111 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, first of all, Dark, thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Second, I'm still confident that we can meet our. I mean, that's good to know. But I'm still like I was planning a June 1st like approval, and then we could iterate through that. So I think that's what I said is we'd be able to start around late May, early June for like final. Okay, whatever. My brain isn't working today. I need speaking crayon. Listen, man, I got an MRI. Yes, I've had to have like 5 fucking MRI scans in the last 3 days, and I think that's screwing with my brain. I asked one of the doctors when I was at my MRI last night or yesterday evening, and I made a joke. I was like, yeah, I couldn't speak well on stream today after I had an MRI yesterday. Are 2 MRIs 2 days in a row gonna mess me up? And the doctor went, and I was like, wait, are you kidding?
Mithril Fox gifted a tier 1 sub to
Quincy's
Tavern.
I was like, wait.
They have given 53 gift subs in the channel.
Fox, thank you for the gifted sub to Quincy. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Because I made a joke then. I said, oh, because like I'm afraid I have to speak in crayon. And the doctor's just like, are you having cognitive problems? I'm like, no, it's just my hearing. God, fucking damn it. No, it's okay. I made a joke with the wrong person. Shit. Like, no, I'm fine. I'm just trying to be funny. The guy's like, oh, okay. All right. He did not think it was funny. Okay. All right. Make me dream big over here, Dev. It's infection. Legion. Hey, listen. You inspire me, Legion. I read the Veil description, and you got some pretty cool shit going on there. You get some pretty rad stuff that you're working on. Not sure to what end your D&D world is going to be built, but it's pretty cool regardless. Ugh, MRIs. Well, I keep having to go do this like test because like so. Nix, just TLDR for lore that you missed in the last month. About a month ago, Nix, I lost hearing and just pinged my left side of my head. Just disappeared. I was getting ready for stream one morning. A couple of weeks ago, like maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I just all of a sudden felt like I just got shot in the side of the head and just couldn't hear anything but a ringing, and I was like, what? And so that started this whole series of doctor's appointments and hospitals and specialists, and that's why I've missed so many streams in the last month. Is because I keep having to get like a specialist appointment that they're like, hey, you're in Canada, you come in right now. And I'm like, okay, you don't get to choose when you get to come in. You come in right now at this time. Like, can I come in before my stream? No. Now or November. I'm like, okay. So I've had to miss some streams doing that. But yeah, no, they think it's just a nerve issue. Like a very, very rare nerve issue. So that's why they're sending me for so many tests and scans and shit, because they're curious. They're just having fun at this point in time. I am getting better. I think I'll be okay. But it's been really weird to just have half my like senses just out of nowhere. So that's the only reason I was like going for tests and MRIs and shit. I'm fine. I'm gonna be okay. Some people get scared when you're like, oh, I'm going for tests and MRIs and shit. They're like, oh, you're gonna be okay? Yeah, I'm totally fine. They're trying to figure out why my head is not working on the left side. So that's all it is. It's not a big deal. It's been, honestly, no, fuck that. It's been awful to deal with, but that's just, yeah, it's nothing serious. I'm good. I thought I was funny making jokes there. I guess they didn't think it was funny, so yeah, no, it sucks, Nix, but it's fine. It's not anything to like not anything that I'm actually gonna complain about or whatever. Listen, bro. There's a lot worse shit that can happen to you. That's my like 35-year-old debuff or whatever, I don't know. Stray neutron, something like that. Right now I just want to get my friends playing an epic campaign, but my husband says I should publish it some days. It's approaching adventure module levels of content. I think your husband is very wise, Salesian. That sounds amazing. Look, what's the downside of publishing it? You do a thing and you make a thing and you give it to the world and you see if the world likes it, and then you know, you offer upon the world your creativity. It's so like doing cool shit is so accessible now. You can just make shit, right? You just make an adventure. I made an adventure. It's in Discord. It's in the adventure or the Horizon beta is in Discord now. I finished that shit last month, and it's just been chilling. And I'm working on it here and there, and building it, and it's going to be a big finished thing. But people just like, I think we overestimate how difficult or how complex or whatever it is to just do a thing. You know, but if you have a great idea and you have a great world like that, just make it an adventure module. Do it. What are you worried about? What are you worried about? What if you have the greatest adventure module anyone has ever played? Ever. And you're considering not making it and releasing it to the world? How dare you deprive me of the greatest D&D game I've ever played? How dare you? Been gone for similar reasons. They're trying to figure out my liver and what's making it tick. Damn, bro. Sorry to hear that. That's rough, dude. Yeah. It's been a weird last month. It's been a very weird last month. But that's the way it goes, man. That's the way life is sometimes. I really wish that I hadn't let the let all the shit that happened in the last month with my like head and stuff. I really wish I didn't let it like slow down the gym kind of routine. But it was just very weird. Like I couldn't be in my gym because I couldn't listen to headphones when this first happened because there's just like whatever, it just didn't work. So I don't know. And then being at the gym without that was like weird, and then I couldn't hear people, and it was like very off-putting. That's the only thing in the last month that I'm really mad about, is that I let the gym slip down to like 1 to 2 days a week, you know? So all my like goals of where I wanted to be at the end of May, starting of June, I wanted to be down like an extra like 8 pounds or whatever. So when you put it that way, right? the formatting is less important than you think. You'll figure it out. That is a complete pain in the ass, though, I will admit. The formatting is really tough. But don't let it stop you. Don't let it scare you away from releasing your project. What is the Monka microtransaction? The Monka microtransaction is a channel point redeem that only a few people have ever redeemed in my chat. Very few people have ever reached 1 million channel points. Okay? Very, very few people. Right? And what they get for it, only they know. Once you redeem the Monk microtransaction, you are sworn to secrecy. The only thing that's public knowledge is you get a Discord role with it. That's the only thing that's public knowledge. It's a very small covenant. And only they know if it's worth it or not. The Pepe laughs. Cadley spends a year plus developing a video game. Honestly, though, I never imagined I'd do something like that. But one day I just kind of went, fuck it, I'm going to learn how, and started working on it. Right? What if you don't have Discord? Well, you can still redeem the microtransaction. You just won't get the Discord role. That's fine. You can still redeem it. And you'll still get what comes with it. It's just you don't get the public Discord role. But everything else that comes with it, you'll still get. Like, that's That doesn't, it doesn't change it, I guess, in that way. So, I want to point out I can redeem it twice and never will. Yes. Ella Blackwood has 2 million channel points because I'm live all the time and she collects the channel points. She's the only mod that can redeem the microtransaction right now, currently. The only one. I actually don't remember which mods have done it. I think Bizzo did it recently. I don't know. They don't watch my stream. It's fine. They don't fucking watch my stream, man. They're done with that shit. Like, man, screw this guy. This dumbass memes. I've heard the same fucking meme since 2020, man. Get a new joke, Evan. Holy, this guy. Right? I did it and worth it. Did you refund the channel points to yourself, though, Bizzo? Do you still have over 1 million channel points? I forget. Have each one of you that redeemed it in the mod team just immediately refunded your channel points so you get to lord over the fact that you have 1 million channel points? Or did any of you actually spend the channel points and let them fall off? Told Ella not to do it because I would process it where I couldn't refund it. You couldn't. Okay, yeah. Abs fucking Luca redeemed it before I Guapo could clear it. God damn it. Oh, look. Oh, hi Blucci. What's up, dude? Never funding myself. You redeem what? Oh god. Vixie had to refund channel points for me because I was redeeming channel points in the middle of our D&D game. She did not appreciate it. She did not appreciate it. She didn't think it was fun. I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious, man. You know, but hey. It is what it is, I guess, you know. When be able to stop myself, it would be the ultimate Pepe laugh to troll, do it before they could refund it. I see. That is hilarious. And dark. Do it for myself and for the people who got scammed. Oh shit, right. Damn, bro. People get scammed by her channel points? No. No, right? Never. Wouldn't dream of it. Not even once. You know? Why would you ever want to refund it? Because they want their channel points back. Yeah. That's why. Sleeping. I'm back from a con, met a VTuber randomly, and she gifted me a card from HoloLive TCG. What card was it? What cards were it? Why should I have infinite channel points? I mean, to be fair, as a streamer, wait, can I redeem? I think I can redeem my own wait. Monk microtransaction. I think I can, right? Yeah. Yeah. Look at all those channel points. Yeah, I get it. Holy. Oh, Pecora. Oh, okay. I see. Wait, the trading cards are like pretty popular now, aren't they? That's kind of rad, actually. I like the non-Weiss Schwartz VTuber cards. The agency is inspiring. I'm back for another microtransaction, exactly. Now give yourself the title thrice. Ooh, I should. I can't give myself the title in Discord. I can only bestow it upon others. So I have to be very careful here. I can't upset the sanctity of the title and the Discord. I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to bother the Discord gods with an untimely sacrifice of myself at the altar of the monk microtransaction. Let's say streamer gets infinite points. I forgot about that. Streamer also can like change emotes and shit, right? Like I can gigantify emotes all I want to do stuff like that, right? Like I can show off my $5,000 emote Look at that, dude. Do you think that emote's worth $5,000? I think it is. That's an impressive emote. Look at that. To think that's my own personal emote that nobody has on this site. And I can gigantify it for free in my own chat. Get dumpstered. Get dumpstered. Discord has no gods. Who do I keep sacrificing the members to then? Shit. Am I in the wrong servers then, Cass? Might be in the wrong Discord servers here. The orb. Why'd I ask? Why did I fucking ask? Why do I ever ask a question? Okay. Why do I ever ask a question where the answer could be the orb? You'd think I'd learn by now. You don't even have an orb emote anymore, right? Didn't I kill it for you guys? You don't even have an orb. There's only one orb, but it's pay to win. God damn it. God fucking damn it, man. Ugh. Wait, what? How do you guys have the orb? How is that? Why don't I see that emote? Wait, I didn't delete the orb. I didn't... The orbathon ended and I didn't delete the orb? And you guys have just been hiding this long enough so I wouldn't notice. You thought you could preserve the orb. You thought you could save the orb. You thought that you could save your precious orb. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I allowed the orb too much life. You allowed these orbs to run rampant through the hallowed core. And now you bring them to my very lair. Justice shall be met indeed. This is the most out of context for follow. You probably have no idea what's going on. I'm so sorry you followed right now, but thank you for the follow. Sinikai, did I say that right? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Please pay no mind to me holding my chat hostage for an emote that is now gone. If you guys want, I can give you the Crumpkin back for a little while. Or you could have Golden Pout, I guess. All right, bring it back. I'm holding it ransom. If you guys hit rank 5 of the Orbathon, I'll bring it back. Rank 5. If you guys can rank 5 of the Orbathon, I'll bring it back. Yep. After all we did to save it and make it canon. God, it's toxic, isn't it? It's so stupid. Give them nothing. Maybe I should make it a follower mode again so everybody gets it. All right, here. I'll free the orb today. Here, you guys can have free orb for the rest of the day, okay? No more will this be locked behind a tier 1 sub. For the rest of the day, I am being generous and I'm allowing all of you to have free orb for the rest of the day. There, it's a follower emote. There you go. Guys, genuine question. Absolutely. Do you think that painting in grayscale and then coloring with adjustment layers, then painting over is a viable way to color? Because I'm halfway done with something and it's grayscale and I just realized I wanted to color it. That's a really good question. That's a bit deeper than maybe just a quick answer. So I'll try and be as concise as I can. do I think that painting over grayscale with adjustment layers is a good idea? So it kind of depends on where you're at in your like kind of career, I guess, in your learning and growing stages. So using adjustment layers to color grayscale images is not inherently bad, but it is a shortcut. So if you want to be the best painter possible, learn to paint with value and color at the same time. When you force yourself to develop that skill, you become incredibly good at it. And every artist that I've ever talked to that's ever done that are glad that they did build that skill, right? If you paint in grayscale and you use adjustment layers to paint over it and color and multiply and all these kind of things like that, you will never build the skill required to be able to see and compose paintings from like proper color theory. However, if you use it as a tool to understand the base of your composition and the majority of your time spent painting on your painting is in color over top of your painting, that's fine. A good example, if you're familiar with the artist Pete Moorbacher, really prolific artist. Let me try and get him up here. Seriously, if you want to learn how to do this, study the way he does it. So if you look at his reels on Instagram, big Magic the Gathering artist, big fantasy name, he does this. He does exactly what we're talking about here. So let's see if this one is. So perfect. You can see line work, grayscale, everything. So he's resolving his composition with like time-saving tools like line work, right? And like grayscale. He's painting in hard light. He's figuring out all the lighting before he applies a gradient map, which is kind of the pre-rendered like adjustment layer. And then you mess around with it, obviously, and like he uses it to sort of plan his colors out. But you'll see at a certain point here now he's starting to paint on to the actual piece. He's painting colors, and now he's painting full hue, full saturated value, or full hue, full saturation for whatever, detail he's trying to render out. And it's pretty genius the way that he like sort of uses the time-saving tool to create the foundation for what he will then paint traditionally and classically on top of it. So is it okay to use adjustment layers and things like that to paint in grayscale and then paint your color over top of it? It is, but look at how early Pete Moorbacher switches to color and how much time he spends painting in color. When you see a lot of artists who they say like, oh, you can just paint the entire piece out, and then you just slap a gradient map and then do some like adjustment layers and you're done. Look, here's the hack on how to make art. That's going to destroy your art career. You're never going to learn how to do it properly, and you're always going to suffer. So my recommendation is not even to do what Pete Moorbacher does here until you can paint fully a piece out in proper color the entire way through. I personally wouldn't mess with these tools unless you're very early in your learning stages and you're trying super hard to figure out how to do this like at all. Then sure, go for it, experiment, have fun. But this is, I guess, the guide for what I think is the proper way to do it. At the end of the day, though, if you're happy with the art and you're finding a process that works for you, it's hard to say if it doesn't work well, if it's working, It's hard to criticize what's working, I guess, is a good way of thinking about it. So there's artists you can learn from that. P. Moorbacher is probably one of the best ones to learn from that. But then again, if you think about like artists like Jamie Jones, or who's an example of an artist that paints with color? Well, not Keka Kotaki. Oh, Keka Kotaki is a good example of another artist to look up that does that too. He'll start with black and white very earlier and grayscale, and he'll move to color pretty early as well too. Anyway, there's not really a yes or no correct answer. It's just more of a, it's fine, but I guess. It's fine if you can do it, but, which is a little complicated. So, can you link him? Oh, Pete Moorbacher? Sure. This is Pete Moorbacher's Instagram. And here is Keka Kotaki. You want to know the day that I will feel like a real artist? When Keka Kotaki follows me. Yeah, so he's another artist that starts with grayscale, moves to color pretty quickly though. And you can see a lot of these bright saturated colors, but you can also see the remnants of his like dark sort of like foundation colors here. He uses a lot more black than a lot of artists find comfortable. Really phenomenal artists though, and they both do that. So I do cell shading artwork, and looking at this painted stuff is so intimidating. Don't be intimidated by it. Fear not. Fear not. You will figure it out. Not that there's anything wrong with cell shading, but fear not. As you grow the skill, never be scared when you see art that you can't comprehend. Be excited, because one day you will understand how to do it, and it won't seem arcane or undecipherable. It'll seem accessible, and you should be excited for that, because you're gonna get there. If you keep practicing, you keep painting, you keep up the skill, you will get there. And I know it's daunting to see painting like that, and you're like, oh my god, I'll never figure out how to do that. But if you can change that apprehension into giddy excitement, because one day that stuff's going to be like within your reach too, if you keep trying, it changes the way your brain frames the process of improvement. So always be excited. Trying to be intimidated, fear not. Be excited for the day that seems easy to you. Tried grayscale thing once, but I had trouble with it. I prefer color, which is fair, you know. As one of the ghost dragons was in the D&D Baldur's Gate MTG Commander set. Yeah, Kotaki does some Magic the Gathering stuff. He did a really cool piece for a very favorite character of mine by the name of Kamal. I don't know if it's on here. I don't think so. Yeah, shit. Well, whatever. Fear not, for you shall become a master one day, and the indecipherable will be plain text to you if you keep at it. I've actually been planning my Kamal Pit Fighter. Yeah, well, this is a more recent commander set, whatever version of Kamal, Fist of Crows, I think it was, or one of the other newer ones. I'm doing my painting training arc this fall, by the way. I've actually planned it out this year. I'm very excited about it, but we're all going back to painting class this fall. And I'm going to take it very seriously to be able to do some of the conceptual work that I want to do, that I haven't been doing because I've been spending so much time in the sketch phase of like my own art. So it's gonna be a dope year for growth for me, and hopefully for a lot of other artists that are also in the same mindset. He's a guy that wielded the Mirari as a greatsword while destroying a continent. He definitely is. My favorite Magic the Gathering trading card game playing cardboard piece was the Coast 1999 TM Garfield Games cardboard piece. My favorite card ever, I think, is the Mirari. I'm pretty sure, because of the lore and everything. It's hard to say, but if I had to pick a favorite, it might be Mirari. The original Odyssey printing of the Mirari. That was good shit, man. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's get okay, duded. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, sorry, my bad. That's my bad. Oh god. Oh man, it's so dry here. Let me get some more water. Actually, I went and filled my cup, but I didn't fill my water bottle. So, give me a sec. Also, these guys gotta make me get up once in a while. I'm sitting here just gobbling out on art for 6-hour streams, just not even standing up for until like 4 hours in. All right, so revolt in peace today, because Fox already got banned twice. So what's the likelihood that you get timed out by revolting, right? I returned. I returned and I bring rat. I returned and I offer you rat. Hello. Hello, little sleepy one. This is my offering. This is my offering. The tiredest little rat. The dog's name is Rat? No, her name is Una. Her name is Unaleska Silmeria Cosmos Mimaru Pancake Blair. And she's the tiredest puppy. But she just got ratted. We got her fur cut super short this week so that she'd be cooler on walks. But she's in currently rat mode and falling asleep right now, it seems. Wait, is this the rest of my stream? If she falls asleep, I'm allowed to put her down, right? Right? Hi. Hello. Are you coherent? What's her name? It's Una. Una as in the Lady High Summoner, Una. If you've ever played Final Fantasy X, or if you're a fan of SNSD. You can set her in her bed. Oh. Hi. Why are you so tired today? Oh, you went on a walk this morning with us. Oh, that's right. We went on a big one. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Dark Cherry. I appreciate it. Don't put her down. She still has so much to live for. Damn, dude. Holy. Weighs as much as your cat. Your cat weighs 8 pounds. This little one weighs 8 pounds. Hi, fatty. You need to lose a pound, don't you, this summer? Because you're a little fatty because I feed you too much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. Okay. All right. Okay. High volume up. I thought I heard a super long name. Well, you did. Her full name is Unaleska Silmeria Cosmos Mimaru Pancake Blair. But we call her Una. The Lady High Summoner. You good, puppy? Alright. If I put you down, will you go to your bed? Or will you go downstairs where Ella is? You want to go to your bed, or do you want to go see Ella? You don't know who Ella is. You don't know who I'm talking about if I say Ella. If I say her real name, though, you'll snap. just say Ella's real name and Una just goes in. She goes into full fucking alert mode. That's funny, man. Just activation. Now she's just staring, looking for her. Oh, she's trotting. Okay. She's gonna go see her. Okay. Oh, and a little Bork. Okay. Thanks, puppy. All right. He's small, even smaller than Una. Oh shit, really? That's a tiny ass little cat then. Not one of those big, like 30-pound cats that people use for hunting or some shit. I don't know. Una's just a snack, man. She's just a tiny little snack. For an owl, but like, you know. You know. You don't say that to her face, right? When we start thinking about putting our first puppy down, damn, bro. Sorry to hear that. That's tough, man. Hope they're nice and old and had a long, loved life. Right. Am I on the right layer? Oh my god. Okay. I was terrified for a second there that I was on a different file entirely, but we're good, I think. Maybe. Yeah. We're definitely good-ish. Drawn our bog witch. I forget what Dark's coordinates were on the witch scale for this character. I think it was like +4, +3 or whatever. I think. Maybe? You're a dungeon crawler, Carl. One of the main characters is a cat named Grand Champion, Breed Winner, Regional National Winner, Princess Donut, the Anne, Chonk, but she just goes by Princess Donut. That's cute. That's cute. No, I've never read that. But, you know, Princess Donut's pretty good, I'll admit. That's, you know, that's pretty legit. The 4 cats in my apartment, 3 are size. Mathis is 16.5 pounds. River and Velcro are 13.5 pounds. Tesla's 8.4 pounds. What the fuck? What the hell, man? You got some absolute units in there. That's not a cat. That's a fucking jungle predator. A 16-pound cat? What the hell, man? All right. Hey. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sounds deadly. 3 cats, right? My family in Alaska, and they do call dogs unisize eagle bait. Yeah. Yeah, we have to be very careful with her on leashes, because the thing is that where I live in Canada is, this is a map of North America. So you've got, let's see, you've got Canada right here, and then you got the Canadian like fucking puzzle piece thing, and then you got bonus Canada over here, and then you got like who asked Canada up here, and then you got America, and you got America's ass and America's wang, and then like that, and then you got bonus America up here, okay, and then you got little America over here. So basically all of the scary shit that lives up here in bonus America comes down to where I live too. So eagles, wolves, fucking black bears, brown bears, giant owls, all of that stuff, I deal with that shit too. If they got it in Alaska, I got it here where I live. Okay. So we need to preserve our puppy like it's the great wilderness out there. I have seen owls at night fly overhead us, you know, over top of us. And I just think, man, maybe that 6 foot leash is too long, you know. Man, Una will never be an outdoor dog where she's just allowed to sit outdoors and just chill and bask in the sun. If she's outdoors, I am within 10 feet of her. You know what I mean? Eagle bait. More like, yeah, more like an owl here. But we do have bald eagles here, so that's Ferris Legion. What kind of bears are the best? Oof. Well, black bears are fine. Black bears don't mess around with you. They're chilling. Grizzly bears, you typically don't get in trouble with a grizzly bear unless you fucked up. But they are still scary. Like when you see a grizzly bear in the wild on the path, but like whatever behind you, like that's there's like a mortal fear that you like it hits you. You know, especially in Canada, like we aren't allowed to carry firearms for like protection in the wilderness. A lot of Canadians do. Like if you're going backcountry hiking, a lot of Canadians are like hunting to carry some sort of firearm with them to protect against a grizzly bear. When I talk to my American friends about that, they're like, you go in places where grizzly bears exist without protection? I'm like, I got bear spray. They're like, oh boy, okay. So I will say that there is something about it that when you see a grizzly bear in person, it does kind of scare the shit out of you. Right? It does gotta scare the shit out of you. Black bears are fine. Black bears are pussies. They're just chilling. You can take a black bear. fine. I wouldn't try, but you know. You ever get Windsor, Ontario is punching America in the armpit. Oh yeah, right. You're south. Yeah, Windsor's like south of, like, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What's up, Blue? Good to see you. It's like pepper spray on steroids. Spray the bear. Yeah. The bear spray is not. I mean, like, it works. It works, but it doesn't instill you with the confidence, I think, that maybe more substantial protective measures would if you're a hiker. Yeah. It's actually tough to own bear spray here too, because our weapons laws are so tight that like I can't carry bear spray inside it. Like if I go out for a hike and then I come back to where I live and then I'm going to go into town, I have to leave my bear spray at home. I can't even bring it in my car into town, like, legally. It's tough, man. People are pretty strict about that shit over here, so. Now, to be fair, it's not like if you got your hiking bag and shit and you get pulled over and they're like, do you have any weapons in the car? You're like, yeah, I got bear spray. And they're like, I see it's in your hiking pack. Did you just come back from hiking? And you're like, yeah. They're probably like, okay, whatever, fuck you. Like, no one cares, you know? But black bears run from you. Black bears run from you, but I've had them be, well, no, you know what, to be honest, Nix, I've had black bears be more curious than any other, like, animal that you don't want to be curious, right? Black bears will like especially if they're like closer to the big hiking trails, they'll like walk up and be like, what the fuck's going on over here, man? What you got? So I've never had to spray a black bear though. Are you guys allowed machetes? I know people where I carry them or travel hatchets. Yeah, so that's a gray area. Technically you're allowed a machete. The problem is context matters. So I have an axe that is my camping axe, and it's bigger than a hatchet, but it's not a two-handed splitting axe. So it's heavy and it fits in a bag. So when we go to the mountains, it's part of my backpacking kit. Is it technically allowed? Yes. Could I bring it into town? Yeah. Machetes are different, sort of. It's like a different rule set, kind of. If you ask an outdoorsman, will an axe or a machete keep you safe from a grizzly bear? They're gonna say no, but it is better than nothing. So yeah, I mean, I carry my camping axe with me when we go hiking. Because if I'm gonna fuck around, I'm gonna have, like, you know, hand the dog to Ella and then have bear spray in one hand, and I'd really rather have a big ass fucking heavy piece of steel that's sharp on one end in the other. So sure, yeah, that's kind of what a lot of hikers do. But to be fair, a lot of hikers they just bring, you know, they bring whatever they want with them, and typically like park rangers and stuff are pretty understanding about it and don't mess around with them. But technically and legally, no, there's very strict laws about that here. And most people adhere. It's just like, you know, the weirdness of living out in places where there's like bears and shit. Is there snakes and spiders are too much? Well, yeah, because the bear can't poison you. They can't. The fucking bear, dude. The bear is not hiding in like a little hole that will spring out and bite you and then you're dead. No, Sleepy. I would rather take a bear over some kind of a venomous, poisonous, whatever toxic danger noodle or skittly boy any day of the week. So leopards are curious, pushy, and kind of skittish. Raccoons, on the other hand, will get up in your grill. Raccoons will get. That's very true. Raccoons will mess around, man. They got some mood on them, right? Right. Those are pretty common, good for multi-use, just in case. Sure, yeah, you know. And like, I do like the idea of having my axe with me, because that's like, As far as like my personal kit of bushcrafting, whatever, I would rather take my axe over a lot of other things, including maybe my knife. I know that's like heretical to say, but I really like the axe that I have. It's a perfect size. It's right in between a hatchet and a full like splitting axe. You can use it two-handed, like I split wood with it two-handed, but you can use it one-handed to like do almost anything else with it. And it's bearded. It's actually like kind of a dumb thing, but it's like a bearded axe, so you can actually like use it kind of with delicacy. So the nope ropes, yep. Here's the thing though, I've never seen a snake or poisonous spider in my backyard. Have I ever seen a bear in my backyard? Not a bear. Well, well. I think about this actually. Hey, you know, I just gotta think about that. Hold on, what things have I seen in my backyard growing up? Yeah, wait. No, it's fine, man. There are, like, to Sleepy's credit about bears and shit being scary, there are times of the year you don't go hiking, right? So, like, hiking season for me comfortably, you can go whenever you want, basically, and you're fine. For me, comfortably, hiking season starts in, like, mountain hiking, like deep hiking, starts in May and ends in August. I wouldn't go later than that or earlier. Unless you're like dead of winter, and then you're fine. But I'm not a big winter hiking, winter camping enjoyer. Unless I had an RV, that would change everything. Bro, a hot shower in the middle of the mountains. Oh my god. In the middle of winter? Holy. Be pretty good. 1920s, my great grandmother shot a rabid black bear. They had killed 3 people with a 2-gauge shotgun after my great grandfather missed. God damn, dude. That's some Canada shit right there. Live in the city in 3rd floor apartment and get a black widow spider here once. It was way more scared of that than when I was only 100 feet from a black bear while fishing. See, I agree. I don't want nothing small and whatever creepy around there. I don't want none of that, dude. You keep all that away from me. Yep, I'm good, bro. I'll pass on that. Upper Peninsula, Michigan. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Because of hibernation, right? Yeah, they get more active and more aggressive, more territorial, more hungry, more everything you don't want them to be. In the middle of the summer, they're just chilling, and in the winter they're fucking napping. But in the spring and fall, they're like either trying to fatten up or trying to, you know, get out there. So you just avoid the spring and the fall, and you know, hiking's fine. You know, bobcat in your backyard growing up? Yeah, we get those occasionally. They're not that bad. Like, here's the thing. You can take a bobcat. Right? But, like, man, them fucking grizzly bears, they don't mess around, bro. They don't mess around. Now, if you did spec into Tame Beast, though, and you make a grizzly bear your hunter pet, then you have the tenacity tree for it opened up. Well, then you can solo a lot of Canadian content at that point in time. Right? You can solo a ton of Canadian group content if you can trap and Tame Beast a grizzly bear in the tenacity tree, so. It's good things to remember here about how you're going to play the Canada game. You know, I've never had a close like encounter with is a wolf. I've seen wolves, but I've never like wolves keep their distance, man. I'll hear wolves, I'll see them like way the fuck over there, like once in a very, very rare occasion. But I've never been like, oh, a wolf. Wow, fuck, man, you know? Like I've seen like coyotes like right there. But never wolves, man. They're always they stay away. They know. I think they know somehow. They know. I'll tell you about the time I helped train and socialize a wolf. You never know. What the fuck? What? Was this when you're working at the animal what, like, what would you call it? Rehabilitation center or whatever, or something, or conservation thingy, or what? Most of the in my backyard are owls, frogs, lizards, parrots, pigeons, things like that. Now, anywhere that you can find a tropical bird, I think that's pretty cool. If I could befriend a parrot, I'd be pretty happy. If I could befriend a particularly grumpy toucan, that'd be even better. But I will settle for a parrot or a cockatiel. Yes. Yes, I have very specific standards here for what I'd consider a life well lived, and befriending a parrot is definitely up there. Mm-hmm. Hello, Sabine. How you doing? What's up? What's good? Good to see you, bro. Hope your Friday's going well, Sabine. Hope you've decided to take the day off work and any kind of obligations whatsoever. I hope you slept in, ate an entire miniature tub of Haagen-Dazs, chilled out, did some crypto trading or whatever you do in your fun time. I don't know. So annoying and loud. Very pretty green, but it's so loud. That's fair. I've heard they're very obnoxious. So, yeah. Working on a new art project while waiting for work stuff to be approved to send to. So zoning out. You're good. Just chill, Fox. What are you worrying about? Getting late? All right, Nix. Be good. Take care. Have a great weekend, Nix. Whatever you're doing. Thanks for chilling me today. Did I say anything about them? I hear them out one now. Damn. Damn, bro. How big are they? How big is a wild Jamaican parrot? I have two parrots. They're very good friends, but demanding to care for. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard parrots are very, very, like, require a lot to care for them. I love birds. I love tropical birds. I don't think I'd ever own one because of that. The closest thing I'd own is maybe a fat little quail. Like, I'd own a little fat quail, maybe. I think they're funny. That's probably the only bird I'd own. I've had parakeets and budgies and stuff before and whatever, and yeah, I don't think I could do the bird thing, the bird meta. I like the fish meta. Oh, I didn't turn my fish on this morning. The fish meta is fine because they stay in their tank. The dog meta sucks, I'll admit. Having a dog is awful. I would trade Yuna for a turtle, a Pop-Tart, for free any day of the week at this point, so. Been in business meetings from 8 a.m. to 10:30, another meeting from 11. Had to call the US of A insurance to make an appeal, but everything is good again with some EBA artwork. Ooh. That's not the Friday I envisioned for you, Sabine. What do you mean? God damn it. All right. Well, you better take next Friday off. All right. Sketch looking awesome, by the way. Love the design with the flowers and thorns and features. Thanks, Brooklyn. I appreciate that. Glad you like it. I'm having fun with this one. I'm just going for it. Doing all this, the bog witchy type stuff. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm getting kind of like I'm getting kind of into the rendering, I realize. I should probably calm down and just try and finish it up, hey? These sketches, I've just been going more and more and further into them, taking longer and longer, and I don't care. I don't care. This character of a class, she's kind of described as a witch, I guess. so more of an NPC class, I think. But that'd be a Dart question. I don't know if he's still kicking around. Get a very long description for the character, more on the who she is as opposed to the stats and class type thing. So. On the witch scale. Once down your shoulder, they'd be as tall as your head around there. Oh, okay, so yeah, I mean that's substantial though. That's pretty cool. God, I want to live in Jamaica, man. Come on, I can live somewhere with parrots and lizards. You know how cool that'd be, and like real plants and stuff like that. Just gorgeous. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Ah, damn it. Now I can't post the process video for on YouTube. Otherwise, I'm going to get canceled again for drawing predictably same-faced, attractive characters. Again. Shit. I appreciate it. Thank you. I've heard pigeons are great pets because they're domesticated. Are they really? I'd never heard that before. Huh. Pigeons, eh? I thought that was what surly old men from New York raised. Could be both, though. Based on the witch class from Works Beyond Numbers from Brennan Lee Mulligan. There you go, man. That's cool as shit. But a little more or less boggy than the witch design for the book. I've never actually read anything that Brennan Lee Mulligan has written about like classes, mechanics, designs, anything like that. I am very, very unfamiliar with Master Dungeon Master Mulligan in every way but reputation. I'm only familiar with him in reputation. I've never actually watched him DM a game. I've never actually sat down and like watched D20 or anything like that, or any of the Exandria stuff that he did. I never read anything that he's made. I've never really listened to him talk at any length of time. And yet I have a very favorable opinion of him because his reputation is so strong. Right? Pigeons are domesticated. Yeah, a long time ago they were no longer useful. They got released into the wild. That's why they're so common around humans and they're all starving and dehydrated, hence why their poop is damaging to paint and stuff. Really? Alright, well, that's my pigeon lore for the day. Holy shit, dude. I didn't know. I thought they were just assholes. I thought they were just douchebags, man. Okay. Who knew that they were secretly domesticated little goblins? Okay. Let's do some fill stuff here. See where we get with this. Bring old Fields of Knowledge out for that one. Yeah, you had to stretch for that one, didn't you? Getting that old thinker going again. Well, I think my favorite type of animal to keep is a fish. Definitely, I really like aquariums. I would love to have a substantial aquarium at some point in time in my life. Like a substantial one. Birds, I don't know, man. I don't know. Birds are cool, but I feel like they're just a lot. They're just really high maintenance. You know? They're demanding. Owning a bird is like if you had a chat that really demanded your attention, but TTS was free. That's how bad it is to own a bird. Oh my god. That actually checks out. Apparently less demanding than parrots, cleaner and less temperamental. Really? than a parrot? Let's say Brendan Mulligan's greatest strength as a dungeon master is balancing the spectacle with emotional resonance. Every big moment feels earned because he works with the players to achieve them rather than using the budget to make it all style and no substance. That's an interesting, that's an interesting endorsement. It was very well thought out, I think, actually. I'm impressed. Okay. Okay. I feel it. Yeah, I mean, I've just never had a experience of watching him do his thing, I guess. I definitely should, because people are pretty excited about him. I will admit, though, that I had a negative opinion of him, not because of him, by the way. When I first sort of started streaming, not really negative opinion of him, but I had a negative, not impression, I guess, negative association with him, let's just say, when I first started streaming, because people would not shut the fuck up about him. That's why, right? It's like somebody would come into my chat every third day to tell me the gospel of Brendan Lee Mulligan, about how he's the greatest gift to Dungeons and Dragons since Matt Mercer. And the problem is that that's great, and I love the passion. But when somebody comes into my chat and thinks that they're the first person to ever tell me about Brendan Lee Mulligan, like every 2 to 3 days, it's like why people don't understand why a joke isn't funny on Twitch a lot faster than they think, because they make the joke once a week. The problem is they're part of a group of 50 people that makes the joke once a week, so the joke stops being funny after a week. You know, that's the kind of problem with that. So when people chilled out, then I was able to kind of like be more objective about D20 and that whole thing. Still haven't watched it, but I am favorable about it. People seem to be pretty, you know, enthused about that show and everything that goes on with it. And I don't know, man. Maybe I'll check it out at some point in time and like watch like some of the, like figure out what people think the best season is and then watch that or whatever, you know? That's exhausting. Yeah, and I try not to develop a negative opinion on something just because either the fans or the people or whatever are too enthusiastic and it comes off annoying or whatever. But it definitely does shape it, right? You know, like, God, what's an example? I think maybe Critical Role was like that for a lot of people. Critical Role was like this whole thing that people thought was just like the most important, interesting thing that ever happened. They need to tell you the gospel of Critical Role, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Like I get, you know. But realistically, I mean, obviously you can't blame. It's like you can't blame Matt Mercer for the Matt Mercer effect. You can't blame Brendan Lee Mulligan for the enthusiasm around his DMing, stuff like that, or whatever. And as much as I hate to say that like would have tarnished some of my like just mental image of whatever, I probably did a little bit. And it's the kind of thing where people are like, you should check out D20, you should check out D20, you should check out D20. At a certain point in time, you're just like, no, fuck you, just because the fans are obnoxious, right? But realistically, it's probably like phenomenal, and I should give it a real, actual chance. The every style in the character details a rabid nature woman, old crotchety classic witches, and cutesy anime kiki style, so it's adaptable. That's cool. Okay. Everything on the chart, then. You can coordinate it all out. Okay. D20 fans can be very pushy, yeah. And it's like they have some, like, it's like some of them have something to prove, like, right? It's like, I don't know, did D20 fans as the fan base, do you think that some of them suffer from a little brother syndrome to Critical Role? Because that's something that I kind of gotten from them, and maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe this isn't fair. Tell me if it's not fair. But I feel like sometimes the D20 fans, because they're not the mainstream Critical Role, they'll sit there and try and like shill harder for their like favorite thing. And you're kind of just like, okay, man, like, that's great. Like, chill out. You know, I get you're passionate, but like, I do get maybe a little bit of that from some of them. You know, obviously not everyone. Like definitely is vastly outnumbered by people who are really cool about it and are like, hey, man, you should check it out. It's fun. You're like, fair enough. But I wonder if that's part of it. It's like an impression I've gotten from them a little bit. You know. For Matt from day-to-day DMing and combat stuff, but Brennan, for one, off grand storytelling, actually not a huge fan of his longer-term campaign stuff. Oh, really? So that's actually good, because I could then watch maybe the short-term stuff that's really good. So what do you think is, if I am like, I want to see this DM in action, I want to see him in his purest form, what do you think is the best Brennan Lee Mulligan that I should watch, because apparently, as far as like previous advice have gone, it's not even D20. It's actually the stuff he did for Critical Role. But I don't know. Is that true? That was like a couple people that said that. I don't know if it's still true. Like 6 months later, or whatever. I punt the hornet's nest. Yeah. I don't get the impression from D20 fans are little brothers to Critical Role, especially since the YouTube shorts from Dropout, the platform that hosts D20, are getting more traction to D20 by association. That's interesting. The reason I say the little brother syndrome is because I find that a lot of people who talk about Critical Role, like who are sort of the over enthusiastic fans. They talk about it like as its own thing, but a lot of D20 fans will talk about it in context to Critical Role. You know what I mean? Or in comparison. Kind of like I don't know, like when like a game comes out and they don't want to like, I don't know, what's a good example? Like Path of Exile, when everyone talked about how not Diablo it is, right? And I get that from D20 fans sometimes. Not all of them, as I said, but they're like, oh yeah, well if you're sick of Critical Role, this blah, 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 then you'll love D20. I'm like, I'm not sick of Critical Role. What? Why would I be sick of Critical Role? Yeah, well, when you decide you want something more substance than Critical Role, it's like, tell me why your thing is good, not why the other thing is bad. And I've gotten that from people in the past. I don't know if it's like a widespread thing or if that's just like a couple people here and there. Because I don't, know for myself, right? Exodus had the lasting impact on me. Exandria Calamity is one of Brennan's best DM games. Interesting. Personal favorite one-off campaign from D20 is Escape from Bloodkeep. It's an older one, but still holds up in both comedy and quality. It even has Matthew Mercer in it as a player. That's cool. Is that part of the charm of D20? People consider it more like funny or more of a comedy than Critical Role? Is that where it like differs too? Because I'm not that big on a lot of the like type of humor that D&D players enjoy. let's just say I didn't enjoy the D&D movie, and so that actually concerns me. If like one of the like main qualities of D20 is that it's like more comedic, that's actually kind of a bit of a negative for me. If I'm being honest. I'm just being honest, right? What he did with Crit was excellent. It was only one show, wasn't it? Right? It was only one show. Or am I mistaking? There was EXU. And then there was... No, Abra did EXU, right? What's the fucking game that they did before Campaign 2 or whatever? Fuck, what's his name? The guy who played Dorian. I like that guy. And then like that's where Fern and oh god, what Ashley and Liam's characters, whatever their names were, Orem and Fern, and was that Brennan Mulligan as well, or was that Abria? So what the fuck did Brennan do? Wait, hold on. What's up, Bunny? Good to see ya. Creating the masterpiece today. I'm attempting. We're gonna see if it turns out, I guess, for our reach. Came too late. You're basically already done the drawing. Nuh-uh. No, I gotta do the rest of the character. Koi. Yeah, Dark paid for the Pepega upgrade. $4,000 for me to turn this character into a Gundam. So we're not even. It was EXU with Abria. Okay, so what it? No, I'm doing a whole figure today. So what did my Critical Role lore is slipping right now. Or whatever. I got my hopes up, damn. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Koi. Come on, man. All right, fine. Just for you, I will sign it then at the end there. Yeah, I think I'm basically done this character. Oh, you know what? We can compare now, actually, because I'm done this. Hold on. Recording end. Boom. All right, so one character. Valerica. Oops, we don't need any of this shit. We just need this. We're going to put the Storm Queen herself right there. I'm going to put Addie. Right here. I think YouTube is fucking cooked. I think they don't know what they're talking about. I'll be honest, man. I see similarities in style, but I think YouTube is just fucking cooked. And I'm not taking their critique seriously. Even now, looking at 3 different characters across from each other, I think those YouTube comments are absolutely out of pocket and cooked. And maybe that's my ego showing, I don't know. But this whole all your characters look the same face syndrome bullshit, I think YouTube is fucking cooked. They don't know what they're talking about, man. They have no idea what they're talking about. If this problem across many fandoms and mediums, if your biggest selling point is that you aren't something else, I think it's a problem. You should be able to talk about it on its own merit. We've talked about that for video games a lot, Salesian. Yeah. The one to the left is your favorite. Yeah? Kind of whack YouTube comments to this you get in this time. I keep getting comments of people. So I think that right now, Koi, there's metas of critique, and I think that when people talk about certain critique metas, you'll have people like typing comments to try and like sound smart. So basically, okay, so here's the way, like okay, I think, can I talk about YouTube with any amount of authority yet? How big on YouTube do I have to be an authority on like, not like an absolute authority, but just somebody who knows how YouTube sort of works, I think. Because I only have 8,500 subs, and that's fair enough. I'm a nobody. I don't have a like silver play button, but I've been doing this for a while, and I'm growing well. I've noticed metas. I've noticed a couple of truths. One, not a single artist that I've met ever that's decent at what they do has ever left unsolicited critique or feedback. Ever. Not one. Every single time I've met a good artist and I've asked them something along those lines of like, would you ever like leave like feedback on someone if you see them making a mistake or whatever that you don't like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They're always like, oh God, no. Right? So that's one, is that you can't necessarily take critique and feedback from YouTube. Seriously. 2, the reason why people will drop critique is to in some ways to elevate their sense of importance. It's very rarely, if ever, to try and help somebody out, because most people who are socially aware enough understand that people aren't necessarily going to, you know what I mean? So, whatever. Within the critique sphere, I've noticed metas. When somebody makes a video on, let's say, a problem in art, like let's say, and I'm not shitting on anybody here, but like let's say someone influential like PCAT makes a video on like, I don't know, same face syndrome and how to avoid it, and like that video gets a couple million views. People will try and identify that problem in art to try and sound smart. And you'll see metas. The metas will go from things like color theory to dynamic posing to asymmetry to rule of thirds. And I think right now as a meta, for some reason, it's popular to sound smart by saying that artists have same face syndrome. And I've gotten that a bunch. And like I get critiques all the time of like, oh, your character does this or whatever, blah blah blah. It's this or that, or it's bad or something here or there. And like, I don't really care about those things because it does, but I'm concerned when I hear the same critique over and over and over again, like probably like 10 times in 2 videos, three videos, 10 times in 3 videos. And I'm like, I just got blasted for same face syndrome, like way more than I've ever gotten blasted for anything. but I think they're fucking cooked. I think there's similarities in the way that I like stylize and render, let's say, eyes. I think that feminine noses are often more similar than they are different, right? There's no sort of beardic variations that you can put on women that people won't accuse my men of having same face because they're different and beardy, whatnot. But I think those comments are fucking cooked. Now that I actually just, because I forget who suggested, but like, why don't you bring them all three up today? I didn't want to do it while I was recording, but now that I'm done recording, and here's the three most recent portraits I've done, which are three young, beautiful women. That's part of the character descriptions. I am now 100% certain and not wavered even in the slightest that the fucking comments are cooked, man. They're hot. They don't look alike. People just don't look like each other. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know where they came from. Same face syndrome doesn't even matter in some works like anime. Who cares? That's why they're all colored for your convenience. Even in American comics, it doesn't matter if they have the same pretty face. That's why they have different personalities and outfits. Sure, yeah, and like, so it's like my work isn't stylized enough where it could be excused, but it's also not necessarily realistic or representational enough that it'll obviously be always and clearly different. There are certain ways that I sort of will button a nose, or certain ways that I'll, like, I don't know, highlight an eyelid or something. But these characters are all different, man. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just dumb and I'm looking at my own work and trying to like cope. I could be coping right now. There's a non-zero chance that I'm just coping. And I think you have to give that to yourself. And you have to say that maybe you're just coping and you do have same face syndrome and you're a terrible artist, Evan, and you should just give up your art career and hand over your YouTube channel to that person that said they know better, because they deserve it instead. But I don't see it. I don't see the problem. Dude, yeah, okay. All right, well, whoever's idea that was to bring up the three most recent characters and compare them, that was genius, because I was worried that I'd find something I didn't like, but I was willing to do it in front of you guys. But right now, I am resolute in thinking that person, or those comments on YouTube are absolutely fucking cooked. What's the actual same face syndrome? Look at the Justice League Ultimate Men. That's fair and hilarious. So, you know, look similar at all? Yeah, okay. Of course, there can be similarities. You have a style, but style isn't the same as to draw absolutely the same face. Which is, okay, so what I had said earlier, White Bunny, is that I said that I don't think people knew what they were saying when they said same face syndrome. Let's see a critique, a comment. I didn't delete this because it wasn't, like, offensive or whatever. But one of the comments, here's an example of somebody who I don't think they understand what the same face syndrome means. So if I go to the most recent video, oops, nope, that's my live. That's not. Mute tab, shorts. This is an interesting comment. Holy fuck, this is 440 likes. You guys are hilarious. Tiefling Bard, so unreasonably hot was already basically a requirement. She just clarified it was. That's hilarious. Where was it? Where was it? I saw it. It was on my phone. It was on my phone. Is it a newer one? My phone sorts them into newest, but oh, this is two. So here's the thing. The portraits are great, but they all end up looking really similar. Maybe some of the common comments referring to how they fit a specific mold of hotness. It's fine to draw attractive characters, but they all kind of look the same. It's like there's a breakdown of what it is about the similarities issue, but people will have this thought right here that, like, the thought of, yes, a lot of people who are like generally conventionally attractive will have similar features. People will have this thought, but they won't know how to articulate, so they'll just say same face syndrome. And I think that's because of the meta. I think that's meta only, which is very interesting. I'm just observing my work for a second here. Yeah, fuck him. Get bent. I'm not worried about it. It's so toxic. Okay. So there are different styles of types of hotness you can employ. It's harder though, Selesian, with the level of rendering. It's actually harder with the level of rendering and stylization. You know? Let's look at people who haven't really seen same face syndrome. Right, which is why I think like I know what it looks like and I know what it feels like too. Because I've had to overcome that. You know? Before. And I think it is just a meta. I think it's just people that are trying to like sound intelligent and don't know how to communicate an idea, so they identify a small pattern and they attribute that small pattern with a big problem. But then like the problem is then if you listen to that, if you're an artist that doesn't necessarily know to just disregard all unsolicited feedback on YouTube, what does that do to you mentally? Like for me, somebody who's like very used to this space, I'm trolled. What would the fuck would that do to me if I wasn't like, you know, experienced, I guess. It's just interesting. It doesn't matter. Now I'm just sort of thinking shit through, but geez, man, those videos are doing really well for my account anyway. All right, well, whatever. There's your character, Dark. I will send her to you later when I do my fix up, update, whatever, ensure that it's not a terrible piece of art that I hate. But thank you for the request, Dark. I appreciate it. Thank you for the coffee request. My coffee comms will be open again in June, probably. For a couple more requests, I'll probably have like maybe 5 or 6 slots in the middle of June available. So I'm just finishing up the ones from May, and I appreciate the request, Dark. It means a lot, and I hope you enjoyed watching the process for what you did. I hope we captured Lily in a way that you see your character in there. But yeah, man, honesty is a common trait of characters in fiction, just as common as being smart, being unique. It serves a function in the narrative. What's wrong with having a commonly used tool? I don't know. I think because I like. Realistically, I think that there is this kind of like large contingency of people that want to express their cleverness and do so in a way that is revealing, I guess. That there's not much fucking going on up in there, I guess. Remember to comment on all of the shorts? Yeah, I remember to comment on all the shorts. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's no, I do appreciate the support you guys have thrown at me for you know, YouTube and TikTok and all that stuff. So they definitely have never read manga. Yeah, actually though, right? That's kind of funny. There's that too, I guess. Yeah, man, she's cool. I like her. This is a cool character. This is a cool project. Dude, you guys have had like the best projects and the best characters and stuff. I'm not sure, like I don't want to read too far ahead, so I always read what my like next character is, like just right as soon as I'm about to do it. Next up, I think the next character up is another character from Dark. And then after that is Selesian's environment, which is gonna be fun. You'll love the next one. You think so? And after that, I have one for Fox, one for Bryce, and then 2 for Brooklyn. What is that emote? People malice? If you ask me to draw something stupid, then I'm just gonna draw it not stupid, Dark. If you ask me for something stupid, I will draw it not stupid. If you ask me for like a if I said no anthro and no weird shit and you ask me for a tabaxi, then I'm just drawing you a cat girl. I hope you understand that. I will not be held hostage into drawing some fucking weird shit. No anthro? Okay, well. Well, I hope it's not too weird, or else or else there'll be issues. You'll see. Okay. All right. I look forward to it. You'll hit on the head, Evan. It's just ego. I'm different from others. I'm so clever. Well, it comes down to a lot of times the psychology that I find of the mobile game ad, right? A lot of times comes down to the psychology of a mobile game ad. Might be a dwarf, maybe. I mean, did you ask me to draw a bearded female dwarf when I said I don't draw bearded female dwarves? Because you're gonna get a regular female dwarf if you ask me to draw a bearded female dwarf, dog. If that's what the fuck it is, I guess I'll just do it and just won't post it, you know? I don't care. I sit here and adore every one of them. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. But yeah, I think it is just people wanting to sound clever or interesting or feel like they sort of are seeing the pattern, you know? It's the puzzle piece, right? That you want to feel like you're the one that sees the pattern, you know? And so you'll point out the flaw, you'll point out the thing. It's like, you know, honestly, Koi, like I talk about how toxic our critiques were in art school, and like you can actually like speak to this. I talk about sometimes in chat or while I'm streaming with and I talk to the rest of the chat about how they just weren't useful, because a lot of the critique was just people trying to like sound interesting without actually being useful, right? To sound like you have high standards and to shit on other things because it made you seem like you're more elevated. It's like the wine critique that's not pleased by anything. You know, you sound more like cultured if you don't like any films, right? That's like the only critique I cared about was the instructors. Sure, yeah. I mean, even then, I thought our instructors did a terrible job sometimes at managing that. Like a lot of our instructors were decent at as having an art career, but they were terrible leaders. You know, because if they see that kind of dogpiling happening in a critique. And they would just sit there and be like, oh, well, that's very interesting. Everyone has their opinions. And it was very few instructors that were like, no, that's fucking stupid. That's a dumb, you know, that's a dumb comment. Shut up, right? Like, they wouldn't even do that. So one person basically, or one instructor basically did give me depression. God damn, bro. Yeah, they were tough, right? It was tough. It was not like, yeah, our art school. Koi and I we had a tough art school, man. We had a rough art school. You don't have normal beauty standards, but she's amazing. Oh God, do I do a female? Oh God, did you actually ask me to draw a bearded female dwarf? Oh Christ. All right. God damn it.
Visitors, how exciting.
All right, fair enough. Adobe, wait. wait, what? Wait, no way. Wait, actually? Adobe, thanks for the raid. What the hell? Thank you, I appreciate it. I've been enjoying my art process in Photoshop all day. I did not know Adobe had a stream. It is us from Adobe? Really? That's so crazy, dude. I had no idea that Adobe had an official Twitch account. That's wild. That makes me happy. Hey guys, listen, man. You know what I always say, Photoshop is the best painting software out there, hands down. Let's go. That's so funny. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. If you guys didn't know Adobe had an official Twitch channel, there you go, man. You can hit that up. And welcome everybody. Hello, good to have you. Good to see you. We're just wrapping up a project I did for some character concept sketches for some D&D players. So, welcome in. Good to see you guys. What's up? How's it going? That's so wild, man. That's so funny. I had no idea that Adobe had a Twitch channel. What do you guys do? Just like make art and stuff and cool projects and stuff? That's so cool. Evan immediately becomes a corporate shill? Dude, what are you talking about? Listen, bro, Koi, I bought 2 Adobe Master Collections. I've had a Creative Cloud sub. At this point in time, if I'm not deep into the Adobe ecosystem, then, you know, hey, I like it here. I'm comfy. All right. Adobe's my safety blanket as far as my art software goes. I'm a complete Adobe Wacom. You know. That's so funny. Basically, yeah, that's cool. Actually, that's cool as hell. Made a movie poster. That's rad. That's hilarious. I'm honored. I'm honored to think that one of my two, you know, companies that I use the product of to make my art for the entirety of my career just found me out of nowhere. That's super cool, man. I'm honored. Thank you very much for the raid. Seriously. Good to have you. We were just talking about some art school stories and talking about how to deliver good and useful critique, and also complaining about our instructors. So if you guys have any art school horror stories of instructors and bad critique, oh boy, you're in the right place during the right conversation. I'm just giving myself a couple minutes to not look at this piece to see if there's any last minute fixes I need to do. You know, it's the whole clear your brain before you fix up the last couple of adjustments on it. That's so funny, man. That's the coolest alert maybe I've ever gotten on Twitch. Just straight up Adobe. All right, that made my day. Peer reviews are always so helpful. Yeah, true, Legion. Peer reviews were good, but I found that a lot of critique though is not useful. And trying to figure out the balance between positive and negative critique, like it's very difficult to be an art school instructor that facilitates critique, because you have to understand, I think, really well how to lead a team. And I don't think a lot of the art instructors that like Koi and I had, for instance, had that skill set in them. So they would just kind of let us go at each other like a bunch of rabid dogs and just tear each other apart. And they would just sit there nodding, being like, well, we're getting them used to the real world. To be honest, that was an excuse we had in art school a lot, was it's so tough and it's so brutal, and because this is what the real world is like. Dude, I may not have made it to my like dream company of Blizzard or ILM, but I've worked in a lot of companies and I've worked in a lot of teams and a lot of like whatever. I have never had someone during critique, whether they're an art director or not, be so disrespectful to me as any of the stuff that they said to me in art school, like ever. So that's kind of whack. Like maybe them being very strict about timelines and stuff like that, totally fair, right? Timelines, you can't mess around. You can't be late. You can't be whatever. You have to be on time. You have to be prompt. You have to be punctual. You have to be all these things. But the defense of like, when you're like, you know, hey, I kind of like hate getting just shredded apart and bullied for 20 minutes during my critique. And then you have an instructor just being like, well, that's the real world, kid. Tough luck. You're like, okay, I guess. I'm 21. I don't know what I'm talking about. But now that I've been in the industry, I'm like, they were all out of pocket. Like completely. You know, which is kind of crazy, actually. They're just professionals, but did not have teaching degrees. Fair enough, right? You start next quarter, June 16th. Dude, that's awesome. That's rad. I hope your next semester goes fantastically at your art school. My horror story is that I majored in the STEM field and all my art is self-taught. Ooh. So you were smarter than me. Didn't go to art school. Shit, No, man, it was tough. Like it is very difficult to try and deliver useful critique to people, because you have to deliver. It's like you have to legitimately care about the person and want to see them improving to be able to deliver useful critique about them, which is a hard thing to do when you're in competition with them. And a lot of people at companies, on teams that are sort of like more entry level, like when you're on a big like fancy game team or whatever, it's not as competitive and like bitey as you think it is, because everybody's there trying to focus on the product. Everybody's made it. You know, there's not a limited amount of seats at the table. You're at the table, bro. But I found that it happened in a lot of the like either like indie game studio or like mobile game studios, like entry level positions where people are trying to fight for their way up the ladder, or in art school where they're trying to fight their way up an imaginary ladder that they think is there. They'll just tear each other down the entire time, which is just not useful for critique. And it's very difficult to give good critique. And I'm always very cautious about myself giving critique to people. And it's why it's really hard to, you know, over even just like the one-way sort of display of the internet when I do Discord critiques from time to time. So I do a sandwich technique, like can work on. Yeah, right. Like the sandwich technique is in like the compliment critique comment type thing, or is that if I think of something different? Been up working since 2 a.m. Need sleep. Say please get some sleep and rest yourself, my friend. You've been working hard today, and I didn't really catch what you were doing in the stream today. I'm sorry, but I know you were working hard. So please enjoy the rest of your day, and yeah, man, be good. Going to grad school soon too, so I'm going even deeper. Well, it's fine. I mean, like it's yeah. Sometimes I wonder if I sometimes I wonder if I picked the right path in life, you know. I do have a lot of like love for certain, you know, STEM field things, but I don't know. I feel like there was no option, right? That way they're not hurt by the work on bit. Sure, yeah, no, that's very fair. Because like understanding that like you do have to develop a bit of a thick skin, I think, as an artist, because your art director will be blunt with you. They'll tell you when something's wrong and not good enough or not up to standard or doesn't communicate well or just like whatever, you know? Your senior artist will do the same thing for you or your principal artist or whatever. And so you do have to develop a little bit of that thick skin, 100%. But a good leader and a good team manager and a good like competent sort of like head of whatever department you're in, like, you know, for art, whether it's like animation or whatever, creatively will understand how to deliver that to you in a way that's useful. Right? Thank you for the follow, Adobe. That's hilarious. I'm so honored. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, it I thought about it a lot after the fact, after art school, how to deliver good critique, because like I've had amazing art directors that I've like worked with and for, and it just completely destroyed any sort of legitimate credibility that I had from those instructors in art school, saying like, well, we're just gonna let everyone tear you apart because that's what it's like in the real world. I don't know about that, man. And I've seen art directors shut that shit down too. You know, I've seen good art directors shut that down and like guide sort of like team related discussion on projects. And it's pretty cool when you see someone who's really good at it, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's a very difficult skill to master, and I wouldn't necessarily know how to do it myself, but I'm doing like some mentorship stuff this summer, which I'm really kind of a little bit anxiously excited about, because I'm gonna try and have to figure out how to help a group of young artists out, not just from me to them, but also from them building a connection with each other where they can create a strong peerage. And I think you'll do that in critique, right? I think that you can build that strength in critique. I just don't know how to right now. It's like I have an intuition that it can work. The best teams work together, not against each other, right? 100%. Yeah, and when you see that kind of like competitive like cattiness amongst young artists at like mobile studios for trying to get like, you know, an internship turned into whatever or something like that, the problem is that kind of like that destructive like adversarial whatever does work to get you ahead like in those cases, but it doesn't work once you're like once you're like at the big table and you're actually like doing stuff and whatnot. It stops immediately. Art directors don't have time for that shit. So it's kind of weird to see your peers and competitors, just because like zero-sum economics has been disproven already. Yeah, but I think it's one of those things that like psychologically, scarcity and whatnot, I think that's a rational explanation for an emotional reaction, if you know what I mean. Really wondering how many people gave up because of art school critique. Yeah, I mean, so like the school that Koi and I went to, the program we went to was incredibly competitive. I think the year that Koi and I got accepted, I think an instructor told me that it was a 1 in 8 acceptance rate. So pretty low, like pretty tough to get into. And then I remember we had a 55 or 60% graduation rate. So of everyone, of 100 students that went into the program with Koi and I, with Fish and Bacon and I, I'm pretty sure that only 60 made it out. So very low acceptance, very high dropout, very high pressure, very intense workload, very competitive, very just like pressure, fire, steam, kids burning out, like mental breakdowns, crying, all-nighters, like just brutal workload for our program that we went through. And like, to be honest, I remember there was one girl who I was kind of friends with. Her name was Yuki. and she didn't come back in second year. I think it was either first semester or first year she dropped. And I asked her, like, when she was like saying, she was like, I don't know about this, like I this isn't what I really wanted, whatever. And I was like, what's going on? I remember she cited the first critique that we had, where she was like, do I really want to get talked to like that? And I was like, fair enough, you know. True, I guess. And I think it probably happens a lot, you know. But it also partly kind of like, I think you get this ego thing among some instructors, where the instructors are like, well, I went through art. So we had one instructor who was definitely like this, and she was simultaneously one of the best and worst instructors because she really cared. She was really good. She was insanely detail oriented, and if you listened to her, you had a good career. But she was also a complete asshole. And she, I think, carried that idea of like, well, I made it through art school and everyone shit on me. So yeah, you're going to have to go through this now too. I think it's one of those kind of things that some older instructors, or some instructors in general, have this idea of like, it was hard for me, so it has to be hard on you, in the same way, you know? And I think that factors in too. But realistically, I think that people giving up because of critique is maybe, you know, that's really interesting you say that. I think that might be the single most cited thing I've ever, like, I've never aggregated this in my head. But when I think about all the reasons where people say I dropped out or I left art school, you know what? It is almost always people talking about the critique process. Actually, now that I think about it. Shit, dude. Went to an art high school, similar experience. Most of the artistic learning has been after I left. Same with me. You know? Some people need to be needing to work on themselves to make everyone else's problems too, right? The only way I made it through that school was basically forced to learn self-approval. Went back in my last year just doing my own thing, and everyone loved my shit. I'm proud of you, bro. I'm proud of you. Previous years I tried so hard to please the instructor and just make art I fucking hated. It didn't work, and learned the hard way. Yeah. That's one thing that Chris and Sean and Mike and the boys and I, one thing we did for one of our projects for Children's Book Boy is we just took a nearly failing grade on the assignment because we wanted to do a concept art project for it. But I think that's probably one of my biggest advices for young artists in art school is to tailor your art school program, like pass the program, but tailor your art school program to what you want and be willing to take bad grades. If it means that you're getting what you want out of your art school education. That's like super key, I think. But yeah, who am I? I'm just, you know, I'm fucking, I'm just chilling, bro, you know? Oh shit, yo, the Eldritch Pod Blast. Good to see you guys. Hello, friends, welcome in. What's up? Good to see all of y'all. How you been? How was stream? Tell me your tales. Guys, if you are not following the Eldritch Pod Blast, if you're not following Jack and Vegas, you're not following one of the greatest places to hang out as a D&D nerd, or just generally a person who enjoys good people on Twitch. I do highly recommend their channel. I'm a fan. I catch their streams whenever I can. They're amazing to hang out with and co-work with while I'm drawing all my silly D&D nonsense. And I am definitely a fan of, and I mean that, I'm honestly a big fan of the Eldritch Pod Blast and everything they do in there. I am not as caught up on the game as I want to be, but yeah, they're lovely over there. And also they're honestly, I love giving this compliment to other streamers because it means so much when people say it to me. They have an amazing community over there. Like one of the best ones. Their chat's super active. It's like many full levels of wholesome good people over there. So that also makes the stream a lot more fun. I think people don't endorse that enough when they see it and call it out. So yeah, another great reason why I do recommend a follow for Eldritch Pod Blast. So please hit that shout out link, and welcome everybody from the stream. If you're not familiar with me, whatever terrible things I said about my D&D hot takes are probably true. But hello, I'm Evan. I make D&D art, and I'm just finishing up a character request from my kofi for a bog witch, a young, beautiful bog witch who might have maybe a curse or two. Listen, I never accuse her of having cursed anybody. I'm just the artist. So Agreed. Our community are the sweetest, kindest, most unhinged, wonderful peoples ever. There you go. See, even the streamers know, right? Even the streamers know. You did not see what we saw today. I did not know. Oh no, Dave. What did it, am I being proven wrong? Was there just toxic degeneracy all day on chat and I just missed it? Well, god damn it. God damn it. You missed Worm Mpreg. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I missed what? Okay, all right. Man. Okay, Eldritch Pod Blast. What can you say about it? Well, they got a good sense of humor over there. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Jeez. Boy, man. Doesn't change the recommendation. I just feel like maybe I should just re-clarify some things. I don't need to know. That's probably fair. Yeah. Javik Wormpreg. Okay, I didn't need the clarification. God damn it. Okay. Whew. You warm them up and okay. Well, that's fucking great. I'm just that simultaneously made and ruined my day. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, I really should have asked what you guys were doing first before I just, said the whole thing about, you know what? Yeah, you're all bad. Right, it's art. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Okay, cool. All right. Well, what was I even focusing on here? God damn it, I got distracted. I'm trying to finish up the last details on this piece. The dimensions. Well, regardless of whatever cursed ass shit you guys are doing over there today, again, I do appreciate the raid, and I'm always honored and humbled by your presence. So, I commission you to draw my. No, stop. God damn it. I have standards, okay? Listen, I have important projects. Oh my god. I've drawn worse, to be fair. So, I mean, oh boy. Creases are closed for a bit. Oh shoot, that's right. Guys, oh man, I would, but I forgot my commissions are closed for the next couple of months. Damn it. If only you guys had let me know, like 2 weeks ago, when I had slots still available for the summer. Simple Jen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And finally, Emerson, I appreciate that. Sorry, Finley Emerson. Sorry, I think I missed both of those earlier. So, yeah, I pay you an eternal life. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Oh man. Oh boy. Listen, I can't draw things that will hurt my reputation. I already do that enough when I do my VTuber fan art. How unfortunate. Yeah, right. It's just sometimes it works out like that the timing doesn't work out. I've got that project for Quincy's Tavern, and then I've got that thing for the Eldar or whatever. My hands are tied. I wish I could, but the only men Evan draws are dwarven dudes with huge beards. Sorry, that's not even true. Okay, no, you know what? This slander is not appreciated. In fact, on my Twitter, Koi, in fact, I also do draw shirtless vampires whose pants slide lower per like. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if you guys are ready for this though. This is the worst time to ever get a fucking raid in the history of my Twitch channel. This is I can't show you guys the next frame. I can't show you the next frame. I can't, man. Reaper, hello, welcome in. Reaper Miniatures, my friends, good to see you. Okay. I can't with Adobe. Shut up, Koi. You didn't have to say it out loud. Okay, look. Okay, so I did say that I would draw this character. and this is an old tweet, but I said that every 10 likes on this piece, his pants would slide lower, right? And so he got 10 likes, and so his pants slid lower. And then I got 10 more likes, and 10 more, and 10 more, and I had to slide his pants lower and lower and lower until, naturally, like, this was the end result, right? That you guys expected. Right? Isn't this... like... You guys didn't think I was gonna post some shit on Twitter, did you? I can't believe that's... Thanks for that. I can't believe you followed after that. Thank you, MG Photo, for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, guys, if you aren't following Reaper Miniatures, you definitely should. They're one of my favorite Twitch channels on this platform. Thank you for the raid, guys. I appreciate it, even though you came in at basically the worst time I've ever had a Twitch raid in the history of my streaming career. If you guys are familiar with Reaper Miniatures, the gaming supplies and amazing miniatures company, then you would know that that's actually Reaper Miniatures. That's actually one of the most informative and important parts of the gaming sphere. Literally, that's their Twitch channel, and you should definitely go follow Reaper Minis. And welcome everybody from the stream. I hope you guys had a lovely time. Anyone willing to follow through with a promise like that deserves a follow. Okay, fair enough. I mean, look. Someone did post a picture of one of the worms from Men in Black, and I thought that was some funny shit. But this accusation that I can't draw men is just thank you, Copperham, for the follow as well. This accusation that I don't know how to draw men is just heinous. Clearly, I am an accomplished artist. I swear to God, if this is my thumbnail on Twitch, it's just not gonna. Okay. All right, I need to finish this piece. He's going to Twitter to like those pics. Stop. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have retweeted that. I think Adobe's going to be like, this is what you're using Photoshop for? Ah, shit, we got to cut this guy's license off, man. Oh, God, we got to... And that's say you can't draw hot man. I was just lying for you so you don't have to draw women, worm, and prey. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that, Koi. That's no. Well, it's because my commissions are closed. That's why. You know, that's the only reason why I can't do it. So, you know, oh boy. All right, let me. Goddamn. Okay, let me finish this beat. Last touch ups, line weights and stuff. Oh God. I also do want to do the touch-ups on Valerica as well today, so I can drop both of these to their clients respectively after stream, and then go deep into the tank, because I've got some very important sketches for a very important project that I need to deliver in the next or after the weekend, and I'm going to be in the tank deep, disappeared into the abyss for the next couple of for the next week or so. With GameCon coming up and everything else, Ella and I are going to be busy as all hell. So this weekend's actually going to be very formative for me as far as like, can I smash my goals this year or not, I suppose. Arcane Wormman. Okay, dude. All right. Being taking breaks from the stream is no longer good for my heart. I'm sorry, Sleepy. I'm sorry. That's like literally the worst time I think I've ever gotten a raid. Maybe when Tofu Senshi raided when I was talking about that. You know what? Never mind. I don't need to go back into that fucking memory. Yeah. Okay. As much as I cringe, I realize it can always be worse. So Reaper's pretty good at that, honestly. Reaper's pretty damn good at that, actually, when I think about it. They got some dope raid timing in there for that. So I'm Yo, when is ReaperCon this year? It's like late summer, isn't it? ReaperCon 2025. Should I just show up, buy a badge, and show up at ReaperCon in Texas? August 31st or 27th to 31st. Okay, yeah, late summer. Dude, I want a ReaperCon so bad, man. Just arrive there, just show up. Labor Day weekend. That is the last weekend of August, right? Lord Exthenbald's Dread Harpsichord. Yes, you got the piece right. Paying 9 cents of cherry blossom dice, and I hate the choices I've made. Why, Ella? Why? People like it. If you go to GameCon with the cherry blossom dice, people will approve. What are you worried about? Maybe the problem is that you keep selling out of them and spending way too long on them. It's almost like a market correction needs to happen based on the supply and demand of your product. The immense popularity of your cherry blossom dice should maybe merit a an increase in the compensation requested. Because they're fucking worth it. Weaves will love the Sakura dice. They wait, did they? I think she sold a bunch at Odafest. Right? Welcome from a nap. You're still streaming? I am. Yes. Well, I said that I was going to stream longer Thursday, Friday this week because, or not Thursday, Friday, but Wednesday, Friday, because I had to miss Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday? No, wait. I was going to stream longer Monday, Thursday, Friday because I had to miss Tuesday, Wednesday. There we go. So I'm not ending stream until I finish these two pieces. But I think we're going to be good on them. I just really, really want to clear these out because I have a lot of other coffee requests to get to. And I tried to promise my coffee request clients generally about a week to 2 weeks for turnaround on stuff while the requests were open. And I think for us, the last half of them, I think I'm about at a week or so for those. So the more that I can clear out this weekend for people and get them delivered, the better for my own sanity. As far as not feeling like I'm under delivering on my illustrious clientele, I guess. So the Jamaican anime is premiering next month. What is that, Sleepy? I'm out of the loop on anime. Forgive me. Okay, that's Lily. I think she's good. Last minute, we're gonna redo or retouch up some details on our homegirl Valerica here, and then we shall deliver both of them, send them both off to our discerning clients, and hopefully they are both fans of their pieces. Hopefully they're pleased. Honestly, the coffee requests have been really cool because people are like really cool about, what's the word? Open mind? I don't know. People are really cool about wanting to see what I do for design stuff, which is like nice when people like what you do for design stuff and want to see your takes on things, as opposed to when you're just being commissioned to sort of like work as what we used to call in the design industry as creative hands or skilled hands, but people don't like using that term anymore for some reason. It's nice to do the coffee request where people are like, I want to see what your take on a Viking princess is going to be like or whatever. So I've been enjoying these thoroughly. I'm glad though that I figured out the time distribution for them though, because I realized I originally sort of budgeted them for like 2-hour projects. They're actually like 4-hour projects, which is okay. It's just, you know, I gotta think about that in the future. And so I do apologize that when I reopen requests, they're going to be a bit more expensive than they were initially. That's my mistake, but I have to adjust, alright? It's called Jamaica no Jamakai, Rise of the Conqueror. Wait, really? Is that actually a real thing, Sleepy? Or is this giving you more lore in the coffee DMs about August to see what you do with it? Well, it is good to be concise, because sometimes the problem is that portraiture can only tell so much of a story, and there's a lot of lore and background and really cool stories that we can tell about characters, within the entire character design. In a portrait, you can do a lot, but sometimes it's also good to figure out what a person finds to be the important details. You know, it's kind of like elevator pitching ideas is really actually important, right? Elevator pitching is like, or the ability and skill to elevator pitch, I think, is really necessary to be I don't know, like generally I think a good storyteller. So I want that from people. I want the longer form elevator pitch in their character. So they hit all the high points, they tell me the important details, and then I can try and figure out the weight of those things against the other smaller sort of like details they give me. It is an anime made by Jamaicans. That's cool, dude. Right on. I'll have to check that out, Sleepy. I have not watched any anime in basically years, and it upsets me. I'm so disconnected with that part of my past. All the time I spent in my degenerate teenage phase and 20s watching anime. All the times I've been to Japan. All for what? For me to become a normie and stop watching anime? I think not. I have to reclaim my title. Anime recommendations recently. What have I actually watched recently? What, The Witch from Mercury, I think, was like a couple seasons ago, but I watched that. It was good. What have I even watched, man? You seen Mercury? Yeah, okay. Well, you know what sucks? For the first time ever, I basically gave up my Crunchyroll subscription. Like, I maintained a Crunchyroll subscription basically since it came out until like 2 years ago. I just wasn't using it. Slime? Yeah, a lot of people like Slime. What have I watched? You know what? Honestly, I got hot takes on this, Koi. I've gone back in time when it comes to anime. Right? Seen Dungeon Meshi? Yeah, Dungeon Meshi's good. I didn't watch all of it. I kind of watched the first couple episodes. It was cute, but like I don't know if I'll watch the rest of it. I've gone back in time. So the most recent animes that I've watched, Koi, are things that I've already seen for the most part. But like I watched Last Exile again. Black Lagoon I read, but I watched Cowboy Bebop again. What else did I watch? What fucking dude? Razafon, I think. Is that what yeah, Razafon I watched. What do I watch recently? Like nothing new, man. I don't know why. There's a couple things I'm forgetting. But yeah, I totally went back in time. I don't know why. Escaflowne. I haven't watched Escaflowne anytime recently. What else is on my list here? Yeah, I don't know. Haven't been watching the new shit, I guess. Attack on Titan, yeah. Yeah, basically, right. No, I want like a fantasy anime that's kind of like Grimgar or Goblin Slayer. It's a little more serious as a fantasy anime. But that's just not what people are into right now, so. Anything with teens in it I refuse to watch. Valid, fair. Yeah, fair. And yet she watches Mercury. Holy. I'm trying to convince my friend Fishy to watch Inuyasha with me, but she doesn't want to. Because she said that friendship isn't important to her anymore. Clip it and send it to her. I don't give a shit. I'll start a fight with her. Is that too? Did you hear they canceled Wheel of Time adaptation? No, really? Didn't they already do like a first season of that or whatever? Really? Watching a long running show for a while. I've caught up to it and now I'm waiting on the new episodes. Well, there you go, I guess. Wait for the season. Alright, I think we were actually pretty good on this one. I don't think I have to do any different touch-ups or whatever. Alright, let's crop it and deliver it to our clients, alright? Alright, let's see if my cropping thing that I did worked. Section. Vertical. Frame. Damn it, didn't work. Alright, remember, never ever do this. This cropping shit that I do on my pieces, you will lose data if you do this. You will lose artwork. You will select the clear or delete cropped pixels thing by accident when you reset your Adobe or Photoshop. Adobe. When you reset your Photoshop one day, because that's the default, and you will lose pixels doing this. This is a terrible idea. Don't ever do this. I'm a complete lunatic moron for doing this every single time I need to cut out a piece of art. But I'm still gonna do it. I'm still gonna do it. I'm too far gone, okay? You, however, can be better. Valerica, is that how I pronounce it? Beehound, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Valerica, there we go. There's that. And then we're gonna cut out Lily. I think Lily's pretty good, actually. I think I spent enough time on Lily today that I'm pretty confident. Save as copy. I'll deliver it late though. PNG for. We'll at least post Valerica for Brooklyn because I figured out how to post stuff as well on my coffee. Apparently Yuna's mad too. Okay, and then we control Z the shit out of our cropping. There we go. There we go, man. All right. Coffee. Thing. DM. We have to DM Brooklyn before she finds out that I finished it. Oh, shit. Attach. All right. Missions. Brooklyn. Lyrica. All right. On to the next. Thank you again for the request. All right, and I can apparently post this shit to my page too. I didn't realize I could do this until I saw Koi's page. I didn't realize you could post updates. So I had stuff here. So we're gonna post an update. How to post an update again in my feed. Add to feed. Image. Request for Brooklyn. Post images. Because I think it's nice to see what people are like, you know, what kind of pieces people are getting from me. So there you go. There you go. And then I build anticipation until the day that I unsold out my request sketches. That's right. I mean, lately I've been watching Yu Yu Hakusho, but also fairly new one, Apothecary Diaries. Ooh, I've heard of that actually. People talked about that. Yeah, is it good? Okay. All right. Did that work? Posted. We're good. We're Gucci. All right. I can mark it off. There's a whole thing on my end, on the me end of things, where I can mark off a thing as being done. And so I'm gonna mark off, oh, both characters. Addie, mark as completed, complete, and Valerica mark as completed. Okay. Hog. Sick. we got there in the end. The last thing I want to do is actually want to watch the recording back to see if it looked okay. Because don't forget, we recorded the entire process and I only screwed it up once. We're gonna do that, and then we'll probably be good today. So here is Lily. All right, ready? Let's see, because I think I started with the eyes this time. And go. Oh, yeah. Start with the eyes every time. Ah, damn it. I knew it right. Wait, where was it? The flash of... Okay, right around the middle point. I have to delete that. I have to cut that out. Ah, it's so annoying. I'm so dumb. Anyway, that was a good one, man. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, sick. I'll make a good video, I think. EBA just sent me a new phone wallpaper. Oh my god, right? I'm honored. Thank you. Chris will like it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Consider the quality of high fan adaptations out there was not... Real Time was one of the best. Damn, I've not heard that opinion. I haven't heard anyone say anything nice about it. That's crazy. All right. Oh yeah. Watching Rama adaptation's pretty okay, mainly because wife wanted to watch. Well, that's a good reason, I suppose. Yeah. All right. I think that's good for today. I think we're all done. I think we gotta pack in. I think we are our job done, complete, finished, made all progress today. And actually I have to fucking bounce. Holy shit, bro. I didn't realize it was this late already. All right. Yeah, I gotta fly. I gotta take my dog out and shit and do a bunch of stuff. So anyway, thank you guys for hanging out today. I'm gonna run away real quick. We're gonna speed run the outro actually. Speedrun outro. There we go. Okay, announcements for the week. Shit, the Eldar TCG thing, trading cards should be available for pre-order next week, hopefully, for a ideally July release. So pre-orders will be open for a while. I want to give people an opportunity if they want to get in on the Eldar trading card thing to have an opportunity for it, even though there's a limited run of the first thing. ArdCon in Calgary next weekend. I'll be at ArdCon in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. It's a place in the world, I think. And then the next weekend after, I'll be at GameCon Canada with Ella in Edmonton, and I'll have to miss that Friday. And Ella, am I taking the Thursday off as well to go to GameCon next weekend, or the weekend after? Or are we just missing Friday? I forgot. But regardless, that'll be a bit weird. I'll have to miss some Fridays here and there through the summer with all the conventions. June's a very busy convention month. We've got ArdCon, GameCon, and then High River Ren Fair, which I'm not going to with Ella, but it'll still be a thing. So June's gonna be a little bit weird as far as stream times are gonna go. I'm gonna miss some days here and there. I really didn't want to miss any time for May because of the medical appointments and stuff. That really sucked. So I'm missing Thursday as well. Okay, that blows. So we have less time than I thought, apparently. Anyway, Patreon for May, it was the Rune piece, which is going to be sent out, I guess, in this weekend, because I guess it's the last weekend of May, isn't it? So, cool. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. Thank you for all the follows and the raids today from our friends from Adobe to Eldritch Podblast to Reaper to all the new friends we made earlier today. Thank you for all of the subs and bits and everything this week. You guys made my week. Thank you for the coffee requests over there. Thank you for the print store orders. Thank you for going over and supporting the YouTube and all that stuff as I've been trying to grow the process videos. You guys have gifted me with an insane year so far. But okay, speedrun over. I will catch you guys later. Have a great weekend. I'll see you on Monday. And until next time, my friends. Oh, by the way, shouldn't have to miss stream next Tuesday. Like I missed previous Tuesday. Should be good this week, next week. So anyway, until next time, my friends. Farewell.